Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you all on a Saturday morning. I was just talking that 10 o'clock is an early hour, so thank you very much for your presence. My name is Katarzyna Bałucka-Dębska. I work with the European Commission. I deal with climate. I'm very happy that Freedom Games this year are green, because a green color is very important, very beautiful and difficult, and it brings about a lot of meanings that we are considering not only in the Green Deal, which is a set of Commission's proposals that are negotiated with the member states, how to conduct a green transformation. Green color is also an important color of hope as part of the European Climate Pact. I am responsible for this pact. Now, the idea behind it is that we should think about what I can do in my world, in my environment, for the green transformation to happen. Myself, in my world, I am a bureaucrat, I am a mother, I'm an expert on communications, I'm a consumer, I'm a voter. What can I do in my world? We're considering this question together with our wonderful ambassadors of the Climate Pact. It's my great pleasure and privilege to host on the stage Madam Mayor Hanna Zdanowska and Mrs. Alexin Wajda, and online we also have two other ambassadors of the Pact. One from the Netherlands, Marike Schauken, and Markku Markkula of Helsinki. We're going to talk about this subject. It's a hybrid format. Discussion is not easy, but we'll do our best. We're going to talk about how you, as mayors of cities or representatives of the public administration across Europe, are trying to implement green transformation and how to involve people, citizens, myself and you. I'm very happy that we have Agnieszka with us. She's an expert on transformation, but she also represents a less institutional aspect. I'd also like to talk to what happened yesterday. I came here yesterday because Madame Mayor organized a meeting with citizens, with young students of law and female senior citizens, so young men and elderly ladies. So perhaps we should involve some other people like soccer players. Different people from different walks of life are starting to talk about the green transformation. Why is that so? Because on the one hand, well, it's kind of quite aggressively enters our lives. Suddenly, I need to consider the way I move, what I eat, why suddenly my home is cold, why I'm paying such high electricity bills, and why is it so hot in the summer? It's always been hot, but for the past 20 years, every consecutive year has been hotter than the previous one, as you have probably noticed, and this may seem quite a challenge. We are starting to change our habits, which is very difficult. But on the other hand, it's an opportunity, because perhaps this transformation, perhaps what needs to happen is has a lot of positive aspects as well. Perhaps we shouldn't talk about transformation as something challenging and difficult, but also as something that brings opportunities. Now, this slide shows you what a climate pact is. I'd like to encourage you to enter our website to talk to us about how to join the pact. Just anyone can become its ambassador, because just anyone can do something in their lives. What we mean here is to close the gap between supply and demand. Supply is a politics, regulations, and demand is on your side. So can we generate this demand? And I think it would be a good thing for us. In this way, I'd like to transition to Madam Mayor Stanowska. What are we doing in Łódź? First and foremost, thank you very much for coming here at this early time in the morning. It's for people here and virtually. Thank you for coming here and talking about your experiences, your little steps that change reality. Nothing can happen without small steps. If we don't make the first step, even the greatest initiatives will be dead. What are we doing in Łódź? We are here to tell you about what's happening here. In our city here, I'm really jealous of Marco. I've seen Helsinki, which is wonderful. The thing they've done there locally that is going to preserve our world, hopefully, in the future, in a perhaps better state. So this transformation in this scope, in this extent, is starting right now. So to understand Łódź, you need to understand first and foremost its history. It's a post-industrial city with great problems, a city that was left to its own devices in the transformation period. It still has 40,000 apartments in more than 5,000 buildings, which in 60% were built before 1945. Most of them have never been modernized, and nobody has ever thought about improving them in terms of heating, which is crucial, or even simple changes affecting the quality of life. Just what you said, Katarzyna. Not everybody understands the change. We need to improve the quality of life, improve our health, improve the surrounding world. So the apartments that we have right now was still the case, even though in 2017 we found out that a lot of people were using furnaces. Now, what are the problems in Łódź? First of all, heating systems in individual houses. In 2017, so we had 80,000 individual heat sources. Right now it's 40,000. That's still a lot. Most of them fired with the simplest fuel, which is coal. So this is a challenge. Another crucial thing is heat escaping from buildings. The buildings were not measured or tested for heat transmission through the walls, so the buildings were not thermal modernized or insulated. Now, modern technology makes it possible to measure to insulate, but we also need to take into account that many buildings are historical. We cannot use traditional techniques there. Another challenge for Łódź is flash floods and great droughts. Now, the region of Łódź is threatened with becoming a steppe land or indeed a desert. It's hard to talk about the entire region, but for example, Bełchatów, it's a great depression that drained a huge basin around it. So for as long as this Great Depression is there, until it is refilled, it's going to continue to cause great problems also in our city. Another thing is islands, heat islands. We are counteracting them. We have a number of programs. We want to eliminate squares like that. In the past, each mayor wanted to have a large square with a tarmac or concrete surface. Perhaps in the past they were necessary, but these days those concrete squares are extremely hot. They are like sweltering places. In other weather, there is nowhere to hide from rain. So another problem for our city is energy poverty. These are the things we're facing. It's not a rich city. It's a city with a past. It requires some interventions in terms of social improvements. So a number of changes that we initiated and continuing. So obviously, low emissions and pollution, these are key issues in the city center. Also, heat sources in that area. We have divided the city into smaller compartments, and we've been implementing a large block revitalization program. Under the past perspective, we carried out 8 projects that we were used to change everything for comprehensive thermomodernization, revitalization of buildings with connecting urban heating, district heating in the city center. It wasn't there before. Also greening of large areas of land and streets. Streets never had any substantial greenery. Now we're getting trees in all streets and yards, and also individual citizens, inhabitants of the city can use programs to green the areas, plant trees. So these are all activities aimed at integrating us around greenery and biodiversity protection. It's a Pact Forward, another program. We invited everyone so that voluntarily we could implement important things, the development of green areas, improve air quality, manage waste, and conduct environmental education. It's crucial because we need to know what important things we can do ourselves without any substantial means or great resources or swaths of land. We can still take small steps. So we've been working with business to a substantial degree. We can count on the business's help in these small things. Business also can see the need to support the city as part of corporate social responsibility and support a number of large projects in terms of greening, biodiversity, water, clean water, and water retention. So I could be talking for hours about initiatives in Łódź, so thank you very much for your attention. And many thanks to Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak to what you said about integrating and public-private partnership. What I find most important, I've been dealing with this subject for the past 3 years, we can accelerate and conduct a green transformation on time only if we cooperate. Now, a small additional question to Madam Mayor. Now, yesterday, as we talked to young people, I asked them, how do you feel? What can you do? They say, oh, I cannot do anything. We have this kind of system. Now, what is your opinion? What do you need from citizens? What would you like to ask the inhabitants of Łódź to do? What can you do together to improve things so that we are there on time? Well, first of all, we need to understand ourselves, understand the needs of the city. Now, we also need to understand that sometimes individuals must yield to the interest of the public. Right now, we are facing a conflict at the border where we have biologically valuable land, and a lot depends on it, especially the Łagiewnicki forest depends on it. Now, there's a private property. Someone wants to sell it for development. On the other hand, it looks like it's necessary to leave that area as heritage city for the future generations, for the Łagiewnicki forest to survive and to ensure good aeration of the city, airflow. So it's my great request. We shouldn't intervene only when there is a tangible problem, but if a city does something right, we should unequivocally support the city. I understand the interest of the individual is important, but we should put the interest of the public first too, as our survival as society, as a species. Before our meeting here, we talked about it. Since 1980, 30% of biodiversity has disappeared from the globe. It's a catastrophe. It's not something that's been going on and still going on. It's a downright catastrophe. So understanding, awareness that we are fighting for something more than today and tomorrow. Great. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Marko Markulas of Helsinki. Marko, what's the transformation like at your place in the north? Do you have similar challenges, or maybe you've been able to solve some problems? What is the narration? Here we must talk about a catastrophe. Not everybody understands it. Now, we can already see the catastrophe when we look at our energy bills. But what's the situation in Helsinki?
Okay, thank you, Gacha. I know you as well as your role as a moderator, since we've been collaborating already with the Commission of the Climate Pact initiative. And thank you especially Anna Zdanovska, you mayor, you've organized this event and you pushed forward a lot of activities, so which can really have a crucial positive influence and impact on energy and the renewal of the city structures. I want first to say that I've as well personally visited Lodz. So I was there a couple of years ago. So when we planned what we can do in the industrial collaboration, especially bio-industries, and knowing your city's history in manufacturing, in industrial issues. So that is crucial. What was already said, so that the public and private collaboration is crucial. So especially reacting your question. So everyone really can be part of this process. Saving energy is the cheapest, it's safest and cleanest way to reduce our resilience and our independence of the Russian fossil fuel, which is the crucial role today. I'm representing the whole Helsinki region as the president of our regional council, working there practically weekly on these issues, but as well, so then I come personally from city of Espoo, the second largest city in Finland. Espoo has 300,000 inhabitants. We are part of this, the whole Helsinki metropolitan region. Total, the region, 3 major cities, 1.2 million people together. So we have a lot of common that we collaborate here. And that makes a lot of sense in these energy issues as well. So part of our long-range activity already started tens of years ago was to build a district heating system. So large majority, up to 90% of the households being there, even one family houses in some case, but residence buildings especially, they are part of the district heating system. We have even in Espoo, my city, so we have 800 kilometers pipes, heating pipes. So that makes so that everything is easier to organize using different energy sources. We are still to a small extent using coal now with the next winter. So we decided that, okay, we need to keep on using that, but we will get in 2-3 years time out of using coal. So moving totally to renewables. And one point is when we have 3 cities, so we can go a bit differently. So Helsinki will keep on using coal a bit longer time. They have a huge, extensive program as well to move to carbon neutrality, since all of these 3 cities here in the metropolitan region. So we try and we will be carbon neutral already by 2030. So moving quite fast. And that is in Espoo, we actually started well targeted activities already about 10 years ago. We established a joint, let's say, political steering group for our sustainability activities. So it was a kind of sustainable Espoo, uh, building the roadmap for activities. And we had the representatives of the all political or major political groups, key policymakers, but key civil servants as well, so that we were working together. And one of our strengths is so that in-depth collaboration with local industry, large companies, small companies, so we can now build our action plans focusing on the European Union missions. We are among the 100 climate neutral cities EU mission. We are among the climate adaptation mission, and hopefully as well on the other missions more and more, so that we can make these transformations to happen. And maybe I'll just say our 5 priority areas and then conclude. So first, approved by the City Council, we want to be one of the forerunners in implementing sustainable development goals, so UN SDGs. And that's a kind of backbone. It's the starting point for everything. So we want to show that how we do that within already the next couple of years, so to help other cities as well on that. So we will, the second of our action points, major targets, is to be this carbon neutrality in the whole city by 2030. The third is that the city community and residents will more and more learn to act sustainably, and that's taking everyone on board. So we have a lot of programs with schools, so small children are involved, all the universities are involved, and so on. And the fourth point is that we create our activities as a model of city of sustainable urban development. So urban planning is integrated, that when we build new houses, so they are part of the energy system and so on. And the fifth is that we want to be the best developer or partner for all our actors here, industry especially. And from that, so then I come to the conclusion that between these climate pact activities, with Repower EU activities, with the new European Union innovation agenda, we should do more together between cities. So maybe one good option could be, let's talk a bit more about that as well. Should we kind of do a small benchmarking or even bench learning, so learn from the facts and figures of practices between Lodz and either our Helsinki region or the city of Espoo, so that we can share of these practices and learn from that. So what was done for the long term, but as well what can be done on a short term taking the next winter period into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marku. Bardzo dziękuję.
I think that from what we have just heard, we can take three major things. That is, first, you mentioned different policies that are currently negotiated with the EU member states. But you, from the Committee of the Regions in individual towns and cities, you know the best what it means putting these regulations in place in practice. And I think that as a bureaucrat from Brussels, I hear that we invent some regulations and then people at lower levels have to implement them. Perhaps this is the case, so we should cooperate. You cannot solve the problem with even the best regulation if it doesn't take account of the reality. So if there are and of course, this is very difficult because let's remember that there are diverse needs and problems in different parts of Europe. My daughter, who is 16, she asked me some time ago, why aren't we doing nothing? They told her, well, you know, systems and everything is very difficult, but it's very important to teach our children about biodiversity, to tell them that green is not only about trees and protecting trees and wild boars. That's all very important, but since the breakout of the war, green means also freedom from fossil fuels and freedom to choose my own mode of heating. You mentioned industry, Marco, and I think that's also very comforting what we've heard from you, because industry is often perceived, well, it depends on the type of industry. Sometimes this transformation is very difficult, and we are afraid that through lobbying, some processes get slower than they should be. But if we find a modus operandi to cooperate with industry, I'm sure that we'll be able to go ahead at a faster pace. Now, I would like to invite Marika Schouten. Whenever I cooperate with the Dutch people, you have a very good way of cooperating with industry and business. I hope you will tell us about it, what it looks like from your point of view in the Netherlands. Marika, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Katja. And also a big thank you to Madame Mayor Hanna for inviting us. I'm very sorry we can't sit around the same table, but the good thing is technique helps us. So thank you very much for having me. It's quite a big question that's on our table. My city is, again, quite different from, I think, Lodz and from Helsinki. We used to be two small villages that were joined 50 years ago, and there used to be farmland, and now it is a condensed city, enclosed by 3 highways and 2 very busy rivers. So that just shows the difference between, I think, Lodz, with many older buildings, which I think in itself provide a very big challenge this time, and perhaps Helsinki and my town. You asked what is our experience with industry, and perhaps if I may add, water management. What I see in my city, the sense of awareness that climate is changing and it is also affecting us, is really growing. And the last summers, strangely enough, have helped us because the weather has been fairly extreme. And a very typical problem in the Netherlands has been an increasing drought. And that sounds very strange for a country that always has been used to dealing with too much water. And now, all of a sudden, we have to have a change in our mindset in dealing with that we don't have perhaps enough fresh water. To bring it back to my town is a city, but when you look closely, you still see old ditches and old lines of old trees lined with the trees from 50 years ago. And actually that water system is also used to help stop salinization in the western parts of the country. So what happens in extreme circumstances, the water management system will reverse the course of the water to push back salinization in the western coastal parts. To go back to my own place and what can I do, what can we do together, and again, really together with industry, with civil society organization, with other governments, and there's a lot of things that we can do. It's providing small subsidies so that people can stop wasting water. For instance, now rainwater often literally goes down the drain, but we really need to store water much more cleverly, for instance, by building underwater storages, which we are doing now in new building spots. Or we need to think about circular water management systems, which we can again do in new building spots. Older buildings are much harder. But I think what is really needed, people are also, what we are dealing with in the Netherlands, and I don't know how it is in Poland or in Finland, the trust of people in government is actually very low. And we have to really bear that in mind when we are addressing climate change issues. So I see it as really important for us, especially in this time when there is energy price hikes, when there is really a feeling of what's going to happen because of the war of Russia against Ukraine. We really need to think about a cohesive narrative, and we need to take small but significant steps which show people what we actually do and what the impact of these steps are. And that, to give an example of that, when we are in my city are repaving streets, we make them impermeable so that water can be stored underneath and is not going in the drainage system. That's something that's a small step, but significant, and we need to make it visible. So that's really important. I think secondly, what we need to do is to show, and Mr. Marco Marcola and Mrs. Hanna also said the same thing, we need to really show that we cannot do this on our own. No man is an island and no city is an island. So working together with other governments and working together with industry is important. But I would add to that, it's also really important to show which role you have as a government in such kind of public-private partnership. Because as a government, I feel I'm also responsible for the well-being of all citizens. That's my role, or that's our role. And a business has a different purpose. So yes, working together, we must do. For instance, we are doing that on hydrogen, but do it from the respective roles that we have. So that's very important. A cohesive story, working together, take small but significant steps and create a perspective for people. And if I may close with a question, if I may, when Madame Maire was talking about lots, I think I heard the challenge of how do we perhaps prepare all these older buildings in our cities, everything that is around it, how do we prepare these for the future? And I feel that's quite a big challenge. And how do you work with industry? Because from hearing from your story, that's also quite a challenge. So perhaps that we could share a little bit on how you are doing that. I feel really inviting them around the table together with the citizens group is very helpful, and also be very clear on the role that you have. Here I would like to stop, and I'm very much looking forward to an exchange of thoughts on this.
Thank you very much. Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. You've touched on a very important subject, water management. Water is like electricity. Well, still not a long time ago, it was enough to switch the light on and there was light, and it's enough to turn on the tap and there is water. While right now it's not so sure. My mother has kept on repeating me, don't waste water. Perhaps water is too cheap. Because right now we have started saving electricity, but perhaps not water. Agnieszka, there was a question concerning cooperation with business. So I'd like to ask you, as a businesswoman, as a mother, woman, professor, to tell us how do you see the pact and what we have talked about today.
Thank you very much. I'm very much for cooperation that you mentioned. It's a great value that I've been supporting, whether as an expert or as a person associated with science or as an expert supporting business. Now, Kasia, you mentioned this multitasking aspect. From my perspective, I cannot really put a line where I'm an expert, where my role finishes, and when I start being a consumer, where I start my private life. This is something that is becoming completely blurred now. These activities that we undertake are extremely fluid. As a result of the fact that all of us are consumers, since all of us make decisions and our consumer behaviors changing substantially due to the circumstances in which we are. For example, a pandemic. The pandemic has drastically affected our behaviors and expectations. Now, business responds to this as part of a systemic change. It has been evolving substantially, a regulatory leader that imposes certain framework, enabling transformation that stimulates us to keep up the speed and changes the face of the economy, of the economic model in which we live. And we know that we need to depart from it. We've been talking a lot about challenges. It is a challenge for all of us, for experts, certainly for the regulator to keep up with the change. It's also very difficult. Sometimes I hear negative opinions that regulations do not reflect the economic reality. Indeed, this reality has been changing so fast. It's very difficult to keep up. I prepared a presentation for today, but listening to yesterday's debates and discussions, I would not be able to go through the presentation because I'd like to talk to what was said yesterday. We talked a lot about freedom. Now we talked about a shift in decision-making that the EU has been shifting towards us, to the east. So I thought, okay, so perhaps we need to take a look at Maslow's ideas, principles that our basic needs, until we can meet our basic needs, biological, physiological, like water, air, the comfort of living. How can we talk about climatic ideas? Well, we can, because it's all very closely related to climate change. As farmers could perhaps tell us about it, farmers who suffer from flash floods and droughts, on the other hand. And then we suffer because when we look at our baskets or shopping carts, everything is much more expensive. So I found a very wise sentence by Einstein: the world as we create it is a process of our thinking, and we must not change it. We cannot change it without a change in our thinking. Now, what does it mean for me? We all have an impact on the climate, on the environment. All of us as a system, and as an individual, as humanity, and as a single individual. So entering a dialogue, making choices. Of course, on the one hand, we will see limitations. But looking at what you mentioned here, it's an opportunity for something new, for building, developing new concepts, perhaps entirely new business ideas, and developing new jobs by the same token, new solutions, new startups. I think that this perspective is quite optimistic given all of the information, alarming information that we've been fed from, for example, IPCC reports, which stimulate discussion during climate summits. I'd like to conclude my utterance with another wise sentence. Now, change. If we want to implement change, we need to become change, irrespective of what our role is, whether we're just an individual, an expert, an officer. We must start with ourselves, and using the Kaizen method, we can achieve snowball effect. Great. We could stop here, but we won't. But I'd like everyone to take note of your wise words, which are very much consistent with the pact, with what you mentioned. Again, I'd like to call up the whole panel. We got 5 additional minutes because we started late. Marek and Marku, could you please round up what we heard today? Have you heard anything inspiring, or on the other hand, okay, today it's Saturday, but Monday we're going back to work, or perhaps we never stop working. What's the next challenge that's the same time solution going forward? Marku, would you please address this question?
Thank you. First, let me react on this issue of water, because water is the main, I would say, the key source of our planet and of our living. So that is really crucial. One thing that everyone could do, so European Union has now launched the one of the 5 missions which is focusing on oceans and water. So, but it's not only the big oceans, but it's as well all freshwater issues. It's about lakes and rivers, how to get them. Many of them are too polluted, so how to move to zero pollution, so cleaning. But as well, so how we operate with the groundwater, so the fresh water that we need for our households, for drinking, for making wood, for washing, etc. So, and this is something that since in Finland, so we have close to 200,000 lakes. So water, fresh water, fishing, all swimming on lakes. So all is so crucial. So that we've planned and done a lot on that. So how to have our water system. So as an example here, most of the metropolitan region, Helsinki metropolitan region, drinking water and washing water, that comes from a lake a bit more than 100 kilometers to the north from here. And in addition, we use our groundwater here. So, but we need to keep them fresh. So whatever water you have, you can drink that. So this is one element. So then we have linked to that as well. So wastewater treatment. So how to manage with that. And now we are opening in Espoo, the western part. So we are opening a new wastewater management treatment plant there, and which is the most modern in the world. And that is something that we could learn and share the practices around in Europe. So we take the energy out of that wastewater and so on. So it's part of the energy system as well. So these kind of experiences are something that we could use and lodge your city and lodge the region you could join with this EU mission on oceans and waters as well, to share these good practices and move ahead. So my kind of key point is really that let's do more together with the cities, learn from each other, get our schools, universities increasing the collaboration and get our industry to be part of that. And that means then citizens as well. So all these are interlinked to this issue.
Thank you very much, Marku. Marike, twoja reakcja.
And Marika, your reaction, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. A group of young professionals in the Netherlands invited me a while ago for a energy class, and they asked me the question, when you visited COP26 in Glasgow, what did touch you the most? And I think it was that question that they asked that actually touched me very much. These were professionals working in fossil industry, with government and other areas, and they were extremely motivated to work from where they are and to do the right things. So that I found very inspiring, and I think it challenged me to think in partnerships that are beyond the usual partnerships. So that is, I think, something that stayed with me. And I think the words that also come into my mind from the place where I am is how much empathy and how much solidarity can I bring into the actions that I do, because it is really not only me or us, it's the wider environment that we are talking about. That's the second point that I would like to take away also from today's meeting. And I think there is a lot that can be done. And at the same time, I also realize there is many citizens, at least in my town, and I come from a very rich country, I realize that very much, but still very many people feel as if they don't have a choice. And I find that one of the big challenges as well. So there is a lot of encouragement, and there is also a lot to take away that at least I would like to think about what does that mean for my day-to-day work as a alderman and vice mayor of my city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we are back to the stage now. I would like to ask Agnieszka first, and I'm speaking English, przepraszam. To się zdarza czasem, człowiekowi się przestawia.
Okay,
Agnieszka i chciałem skończyć potem
Now,
na pani
Agnieszka, and I'd like to finish with Madame Mayor as our host. Now, it seems to me that what is important from our standpoint of all of us is that, especially concerning today's subject, is to think critically, but without excessive criticism, to create interdisciplinary teams, to know different points of view and develop solutions together. Many thanks, and I'm very happy that this discussion is taking place in Łódź. Work very closely with the textile sector, and value chains and supply chains are something that I know intimately. So Łódź is indeed a wonderful city that I love to visit, to come back to. I can see the transformation. I can see this global act globally, think globally, act locally. Now, I'd like to refer back to water. We didn't mention this, but water is also about circular economy. Can we give up a new item of clothing? I'd love Łódź to produce as much textiles as possible, but we know that the manufacturing of clothes, for example, requires huge volumes of water. Now, as you said, it's connected vessels. We need to think in many dimensions. Our smallest decisions can save the world. Now, taking small steps, we can change the most important thing. Many thanks. First of all, to Marika and Marku. Thank you very much for your attendance, for taking up us on our invitation. Hopefully, we'll meet face-to-face next time. I'd like to show you how Łódź has been changing very much. And again, many thanks to Katarzyna and Agnieszka to be with us. We are spreading information, raising awareness, what's important, that every one of us can do something that can save the world. If we don't have this awareness, these meetings are for us to remind us about this every day. Turn off the light, turn off the water tap. Okay, maybe wear your blouse or your jacket 2 months longer. Think about your responsibility for the world. Now, the world we live in, we've borrowed from our grandchildren. Let's give them a chance to give it back to their grandchildren again. Many thanks to the panelists, to the audience. Nothing to be added. Now I'd like to leave the stage to make room for the next panel. Any comments? No, let's talk in the wings.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise
welcome to this session. And thank you to Freedom Games and Wildland for allowing us from Radical Exchange to contribute to the schedule a little bit. Today we're going to talk about harnessing Web3 technologies for good. So blockchain technology means different things for different people. For some people it's about financial speculation. For others it's about liberating individuals to exit oppressive regimes. For others it's about liberating individuals from the obligation to pay taxes. But some of the most meaningful stories are not about exiting communities or extracting value from them, but instead about how this technology offers some unique affordances to strengthen our communities and commit to them. So in this panel, we're going to explore a bit how is it that we can empower collective efforts using blockchain technology. And I couldn't have anyone better with me to do that than Alona Shevchenko and Leon Eriksson. Alona is based in London, but she's from Ukraine. And she is the co-founder and operational lead of Ukraine DAO and a co-organizer of the Kiev Tech Summit. She's a member of the Chartered Institute of Linguists, and she's interested in training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which I was very happy to learn about, as I'm also from Brazil. Not also, you're Ukrainian, but have trained Jiu-Jitsu. Psychology, AI, tech, and space exploration. I just said that Alona is co-founder and operational lead of Ukraine DAO. So before we get started, I just wanted to quickly ask a question for this audience. Who here has ever heard of the word DAO before, this term? Who is familiar with it? Okay, so I'll just say very quickly, and we'll get into this later on, but a DAO is a type of organizational entity that is native to the blockchain. And what's distinct about it is that it has a few of the governance rules of this type of organizational entity are encoded in an algorithmic way on the blockchain and executed on the blockchain. So we're going to talk about what does that mean and what it doesn't mean, because there's a lot of confusion about it as well. But what's interesting about Ukraine DAO is that this is one of the first organizations of this kind to have a real meaningful partnership with a government institution. So Ukraine DAO is officially supported by the Ministry of Digital Transformation in Ukraine, and it's opening a precedent for this type of collaboration between DAOs and governments. And Leon is a social technologist who is working on the philosophy of pluralism, internet governance, and the future of political economies, and in his day job he works for Gitcoin, who also has a DAO, and he's building products for plural capital provision. And we'll get more into what that means as well in our conversation. So Alona and Leon, the two of you have found very different paths to Web3 technology, but you're similar in your recognition that this technology offers some unique properties or affordabilities in its ability to support and strengthen the communities that you care about. With Ukraine DAO, crypto resources were the first to arrive in Ukraine when the war started. It arrived there faster than any other kind of aid, and Ukraine DAO played a critical role in helping allocate these resources. And with Gitcoin, you are supporting and sustaining a number of open source projects through innovative methodologies for capital provision. So the first thing that I want to explore with you today is, could you explain to us what is a DAO and why is it interesting? What are some of the things that you can only do with a DAO and not with other technologies or organizational entities?
Okay, thanks for the intro, Paula. And I think your definition of DAOs is pretty accurate. I think it's a very wide definition in a way. Like the way that I perceive DAOs is just that you encode some organizational framework or rules. I don't know, like the legal entity of an organization that we would have in the non-crypto world on a blockchain. And these rules could be you know, like traditional corporations work that are listed on stock exchanges, for example, that you say, okay, we have shares for this organization, and 1 share is 1 vote in decisions on such and such assets. But as you can kind of encode these rules, there are some organizations that kind of attempt to, so to say, reinvent how organizations operate. So you could play around with new forms of voting mechanisms inside an organization, or new sorts of capital provision mechanisms to its employees or shareholders or other stakeholders. And I feel like what makes kind of organizations on the blockchain or like DAOs interesting is primarily that you can experiment at pretty low cost. So literally like the code that kind of puts together these like political economic arrangements that you might choose, you know, can be written up usually like in between like 500 to 1,000 lines of Solidity code, or I know pretty overseeable amount of code that you could then, you know, edit and tweak to experiment with different forms. I think that's interesting, but I think you could as much if you had the means kind of advocate for the same type of experimentation with like legal frameworks and just kind of drafting new types of legal entities that could then take shape through contracts and national legitimacy instead of like cryptographic legitimacy.
Hello everyone. Thank you for having me here. A huge privilege to be here. Oh God, where do I even start about DAOs? It's funny, I went to ETH Barcelona conference in summer, and it was a conference dedicated specifically to social impact projects and DAOs as well. And so much time DAO people spent there just talking about what a DAO is. In our case, a DAO is a community with a certain mission and a blockchain-based wallet. And so we started self-organizing 3 days before the full-scale invasion began, and at first it was just the concept was just for fundraising. Ukraine is a very crypto-friendly country, and a lot of really respectable, reputable Ukrainian charities, they accept crypto. So it's something that made our life much easier. Back then, like we did not have to like worry about helping the charity set up a wallet, you know, all that kind of stuff. Even with like off-ramp, we didn't have the issue either. So we just transferred crypto without having to like guess what time we should sell and transfer it into fiat and so on. And also our government is super crypto friendly, and that helps loads. So yeah, we started as a fundraiser, and then we've raised over $7 million worth of Ether in the first days, and we were able to also transfer the funds there very quickly. But the most interesting things started happening also in the beginning, but in parallel. It basically became a place where people could come in, either Ukrainians looking for help or foreigners who wanted to offer some help that was not necessarily financial, but it was very helpful. And so our Discord basically became a place where people could connect, or where the moderators could help them connect with each other, right? So the ones looking for help and the ones prepared to offer that. And so I think that was the first time in history that I'm aware of, and DAOs became, a DAO became a model for like a disaster response. And so, it was exhausting. We stayed up for days, helping to connect everyone. But since then, we've developed into about 13 different working groups, and it's basically a volunteer working groups doing translation, helping, like making subtitles for videos to communicate to the rest of the world what's happening in Ukraine. And so to many people it became an opportunity to do something meaningful for Ukraine that they would not be able to do otherwise. So very often when a question comes up, like, why do you need a DAO? Why can you set up a GoFundMe page? Because a GoFundMe page does not create a community, right? And a DAO, Ukraine DAO, became that community, and we are currently helping some incredible Iranian women to organize Iran DAO.
I'm curious, sorry to interrupt, but I'm curious, you organized on Discord, so if you had a GoFundMe page and a Discord channel, would that be sort of similar or no?
No, I'll explain why. I was listening to a podcast the other day with Alex Bornikov. It's he's Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. And he said something interesting that it's obvious to me now, but I forgot already. He reminded the host of the podcast that in the beginning, the infrastructure was disrupted and banking services did not work the way they normally do. And he explains that crypto was Ukraine's lifeline in those days when they were able to, and we were able to transfer the funds to Ukraine and to get the supplies needed for the armed forces of Ukraine specifically, that they could not get into the country otherwise. And so it was really a vital source of help back in those days, and we couldn't have done it with fiat.
This is fascinating because I think that a lot of, so DAO is an acronym for Decentralized Autonomous Organization, and a lot of people question why do you need to have a contract running on the blockchain, and whether that's useful or not. But what you're sharing is that this was a specific situation in which only a DAO could have done the sort of organization and allocation of resources that you were able to manage in the first days of the war. Leon, can you share a little bit about Gitcoin and the Gitcoin DAO and what you do there?
Sure. So Gitcoin started about, I think, 4 years ago now. I didn't start it, I just joined the team last year, but it kind of started with a mission to fund open source software developers, so basically software projects that build code that is widely available to the public. Usually, like, that's not the type of arrangement like traditional technology investors, like venture capitalists, are looking for, that you say, okay, we'll just like make our product available to anybody for free. So it was kind of hard to, like, for these open source software developers that do like tremendous contributions to the internet, though, like if you consider that like most of the internet is basically running on like Linux machines, like the Linux open source operating system and all kinds of other like programming languages which are open source, it seemed to be like important to fund like these arguably like very much public goods in a way that is sustainable. And I think we started out with like a pretty, like basically a platform which isn't the heart of Gitcoin anymore, but basically like a bounties platform where like somebody could say, okay, I want this open source tool to be built, I'll give the person that built it X amount of cryptocurrency, and if the tool was built, would pay them. But then in 2018, this book, Radical Markets, came up, co-authored by the founder of Radical Exchange, the co-organizer of this conference that Paula is working with. And one of the ideas there was called Quadratic Voting. And Quadratic Voting is basically a decision-making mechanism like one person, one voting, where, you know, like we vote for a political candidate and you say, I want this candidate, like, or that party, I don't know. But the difference is that you can show how much you like these candidates and how much you don't like them. But in the voting version, you basically give people like a budget of voice credits or like voting tokens, whatever you want to call them. Like say everybody in this room gets 100 voice tokens, and then we ask ourselves, okay, what do we want to do tonight? Do we want to go to a bar, restaurant, or hotel? And hotel is weird, but you'd basically then be able to use this budget of credits to up and downvote these proposals. So you could say, okay, I put 36 credits on option A, 49 credits on option B, and the rest on the other, against the other option. And the quadratic twist is that like 1 credit converts to 1 vote, 4 credits to 2, 9 to 3, 16 to 4. So essentially we allow you to show how much you care, but we make very intense, strong opinions kind of marginally more costly as the more intense your opinion gets. And in fact, the marginal cost per additional vote that you buy grow proportionally. So it's like a pretty elegant way to design this cost function, because you have like proportional relationship between the influence that you can purchase and like your like opinion as an individual, basically, to translate the two into each other. And then like I think in early 2019, the founder of the Ethereum blockchain, Vitalik Buterin, and Glenn Weil, the founder of Radical Exchange, thought about basically doing quadratic voting with money, and basically you would vote on the distribution of some subsidy pool of money to different candidates or projects. So basically, maybe to illustrate this more quickly, like how this gets applied in Gitcoin is that we have some philanthropic organization, like for example the Ethereum Foundation, which is like a wealthy organization that like is kind of wanting to support the Ethereum ecosystem, but there are like thousands of open source software projects in the Ethereum ecosystem, so it's kind of hard to tell, okay, which one should we really support? So they say, okay, we'll put up a matching fund of like $2 million to support the Ethereum ecosystem, and then the community of the Ethereum community can then basically make donations using cryptocurrency on the projects that they like. And in that algorithm that then matches the donations of the community to that matching fund, basically you apply quadratic voting. So like a $1 donation has proportionally more weight than a $100 donation, because a $1 donation in that algorithm is like $1, but a $100 donation only $10. So we kind of, it has like another cool gotcha, which is that, you know, making a small donation actually has proportionally more weight, because like a $1 donation is like kind of the fullest value that you can get. You know, in some cases, if you donate $1, you get like a $200 match or whatsoever. So like we kind of incentivize people to donate to projects to which they might usually not donate, because they might think, okay, why would I donate $1? But in this setup, a small donation can actually go a very long way. But you can still show, like, if you care much more about a project and like donate more, but the cost for like the reward that you get for that in terms of matching kind of decrease over time. So basically what Gitcoin is doing now is like we work with all kinds of different kind of sub-ecosystems and other blockchain ecosystems, like primarily in this Web3 space. And the leaders of these ecosystems usually then put up like matching funding. They sign up projects that they want to support, and then their communities kind of, with their donations, vote on how they want to distribute the funding in their community. So, yeah, we've piloted quadratic funding basically for this, I mean, arguably kind of very niche technological ecosystem, but as much, and I'm pretty excited about that, you could imagine that like someday, let's say, the city of Lodz or the city of Warsaw, or even like a nation state, or like just a neighborhood in a city says, okay, we have like this budget of, I don't know, like $1 million that we want to use to support playgrounds in the city. And then, you know, people could make donations to the playgrounds that they want to renovate, or like advance or whatsoever, or like parks that they want to advance. And based on the input from the citizens, like their donations, which increase the size of the pie but also act as votes, right, could then steer the funding in a very meaningful way, kind of representing a very nuanced view of the population of the city. So yeah, I think maybe just to like zoom out one step more, what Gitcoin has been doing previously is like we kind of operated these grant programs on a very like operations heavy way. Like we had a pretty simple product, like a very simple platform that wasn't really modular and whatsoever. Because you can imagine that like different matching partners want different rules, you know, like who can participate or who cannot participate, what projects can receive funding. There are like different tweaks to the voting mechanism that you can make to kind of like increasingly foster cooperation between different groups in your ecosystem. So now we're basically building like different open source toolkits ourselves that would allow someone to, I don't know, for example, Ukraine DAO, if they wanted to, like, in the next couple of months to, you know, set up their independent quadratic funding program at very low development cost by utilizing that toolkit that we're building at the moment.
We are actually looking to set up an operational fund right now, so I'll need to speak to you about it afterwards.
Awesome, yeah.
Wonderful. So it's interesting. I'll try to capture some of what you shared here and just trying to establish sort of what is interesting about technology apart from all of the financial speculation and tax evasion. So a few of the things that you're sharing are that crypto can make a critical difference in an environment where traditional financial institutions are not working well. It can provide that sort of support faster than through any other mechanisms. And then on the other hand, it also, this same sort of agility and composability of blockchain technology enables these kinds of very, very innovative experiments on how to fund public goods and address coordination failures in public goods funding that might be more difficult to do otherwise without this financial infrastructure that blockchain offers. Does that sound like a good reflection of what you said?
Kinda, yeah. I would slightly push back on one of the kind of summaries, which is that I think like blockchain is not core to like doing the type of experimentation that we're doing at Gitcoin, basically. I think we kind of happened to choose cryptocurrency because we kind of wanted to fund open source projects in the cryptocurrency space, right? So it kind of makes sense to use the financial means or like, you know, technical means that this community usually uses. But you could, I'm sure, like as much run the same type of application on like not blockchain technology, like using, I don't know, financial institutions to wire the donations and like whether that's PayPal, MasterCard or, you know, some other payment provider and just using kind of more traditional web applications. And actually the web application that Gitcoin has been using up until today, as I said, was kind of pretty much the classical web donation that you would, web application you would know, but more so like just the payments which are not through blockchain technology. So I don't think that this type of like social innovation is limited at all to like this particular technology substrate blockchain, but you know, for like these crypto open source developers, crypto is what they like and what they use to like, what they like to use. But I don't think that would be the right substrate if you wanted to do the same thing in Lodz or in Berlin, right? Like with the local government or whatsoever. Like, I mean, you would need to onboard everybody to this like crypto thing, and like, I don't think we should limit kind of the use of these tools to like kind of, yeah, commitment to cryptocurrency.
So in some ways, blockchain networks sort of provided an interesting space for experimentation with this new mechanism, quadratic funding, but it's not a necessary component.
Right, it's like one way to do it.
Yeah.
You could probably even do it with cash, right? If you I don't know, had like a small room of people and like.
So this actually brings me to my next question, which is about trust. I'm curious, Alona, how do you think that, why do you think that people trusted UKRateDAO with $7 million? What were some of the mechanisms? Do you think that blockchain technology played a role in it, or was that about the community or the individuals that were involved with it?
I think a very valuable aspect here is that trust is not required. We have a multi-sig, right?
It's a multi-sig.
Multi-sig stands for multi-signature, and that means that, well, in our case, it's 3 out of 5 quorum. So the way it works is that there is 5 people who can sign UKRateDAO's transactions. In our case, those people are myself, Steve, and Matt, co-founders. I met them through FreeRoseDAO, where I was previously helping. And then there is Dima Buterin, Vitalik Buterin's father. And Vitalik Buterin is a very prominent figure in the crypto community. He's the co-founder of Ethereum. And his dad, Dima, is also, like I always say, if you think you like Vitalik Buterin, you just haven't met his dad yet. And so both Vitalik and Dima, they are my and UKRateDAO's very good friends, and they have a reputation, right? And everyone knows that Dima Buterin is not gonna run off somewhere with someone's money. And then the last person is Alex Charles, who is the highest selling female NFT artist. And so that set of people combined together creates that trust that the community would need in such cases, right? So in order for the transaction to go through, we need 3 people to sign the transaction. And the moment the transaction is confirmed, everyone can see it, right? So there is transparency that was not previously available for charity efforts, right? So that is how it applies in the case of multi-sig. But we also have a fact-checking group that focuses on fighting Russian propaganda and also amplifying Ukrainian voices at the same time. There is a distinction in our community between just community members and fact-checkers. Because we may want to share some info among ourselves that we may not want yet for Russians to know, for example, right? And so this particular working group we approach with the principle on board slowly, off board quickly, right? So we spend time with community members before they join the pod, so that we get to know them and they get to know us, so that by the time they join, it's not some like random person from the internet that we may have issues with half an hour later. We know them by that time, and that makes it much easier. So yeah, there is a lot of considerations that we had to take into account that make us different from many other DAOs. We don't have a governance token, and that was done so that there is no speculation. We did not want any financial speculation around the DAO, because that's not what UKRateDAO is about. And yeah, stuff like that. Also, our governance is not encoded on blockchain at the moment. The reason being that it would be hard to do in a situation where your environment is changing every single day very quickly. And Ukraine's needs are also changing very quickly. And so it would be very hard to implement, it would be not practical, and it would require more work than the benefit it would bring. So for now, it's basically human-made decision-making. Yeah.
Which is always the best. So Ukraine DAO is exceptional among DAOs because it's an official partner of the Ministry of Digital Transformation in Ukraine. And in that sense, it's opening a new path for how these kinds of bottom-up organizations can collaborate with governments. So can you share with us what does that look like? And how do you see DAOs and governments collaborating in the future?
So the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine is my favorite one, my favorite ministry in Ukraine. And it's a side of our government that is working to digitalize all government services. So the purpose is for anything that involves interaction with the state to be doable digitally online. And so Ukraine is already like super digitally developed. So we have our ID in an app. We can, I don't know, pay a fine in the app or sign a petition through the DIA app. So a lot of services that in other countries are not available online, they've developed them. And they also created the kind of support well, in the first days of the full-scale invasion, but it was available already by that time, that we took for granted as Ukrainians. But then I realized that people in other countries were really shocked that we had it. For example, we have a Telegram bot where you can, it's called Dievorog, and you can use that bot to report.
A bot?
A Telegram bot. You can use it to report to the government the movement of the enemy troops or equipment. And you can take a photo and geolocate it, and you send it off, and then you just delete the pictures or whatever. And to me, it was normal, you know. And then I was on Twitter, and I was scrolling through my feed, and I saw two people, I can't remember where they were from, I saw two people discussing it. I was like, what is happening there? Like, it's so weird, like, that's normal, right? And then I realized they were shocked that we had this bot, and it was shocking to me that they are shocked, you know? And so we have so many things like that, that people are just completely, surprised when they see it. So that is all made by, well, most of those services by the Ministry of Digital Transformation. So before we were even introduced to them, we were sharing their products to help Ukrainians, to provide that info support. And then we had a call with them. We basically operate completely autonomously. But very often we will need some, I don't know, logistical help for Kyiv Tech Summit, for example, or advice. They obviously have much more experience and knowledge than we have. And so, they really, really helped us to organize Kyiv Tech Summit, which was the Web3 hackathon that we hosted in Kyiv in a bomb shelter. And so when we were arranging it, a lot of people were super critical of the idea, and they maybe haven't been to Ukraine recently or at all, and to them, considering what they saw on TV, it sounded like a completely crazy idea, and they were like, are you guys thinking to do a hackathon during wartime? And you were like, yeah, that's what we are planning to do. But Mincifra, that's the name of the ministry, the shortened version in Ukrainian. They're like, yeah, like that's a great idea. Let's go, you know, let's do it. And I don't think there are many governments in the world that would be this open-minded. So we really appreciate it.
I'm curious, are you familiar with the work of Audrey Tang in the digital ministry in Taiwan?
I'll admit that I'm very sorry, but not yet.
No, so this is fascinating because Audrey is one of our greatest inspirations in our work at Radical Exchange, and it's there's a somewhat similar story. She was a leader of a hacktivist group in Taiwan, and they occupied the parliament to protest a particular piece of legislation that they thought was going to undermine Taiwanese sovereignty in relationship to China. And they occupied the parliament, this hacktivist group, and they conducted deliberations inside the parliament and broadcast them to society. And all of the proposals that they developed were in the end approved by the government. And Audrey, who was one of the leaders of this movement, became digital minister of Taiwan, and she's now just recently ahead of the Ministry of it's called
Affairs.
Digital Affairs, yeah, in Taiwan. And this kind of partnership between hacktivist groups on the ground and a government institution that really understand how to listen to them and collaborate with them is extraordinarily valuable, especially in moments of crisis. So during the pandemic, Audrey's digital ministry collaborated with these hacktivist groups on a number of different projects. So for example, mapping where masks were available in different pharmacies throughout the city through an app where everyone could collaboratively add that data so that people wouldn't have a sense of panic about not being able to buy masks because they could just find this app. And there are many other interesting examples of the kind of work that they do. And when I learned about Ukraine DAO, what I was thinking about is that you are taking hacktivism to the blockchain, because this is the first time that I'm hearing about a hacktivist group, which is a group that is organizing from the bottom up and using digital tools to coordinate better, but also using blockchain technology, which can be very helpful because all of this work, as Leon was mentioning, when it's volunteer work, when it's open source work, it's very, very hard to fund it. So I feel like it's a new breakthrough to sort of bridge this sort of hacktivism with blockchain tech and DAO, and I find it really fascinating.
At this conference that I mentioned, someone came up to me and they were like, I have a question about Ukraine DAO and the government. I was like, go ahead. And they asked, you know, when the war ends, and in Ukraine we don't say when the war ends, we say after the victory, after Ukraine's victory. They're like, what if you don't want to be associated with the government anymore? How are you going to escape from them? And it was such a funny question to me because, first of all, no one is holding us. And it was a privilege to us to be introduced to them in the first place, and then to be able to work with them. And it's something that I always think that good cooperation comes from a place where it's beneficial for both sides, and it's
totally.
It's voluntary and it's intentional, right? And so, yeah, I think it's a really good precedent for a DAO and a government, instead of fighting each other, to be complementing each other, right? And so sometimes we are asked, can a DAO replace a state government, for example? And I think it would be probably a simplistic and reductionist approach. At Kyiv Tech Summit, we were visited by Mikhailo Fedorov, Ukraine's vice prime minister, and he is the minister of digital transformation as well, and Alex Brodnikov was also the deputy minister. And he explained something that's very obvious to me. There are different missions, there are different tasks to complete, right? And for some of them, you want decentralization. But for other ones, you really don't want it. It would be a horrendous experience. And imagine a decentralized army in a war with Russia, right? Russia invades, and it's like every soldier just runs around wherever they want. It's terrible. You need to have central command in place, right? Coordinating things.
But even at Ukraine DAO, it seems like there's a lot of sort of centralized coordination. It's sort of an essential part of coordinating a
100%.
group. Yeah.
And if we didn't have it, we would have done a lot of damage, I think, to Ukrainians, because very often, people mean well, supporters of Ukraine, right? They mean well, but they can sometimes do something that is that maybe Ukrainians don't want them to do it, right? Or maybe it can even be like re-traumatizing to us, this kind of support. And so one of the main principles that we've had from the very beginning is to try to not cause any harm to Ukrainians and to not do things that are in the Ukrainian society considered right now inappropriate. You cannot ensure that without a certain level of centralization. And I also learned a new word recently, re-centralization. I can't remember where I heard it, but it's like conscious centralization back from being too decentralized. And so I think a lot of DAOs struggle because they try to solve too many problems from the beginning when they do not anticipate yet all the problems that they might have. And then they end up in a situation where they agreed on something so they cannot go back, but some issues are there that they struggle to address, and so
they make it too complicated because they want everything to be
100%,
decentralized. You know, in the crypto world, there's a very strong decentralization ethos, and anything that is centralized is seen as like a big violation of that ethos. But then it doesn't work in practice, right? When the DAOs that are actually having lots of concrete impact, they do require a good amount of just central coordination for things to function. So it's interesting to try to understand where is it that decentralization can be valuable and also where it isn't.
Yeah, I think, sorry.
No,
on that note, I think it's kind of, usually the system that seems to be like feasible is like kind of this federated structure of like power, right? So actually I think the military example was kind of good because, I mean, in a way, military is decentralized, that it is like, or at least in the ideal case, like its actions are democratically legitimized by members of a nation, right? And then if you look at something like NATO, which at first sight seems like this vast centralized army, right? If it would be like super accountable and actually like, I can't really talk to this because I'm not a NATO expert, but like in theory, it's like all its actions are kind of legitimized by the citizens of its member states, and then the representatives of these citizens make collective decisions that kind of the citizens gave these representatives buy-in for to participate in. So it's kind of you can maintain like legislative decentralization, like kind of passing the rules and passing the mandates in kind of democratic ways by kind of delegating power to leaders or representatives, but then the execution of these rules might be in like a kind of dark like war room with like the defense ministers of like these countries, or I don't know what NATO's
so
doing
sort of a dance
behind the doors, but
centralized and decentralized governance processes. I'm curious about your trajectories in the blockchain space. There's a lot if you start reading about blockchain technology, if you just Google about it, you will see a lot of buzzwords, right? Like decentralization and empowerment and banking the unbanked. And it can be confusing to try to navigate what's meaningful and what's just marketing. And the two of you have found your ways around it and were able to do and are doing extremely meaningful work. So could you share with us what were your trajectories like in this space?
Sure. So when I discovered kind of this ecosystem, I was kind of on a very different trajectory at the time, working at like a private bank in wealth management, like a super, like, I don't know, traditional financial industry. And
on the dark side, working for the dark side.
yeah, in a way. But then, yeah, there was this interest, because it was like the summer 2017 when there was like this kind of bull market in cryptocurrency, which obviously like financial investors of all sorts might have been like looking at the charts and be like, okay, that is interesting. Like, and then I was tasked to kind of check it out, and fortunately the same night discovered like a presentation of Vitalik, who Aluna is working with, like on TechCrunch, kind of introducing Ethereum, and I was like pretty struck by it, that you could kind of, you know, just programmatically build in like organizational structures or like voting systems or like cash systems, monetary systems, and thought it's maybe more interesting than banking. Like, because I was also, like at the time I studied like business but also philosophy, like kind of combining the two. And as we kind of anyways like discussed a lot of like social choice theory and like different, you know, market mechanisms, I thought at that time like it seems like obvious that innovation in that realm would happen as well in the blockchain space. And then a year later discovered Len's work, like, and the Radical Exchange's work, and this is kind of where I found my, I don't know, ideological home, and kind of pulled me out of crypto in a way again. While I still work with a like blockchain organization, I kind of had to realize that I don't think the problem of society is really like the technology substrate that we're using, really. I think it's more so like the way like organizations are organized and structured, like the voting mechanisms that we use.
The social technologies.
Yeah, the social technologies, yeah. But not the information technologies, basically. So, yeah, I get kind of interested in it because I thought there might be some social innovation that might obviously happen, and then found Radical Exchange as a paradigm that I really like.
Cool. It's similar to my trajectory too, because I was also drawn to the blockchain space. Although I was in the not in the business world, I was in the civic tech world. But I also thought that in starting to learn about Radical Exchange and seeing the intersection between or some of how blockchain technology could offer a home for interesting experiments in governance, I started to be interested in it. And what about you, Alona? I know that there are many stories to share there.
Yeah. So in my case, it started. I don't even know at what point I got interested. Well, I guess I was always curious about crypto, but as many other people, you just don't know where to start because you look it up and it looks complex. And like when people Google a DAO, for example, they read like a definition that is completely different from what Ukraine DAO is like, right? And that puts them off. So they may not necessarily even tell us that they want to join, right? And so to me, in terms of background, I was a paralegal, litigation paralegal in my past life. And I was absolutely miserable as a paralegal because it was an environment where I just couldn't, I was never going to succeed in that atmosphere because it's a very different power structure, right? So you need to be sometimes not a very nice person to people to get ahead, right? So it's not like a community of a collaborative nature that Web3 is, or at least, you know, social impact side of it is. And so I had like a breaking point where in the beginning of the pandemic, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And it was at the time where all GPs were shut, and so I just didn't know about, I could tell there was something wrong, but I wouldn't go to the doctors because could tell it wasn't COVID, and so I didn't want to bother anyone. So by the time I got to the hospital, I was already like going into a coma. I got that just on time. And so basically, it's a wake-up call, right? When you are suddenly told, when you thought that you were completely fine, that actually things are going to be a little bit more difficult for you, right? And to me, that was the best thing to have happened in my life. So people are often very surprised when I say it, but I really mean it, because before that happened, I was 26 at the time, and I had this illusion that I feel like many young people have this illusion that things are going to work out. Like, you know, you think things do not work the way I want to in my life, but it's going to sort itself out. And then at that point, you realize that it's not actually going to sort itself out, and you will need to do stuff for things to work, to go the way you want to, right? And so that's gave me kind of the courage to stop doing the things that I didn't want to be doing, like my job at the time, for example. So I left.
You know, one parallel that this reminds me of is that in the GovZero movement, in which Audrey Tang was one of the leaders, that I was saying, there's this motto that is about stop asking why nobody's doing this, you are the nobody. And I think that realization of like taking upon yourself the responsibility for changing the things that you care about is very much like sort of core to the
100%.
activist spirit.
So something that's like an approach that I have in common with diabetes and with the war. Accept the diagnosis, do not accept the prognosis. So if you ask someone on 20th,
I love that.
Right?
Accept the diagnosis, but don't accept the prognosis.
Yep. So if you ask someone on the 23rd of February whether Ukraine was going to be still fighting and winning so far the Russian invasion, the most optimistic person, well, at least if you ask, you know, somewhere not in Ukraine, the most optimistic person would laugh at you, right? Like it was. It would be called like a pipe dream, because all the experts, both in Moscow and in the West, they were all saying that Ukraine is going to last maybe up to 3 days, and that's it. That's it. There is no, you know, there's no options there. But to us, it was never an option to surrender, because there is nothing worse to us than the Russian occupation, and freedom is at the core of our culture. So we knew, like, we knew that it just wasn't even something that we could consider. And so, yeah, we did not accept the prognosis. We've accepted that Russia invaded. We've done everything in our power to prevent it. But once it started, the response from everyone in the country was very, very united. And something that Russians don't understand about us is that we are not acting on someone's order. So this concept of individual autonomy, that is it's like native to us, right? It's in our blood, like we are all, you know, we grow up just knowing this. To Russians, it's non-existent, and so that's why they waste time making like deep fakes with Zelensky, our president, telling Ukrainians to lay down their arms, and it doesn't matter to us. You know, if we watch a video telling us to lay down the arms, because we did not pick up the arms because of the video, you know, and yeah, so this concept of like individual autonomy is what makes Ukraine right now essentially work like a DAO, because Ukraine has one mission, and everyone in the country and all the Ukrainians outside and all their friends have the same mission. Right, and everyone is doing whatever they can with their skill set to contribute towards that mission. And then there is Ukraine DAO, that's like a DAO on top of that DAO that Ukraine is itself. So that's yeah, I don't know if this makes sense, but...
No, it makes perfect sense. And I love sort of that construction of sort of what is the mindset that makes a hacktivist or a citizen. But I'm also curious about what were some of the other things that you've done in the blockchain space prior to Ukraine DAO.
You mean myself? Yeah. Oh, so have we mentioned Free Rosdao?
Not yet.
Okay, so before launching Ukraine DAO, I was in Free Rosdao helping as a community and operations manager. I I saw them on Twitter. I always was very upset by the sentence of Ross Albrecht, who is the creator of Silk Road Marketplace, who is serving a double life sentence, plus 40 years with no parole, for making a website. All right, so it was basically a website where people could trade anything that they wanted, apart from things that could harm other people. So you couldn't buy weapons there, for example. And so the people, 80% of the traffic on their website was weed for personal use. People who were dealing with whatever was sold on the website have all been released. Ross is in prison essentially forever, and the only way to get released for him is to get presidential pardon. I have 2 law degrees, and I look at his case as a lawyer, right? And I'm like, is it a violent person? No, it's a first-time offender, it's a non-violent offense. Is he going to harm someone if he's released? No, he won't. It just doesn't make any sense to me that he is in prison. 10 years already, almost. And so when I saw the DAO, I was super happy, and I joined immediately as a volunteer moderator, because it was finally a way to do something for him. The broader purpose of the DAO is to advance criminal justice reform. And so it's organized by his close family and friends. They are very consistent. I'm very happy that the initial efforts have carried on very consistently, and they were the ones who helped me launch Ukraine DAO. So without them, Ukraine DAO would never exist. To me, that's a testament to kind of how important it is to not tolerate injustice, even if it's not in front of you. Injustice in one place normalizes injustice in another place.
So on that note, your DAO, Ukraine DAO, has inspired the creation of other DAOs that you're also supporting. So can you share a little bit about that?
So the newest one that we are helping is Iran DAO. And it started when my friend Jaden messaged me saying that she knows this, she has this amazing Iranian friend who lives in London as well, who is looking into setting up an Iran DAO in order to support the Iranian women that are protesting, and they are fighting fiercely with the Iranian state, following the murder of Mahsa Amini, who was she was an Iranian woman who was murdered for having a bit of hair sticking out of her hijab. And so I cannot say that I understand what Moral, who is one of the key people within the DAO, what she's going through, but I can relate to her in terms of what it feels like being oppressed, and also what it feels like to feel pain for your people and to not be there on the ground, right? And it's often people just discard you if you're not there. They say, "How can you speak for Ukraine if you're not in Ukraine right now?" And that's a really vicious thing to say. And from the very beginning, I was trying to give her as much reassurance about that. You don't become any less Ukrainian from not having bombs. You don't need to have bombs dropped on your head in order to have the right to speak, right? And the same way, I told her that the only important thing for me is for her to make sure that she remains authentic and loyal to the Iranian women that she is willing to help. So no one should expect her to be grateful for the help, right? If you're genuinely helping someone, you should not expect anything back.
And how can anyone listening to this support either Ukraine DAO or Iran DAO?
So Iran DAO, you can look it up on Twitter. It's called Iranian _DAO. And Ukraine DAO, Ukraine _DAO. It's a verified account. Ukraine DAO is one. And then we have a Linktree in the Twitter bio, and you click on it, and you can see all the different options for what you can do.
All right. Thank you so much for being with us, Alona and Leon. This was a pleasure, and we all learned a lot today from you. Thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you, Paula.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Heute Ihre Ausreise.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now. And the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together
with us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you to the most important panel of this year's Freedom Games, in my opinion. That is the strategy of pro-democratic parties for the coming elections. One strategy, many strategies. I'd like to introduce a guest. MP Anita Sowinska, New Left. Michał Koposko, Vice President of the party Poland 2050. Adam Szłapka, President of Nowoczesna, Koalicja Obywatelska, MP. I'd like to start with a quotation. The coming elections are very important. We must win them. But our goal is not to crush the opponents. Our goal is to build a society around our idea. That's what Jarosław Kaczyński said in Puławy. So are the elections going to be a clash of ideas? So what's going to dominate the next electoral year? Down-to-earth ideas or a clash of ideas? Mr. Szłapka, thank you very much for invitation. It's very interesting to listen to President Kaczyński. The more, the better for the opposition. There's no unequivocal answer whether it's a clash of ideas or down-to-earth problems. For sure, what is at stake is fundamental issues. That is, whether we're going to have a liberal democracy in Poland over the coming years, just the way we understand it in Western civilization. So, in this respect, it is a clash of serious ideas. But, in my opinion, and there are also polls showing that we don't need to build society in Poland. We have society, civic society. It functions. You can see that in research, in electoral results. I think that the Democratic fraction is much larger, 66%, the people who vote for Democratic parties. The problem is that the electoral system is constructed in Poland in the way that we democratic members of society have different ideas, different views, and they vote for different parties. And Law and Justice, for instance, if it's a populist party, they can attract more voters. So whether we choose a liberal democracy or some, let's say, camouflaged authoritarianism. Now, Putin says this situation about a sovereign democracy. Orban talks about a liberal democracy, but the idea is the same. It's going away from liberal democracy, democratic system, it's rule of law, free media, so all the constituents of democracy now. This does not change the fact that in addition to the large ideas, we're going to talk about down-to-earth issues, and the elections are going to be about life, and primarily about what we are affected by these days. So expensive electricity, the coming winter that's going to pass before the elections, but food getting more and more expensive, but it's going to be exactly the same way as it's been since 2015. So Law and Justice Party and Jarosław Kaczyński, they try to execute a maneuver that's been known for a long, long time, for sure. He will want to generate some fear. In 2015, it was migrants, then LGBT, Germany, Donald Tusk, and so he'll try and generate fear and give a simple answer. So this is a difference between liberal democracy and populism in terms of down-to-earth issues. The elections will be primarily about the very bad condition of the Polish economy. Now, this attempt to escape into the sphere of big ideas, it's maybe a cover for down-to-earth issues. Now, I'd like to move on to President Kobosko. What's going to be the dominant theme in the electoral year? Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be in this excellent number of panelists. I'd like to congratulate on the organizers of Freedom Games. And I'm very happy that no one was detained on the day of opening. These days, you never know anything. You, for example, someone can travel across a country, and okay, some officer asks about you. Okay, we're used to living in this country. Now, this is what has happened recently. And whatever I would say, the issue is extremely serious because it concerns the foundations of the state in which we live. As if you detain public personalities and then the court releases them because there are no grounds for a 3-month custody, this is a country in which you would never like to live, a country in which nothing is certain. Anyone can be accused of anything, very often fabricated, in which we can be kept in custody. One thing is talking about rule of law. Now, it's quite obvious that for a common man it sounds very high-handed. It's a constitutional tribunal and so on and so forth. Most people do not think these issues affect them directly. It's another thing when we show you that this affects court cases. For example, you have a litigation against your neighbor, and if you have a party judge, and if your opponent is close to the ruling party, you won't be able to do anything. So this election will also be about this, about our laws that we've been deprived of day after day for the past several years, and to bring back a law to our country, to make sure the country functions as it should. Now, when I think about restoring justice, it's like going forward. It's not that we should go back to the situation as of 2015. No, we would not be happy if we went back to 2015. And also, keeping on to this example, in 2015, the courts of law did not work well in 2015. We must be honest about it, and this part of Polish reality has not worked well for the past 30 years, and most of members of society are really unnerved when they hear they need to go to the court for for any reason, because the long time of waiting, so on and so forth, the complicated language. So we must not say we want to go back to 2015. Now, Law and Justice Party wanted to obviously destroy the system, but we must make sure for the people who need to go to the court, so that they could have their cases heard in a short time and based on justice rather than politics. Obviously, the election will be largely about economics. This is what affects anyone. This is money evaporating in all dimensions. The value of zloty is going down under the tenure of Mr. Glapiński. The value of our currency is further going down, because if we have this kind of the Ministry of Finance, National Bank of Poland, and Monetary Council, we are in a very bad situation. We have a war next door. When Lviv is being bombarded, it's very, very close. It's only about 200 kilometers to the Belarusian border. If the Belarus gets involved, then the war will get even closer. So the war is coming closer, and this raises the question of our place in the European Union and NATO, also energy issues, environmental issues, green issues that are so important for my party. Now, Jarosław Kaczynski gave us a choice in his presentations. He's making rounds around the country, so Jarosław Kaczynski talks about different narratives, and then we need to comment on what he says. It's a waste of time. It's a stupid thing, some visions. He remembers something from 30 years ago. He creates a worldview, an image of the world that is not existent around us, but also President Kaczynski, president of the Law and Justice Party, he gives us a choice. Should we burn lignite in our houses or just freeze to death? Or we could die of heart attack or cold. So these are the main issues, but we are talking 1 year ahead of the election. So this year, it's a very long time. A lot can happen.
Madam MP, a similar question. What will be the subjects and what subjects will be proposed by the opposition? I think that there will be three main themes. The main will be the European Union, and then the social social aspects like high prices, lack of energy, and different political affairs and scandals. Well, I'll start with the first one. I've been observing politics for some years, and in the previous elections, Law and Justice didn't dare attacking the European Union because they knew that people were very much in favor of Poland's presence in the EU. But over recent years, Law and Justice has done a lot to present the European Union as something oppressive, of not liking us, and some using disinformation, and some people, some voters believe in that. So now Law and Justice feels they can do more, so they get into conflict not only with our neighbor Germany, but also undermine EU politics, policies such as Green Deal. So to me, this will be the main contentious issue, and we need to show where we stand. We, as the left, we are on the side of the European Union and Clean Poland. Well, I'd like to continue this subject. So, elections to authorities to the self-government have been brought closer to the European elections. Do you think that taking elections to the self-government further from the elections to the parliament will be planned for Polexit? I think that that was a calculated political movement. Law and Justice didn't want to link parliamentary elections with elections to the self-government because they were afraid that they would lose a lot. Because mainly in cities and towns, Law and Justice lose. This is confirmed, for example, this was confirmed by the elections in Ruda Śląska, where they lost in the first round. So I think that was the reason why they made this move. I wouldn't look for other reasons. But coming back to the elections, high prices, and the lack of ability on the side of the ruling party to do something about it. Insufficient supplies of fuel, that should be highlighted and stressed. And the third theme, which hasn't resonated here enough, this will be different scandals and affairs. I know that there are many of them, and none has shaken the political stage as yet. But please note that some law and justice voters have got demotivated. The support for them was 40%. Now it's 34%. We know that the DONT system acts against small parties, but also it operates differently depending on how high support is gained by the leading party. There are many affairs and scandals, and recently I got engaged very much in something that is this is just the elephant in the room, not observed by anyone. That is the fact that state-owned energy companies, they are just collecting money from our pockets for energy, for supplies of energy. They are making record-breaking profits, and our main PGE. Main energy supplier, they have higher and higher profits, which then they share with the ruling party. These were these famous posters with a light bulb from which we could learn that the high energy prices were due to the policy of the EU. Kaczynski mentioned also about the force or task force or corpus to protect elections and organizing boxes for voters close to the church, where in smaller village or towns, people when leaving the church they could vote. So how does this impact the position of the opposition party? I would start with Chairman Kobosko, because you talked about it quite a lot. But unfortunately, how could we change this in the forthcoming election campaign? We will not change the rules, of course, but how? Of course not. But how do you want to reach out with your message closer and better to the voters? Well, we don't know what the election rules will be, because Law and Justice changes their opinion overnight. So one day they say there will be changes, on the next day there will not be changes. So that was our postulate from the very beginning, that some changes cannot take place overnight. If we want to change the election rules, these new rules should be binding as of the next election. So Law and Justice is doing as much as they can to mitigate their failure, because they are aware of their forthcoming failure. They are speaking to us individually. They know that everything collapses and that they don't stand good chances of winning. So no matter what, how much votes they get, they will most probably stop being the ruling party. Of course, voting lists are important, candidates are important. So that's all that we are working currently on. The 4 blocks in the opposition, we want to maximize our chances. I think that the Law and Justice, that they have become aware of the fact that the change of the election rules could be counterproductive and that they could result in even bigger defeat. As the opposition bloc, political parties and NGOs, we have proposed the citizen system of monitoring the election. So we are preparing a big army of people who will be looking at how these voices are calculated. So, of course, now Kaczynski says that this is the opposition that aims at falsifying the elections. Probably for the hardcore of law and peace enthusiasts, this is some kind of a message that they still believe in. But to most people, and definitely not to the opposition, this is something that we could treat seriously, because this is just to threaten people with something that will never happen, that's never going to materialize. And let me stop at this. Well, we'll be doing lots of things. Well, honestly speaking, we meet a year before the elections. We are not going to tell you what our election strategy will be. And sorry to disappoint you, because we are working on it, and we are working on it individually. And I hope that we will also be working on it together when it comes to certain ideas, certain working groups. Well, for some months already, we've been proposing a substantive discussion on what, after winning the elections, what we should do first. Well, we are not in the situation of Germany, when some parties or a concrete small group of parties win the elections, and then they sit together at the table and negotiate. This time they did it within quite a short period of time, but we don't have this luxury, we don't have this time. That's why Szymon Hołownia said something which elicited a campaign of haters. Because we expect the challenges to be similar to those in 1989 or 1990. So this new government will not have time to prioritize what is more important, which should be done first. So this is what we should do within the months to come. We don't have time. We are getting ready to the elections individually, but I'm sure that after the elections, the responsibility will be shared across all the political parties of the opposition. But this is not about allocating lucrative positions, but about deciding what should be done first in the first 100 days. So, according to you, how does the opposition can impose some narrative on law and justice, and how to change the rules of the game? Your voters live mainly in big cities. Well, not necessarily, but let's leave that aside. I think that to change the election rules and election ordinance, that will not happen, because I think that if Kaczynski decided that this would be beneficial, he would have done it already. We will, if he changes the rules of election, we'll adjust to it, and then I'm sure he will lose 100%. But when it comes to the number of voting points or centers, and this is really, if I have understood it correctly, I understand that at each church or in each church there will be a voting center or a place where people can vote, because he wants his electorate to vote. I'd like to say that this is very dangerous for the church. 40% of Polish population are people who go to church twice a month, but only 55% of them vote for law and justice. The rest vote for the left, for Hołownia, for civic platform, and so on. And if the church gets engaged so much actively in the elections, this will be the end, the beginning of the end for the church. So I hope that if anybody from the church is hearing what I'm saying now, that's my view. Of course, we need to impose our narrative. So if Kaczynski is saying stupid things about brown coal, or he presents his opinion, we need to say what we think about it, because that's what media expect of us. But we also try to impose our subjects, women rights, rights of LGBT plus people, our ideas for energy, national parks, and so on and so forth. So it's happening, and it bears fruit, because we can see it in the polls and in the support that we have for our for what we propose. For example, for the abortion available until the 12th week of pregnancy, or support for partnership for partner for civic partnerships, because we are also here to impose and to present our messages about what we think is important.
Now, in what you said, we heard about this anti-German attitude of law and justice. Now, recently, we heard about reparations. I was quite surprised that opposition parties supported that act of law in terms of requiring reparations from Germany. What was the idea behind it, maybe for the Law and Justice to lose initiative? Now, there are several issues here. Let me start with voting districts, because that is a question about fairness and any trust in the authorities. I'm not Jarosław Kaczynski. I do not have any evidence that in Poland elections recently have been free but not fair. So in terms of the process of the election day, obviously everything is according to the procedure of the State Electoral Commission. But if we talk about the electoral process as a whole, as a political campaign, over the past several years, we have a situation where we have not had an even playing field. We have public television, which is an instrument of propaganda. We have ministries. We have provincial governors. We have also state-owned companies that are pumped into the campaign. In 2019, after the Europe Parliament elections, I notified the prosecutors, because even the ministerial vehicles had electoral slogans supporting law and justice without the name of the party. So basically, the program of the party was on vehicles without the logo of the party. So everyone knew what it meant. So even today, we need to realize that elections in Poland have not been fair. from the point of view of what Law and Justice has been doing. And whatever Jarosław Kaczyński says needs to be taken seriously, dead serious. Now, he said we should create an election protection corps. We've had that in history. This PPN paramilitary organization protected the referendum in 45. Now, talking about additional districts near churches, we all know what this is about. Now, if the opposition entered the elections like this, obviously he would change the electoral law and create, let's say, 100 electoral countries. And then he knows that we would create one electoral list, and then he would stand no chance. So there is no thinking about the good of the country. It's only thinking about preserving power, remaining in power. So we must keep an eye on it. We must have people on each electoral district. It's not so easy to steal the elections. Of course, the campaign is not fair, but the electoral process can be. So now let's move on to the next point. We live in a reality that is not always dependent on us. Now, please take note that at the beginning of 2020, Law and Justice stumbled. Opposition parties were able to impose a narration. For example, opposition parties came up with the idea to transfer 2 billion zloty for the health service rather than the public TV. Now, the Law and Justice Party had major problems then. Now, the reality came to the help of Law and Justice, and now the government had all the cards at hand. So the minister, the prime minister, were on TV every day. There's no world outside of the government. The opposition disappeared. 2 years later, January, beginning of February 2022, Law and Justice also started to have problems, the scandals and so on. Now, what happened? A war broke out. It's not a time or place for an ordinary political fight. Everyone should work together now. Now, the new issues like high prices, the European Union, mentally, they're outside of Europe. Now, you asked about reparations. Now, generally speaking, in everyday life, in Law and Justice, no one thinks in terms of functioning of the country, presence of Poland in Europe, our security. Now, taking into account Russian aggression, we must be integrated with the West. So they only have a kind of current party thinking. Now, Law and Justice sets traps for opposition and digs holes into which we should fall. Now we need to separate between things that are very harmful action from the point of view of the state. It's an attempt to go around the trap will be very, very high cost. And what is the trap? But without major consequences. The issue of reparations, now this is something prepared only for, let's say, internal politics. Law and Justice has not prepared any serious consequences. Even the note, a diplomatic note sent to Germany was kind of fictitious. No. We added some points on the Soviet Union into that declaration. If we went against it, then Law and Justice would repeat several times a day that we went against national interest. I'd like to compare this to a situation in the last term. They exactly used the same method. What they wanted is to apply their ideas locally. Now, what I mean is the law on the Institute of National Memory. Of course, I was one of the few MPs who voted against it. It destroyed our relations with the United States, Israel. But in all parties, there are people who voted for, and that is something that we must avoid. Situations in which law and justice can destroy our Polish relations just in their own interest. Now, in the case of reparations, we had to defuse the bomb. They don't have it anymore, and there won't be any consequences. But can you use these strategies in the long term? No, I can't imagine a situation where the opposition will vote with Law and Justice just to deprive them of arguments. Now, let's take this question to you. You voted against your club, your party. Now, I abstained for two reasons. For a global reason, as we have a difficult situation, Russian aggression in Ukraine, energy crisis, and at a time when we need unity in the European Union, because that's the only way of prevailing against Russia. We want to create a conflict within the European Union. I think it's extremely irresponsible, and the next thing is an ethical issue. I cannot put a price on human life, especially after so many years. And obviously, some of the formulation notes in the report were unacceptable. For example, Poland wanted to get reparations for what happened in Jedwabne. But that's a detail. But politically speaking, opposition behaved wisely because opposition acted pragmatically. Right now, voting for this act of law, the opposition says, okay, you have a mandate. Now, okay, the ball is in your court. Now it's your turn to get the reparations. So the Law and Justice tried to set up a trap for the opposition. Now the opposition set up a trap for Law and Justice. So politically speaking, that was a good movement because that reparation conflict would favor Law and Justice, and in this way we kind of rendered Law and Justice toothless. I wonder whether this was right from this point of view. Yes, I think it was correct. Our MPs abstained. And we had a longer discussion before a vote, and some people wanted to vote against because we knew what it was all about, that this was not a step towards getting any kind of money from Germany. It was an extremely cynical act for the internal goals of the party. Now, we decided we must not let the Law and Justice blackmail us because they will act in exactly the same way. We are already having an election campaign. This is the mode of working. They're going to set up traps, bills, and acts of law, and say, okay, either you vote with us or you're anti-Polish, you're traitors, so on and so forth. So it was our conscious decision to abstain. To be clear, We don't talk about reparations, but the issue of compensation for the losses and damages caused by the Third Reich is not closed. Now we are discussing with our colleagues from German parties. We know the position of the German government after the Second World War. Poland was not a sovereign country, and this subject must not be considered closed, and this subject will be continued. And in our opinion, once the ruling party changes, we will not consider the subject non-existent. But right now, what Law and Justice does, they are not going to get even €1 of compensation from Germany. I think this subject is going to come back. But today we know the way Law and Justice works. It's trying to appropriate certain issues, trying to privatize our way of thinking. We must not concede to that. It's not the property of Law and Justice, as it is privatizing and stealing the country. Law and Justice is trying to steal our patriotism, but you cannot do that, yes. So even once you had this inspection in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Kaczynski said that opposition is against the Polish country. Now, if I want to be malicious, I would ask you how your MPs voted in the case of the Institute of Public Remembrance. I absolutely agree with you that Kaczynski is not intent on the €1 from the reparations. It's about blackmail. No, it's about the 1% or maybe 2 or 5% in the polls. Now, when we talk about opposition strategies, it's difficult to talk about strategies, but one thing is pretty obvious to the extent that you can reveal it. So the polls show there is no flow in the voters between Law and Justice and the opposition. The issue is who can mobilize voters and whose voters will be demobilized. So this trap was set for us to fall in it and vote against the law or abstain so that Law and Justice could mobilize their voters for the whole year. Okay, they're anti-Polish, pro-German, and when they come, but they do that anyway, whatever you say. But now they need to look for some other arguments. They need to show to Donald Tusk 80 times per day and talk about completely stupid things. They would have a ready argument. And I agree with Mrs. Sowinska that we were right. We added Soviet Union because they didn't want it for some reason. And I said, okay, let's do it. No problem. And there won't be that issue until elections. So this is a way to diffuse their traps. And you must be very careful. But the Institute of Public Remembrance, as we cannot rebuild our relationship with Israel. And we have a good relationship with the United States only because of the war.
And the last question, because I'm sure that there will be also questions from the audience. This is quite an obvious question concerning the blocks. That is, in how many blocks will you go for elections, taking account of personal differences between the leaders? Okay. Well, first of all, we need to ask ourselves a question. What's our objective? Our objective is to win, that is and to get the biggest number of mandates. A very interesting poll by Poster showed that united opposition will get over 50%, but confederation will benefit from it, 12.5%. But the second conclusion from this opinion poll, was that if there were many more blocks on the side of the opposition, our end result would be better. So we need to take pragmatic decisions. We have made it clear we can cooperate, we can rule the country together. We do it at the level of parliamentary committees, work groups, so I can see this cooperation. We can cooperate. So how many blocks? Well, there are two aspects to it. We know the don't rule, but in the don't system, we don't want small political parties to get below the threshold. That's the most important. Well, in my opinion, the major benefit would be if Polish Peasants Party and Poland 2050 would go together, because there is a risk of the Peasant Party to be under the threshold. But we are also taking some steps, because we decided strategically to cooperate with the party Razem, by the name of Razem, together. Well, to you, it may seem they are also on the left, but they are a different political party, and we have to take care of the unity on the left end of the spectrum. But another thing is how many votes will Law and Justice get. Some years ago, they had 40%, 2 years ago, but now they have 34%. This is the support that they have. This also translates into the number of their mandates and seats, the number of seats in the parliament. So we also need to demobilize the Law and Justice voters. And I think that Kaczynski is very much aware of it. That's why he speaks of these electoral districts close to the church, close to their voters, mobilized by the priests. And we need to do everything. We need to show that they are unable to rule the country, that they can't fight high prices, that they fuel the inflation, that they can't provide Poles with coal. So we need to reach out with such pieces of information to the voters of Law and Justice, even if they don't vote for us. But there is a hope and a chance that some of these people will just not vote at all. Well, Chairman, will Polska 2050, Poland 2050 go together with the Peasants' Party? Well, thank you very much, Madam, for helping us in very difficult political activity. I just wanted to say that we hope that the left will go together with the civic platform. There are so many points where it seems quite obvious. Well, I'm not going to advise anyone who they should go with for the elections, and I'm not going to say who we are going to go with to these elections. But let's focus on what's common to all of us. Well, first of all, that we are still before elections, but after the elections, we'll be able to make an agreement on the government. It will not be easy, of course, because our voters differ very much. So those parties which present their postulates for the elections, they are very diverse. But we want to create a stable government. This is one of the challenge. Currently, the country is indebted. leave us with that, and they will say, well, do whatever you can with it, and we'll tell you then that when we were the ruling party, we were paying 500 zloty for each child, and we were paying 13 and 14 pension to pensioners, but we need to think of sustainable ideas for a sustainable and stable government. Well, when it comes to the electoral blocks, well, we have time until the end of the year. We think this is quite premature to discuss it right now. We think that we need to have a kind of program discussion, which is not taking place yet among the leaders of democratic parties, but we believe that that such an exchange of views is very much necessary, and blocks should be created to ensure quite a clear win of the opposition. Well, we have the pact in the Senate, and there are no problems with that. We know that we have to act together there, and I believe that in the Senate we'll be able to negotiate our going together to increase our majority to 60 plus senator seats, so that we could act more in a more stable way than before the elections. Well, how many lists? Well, if there are 4 lists, this will not be a good solution. There should be fewer, and we've been very much in favor of 2 lists for quite a long time. So civic coalition and the left. No, we are not going to suggest anything like that. I think we are not ready yet. Each political party is, and we are the youngest one. We are working. We are preparing our candidates, our lists, our campaign, and it's a lot of work. And what's the end result is we will see soon. Well, what about the civic coalition? Well, when I hear that we will make agreements after elections, I'm afraid that that first of all we need to win these elections, because otherwise we will agree about how we act as an opposition. We have to think in terms of winning these elections. So we need to win the elections instead of saying, oh, well, okay, we'll go for elections, and then we will think how we distribute the departments in the future government. Well, I think her enemy year would be the best system. I think, first of all, we should change the DONT system. We should do away with it. We are very much differentiated. There are liberals, there are conservatives. Conservatives, this is a wide array of views, and we for quite some time people are voting for lesser evil, which is a dramatic choice, and we are also losing quite many people because but our potential voters, because they don't want to vote, because they say, well, anyway, I'm choosing between something that is bad and from my point of view and something that is worse. So people should be able to vote for what they feel they should vote for. And today, it's not. Today, we are not playing a normal game. There are no rules for the game. We have to maximize our win. So we know how DONT system works. Because it gives more seats, or everybody, absolutely everybody, should be within one big democratic bloc, doing absolutely what we can to mobilize our voters. So with full mobilization, I believe that such a list could get over 55, 56%. And now we should to translate it into the seats in the parliament. In Warsaw, for example, such a list of the opposition could win 14, 15 seats in the parliament. That means that we could have the overwhelming majority. I was speaking about one list already in March 2018. The left was not existing under this logo yet, and today this is a serious political proposal. I think first we should do what we can to win, and we cannot lose faith, and we cannot be afraid of dreaming that we can win with overwhelming majority. We also should think about constitutional changes. It's not that distant. In 2011, democratic parties had 304 seats in the parliament. Civic Platform, Democratic Left, and Palikot Party. And Law and Justice was very lucky in 2015 because the left was left outside of the parliament, Confederation also, so they got the majority. But if we do try, we can also be lucky to have quite a good end result. We should do it before elections, not after the elections. First question, we have still 3 minutes. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask you about this last thing, that is how many lists, and do you as opposition leaders, are you aware of the fact that you can win the elections, have the majority in the parliament, but don't rule the country? How many votes do you need to outvote the president, or to restore what happened within these 8 years? So are you thinking of getting qualified majority, perhaps also sufficient to change the constitution? So I understand this is a rhetoric question because this is about the foundations of our thinking. What this majority will be like, no matter how many lists we have for these elections, President Duda will be our president for 2 years, and the Constitutional Tribunal will be operating under the supervision of Julia Przyłębska, and they will be trying to make our lives hard. So it would be ideal, of course, if we could have the majority that would allow us to outvote the president veto. I agree. We need to be ambitious. We need to pose far-reaching goals, but it cannot be oversimplistic. It doesn't mean that if we agree on one big happy list of the opposition, that we will get this premium. Well, Adam, you said you think that it would be. Well, you can calculate it. Well, that's why we've been calculating it for months, and we are carrying out a service, and we don't learn from it that one list would be better than 2 lists. And also confederation, that the result of confederation is quite worrying, because they are openly pro-Russian, and they represent pro-Russian interests. They may be given a chance. Well, we not only need to win, but we also need to win in the highest proportion possible. We cannot miss a single voter. Some voters say, I will never vote for this or other party. This is the so-called negative electorate. They may not want to vote for the left or for Hołownia or for the coalition. We may not miss them. We may not lose them. It may change, but that shows that one list is not a remedy for it. And it was also clear in Hungary. Of course, it's not a panacea for everything, but there are people here who can count, and the difference between 55% and 57% per one list translates into the difference of 25 seats in the parliament. But we need to be aware of that. Of course, we are aware of it, but we need to structure it in such a way to be able to outvote the president veto. And we should also assume that it's possible to get 304 seats. Remember these 304 seats in 2011. But when it comes to the government, of course, we have a lot of possibilities. We can also undermine and reverse many decisions from the times of the Law and Justice because they were simply illegal. We cannot prolong our discussion, although we'd like to discuss it longer. So a round of applause for our panelists, and please address the
It's
remaining
not always
questions
easy to
directly.
recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together
with us.
Hello and welcome. My name is Matt Pruitt. I'm president of Radical Exchange Foundation, and I'd first like to say thank you so much to the organizers of the conference and to Gollum Foundation and others for making this happen. We're very, very honored to be here, and I'm really excited today to be having this conversation about a really important institution, money. And I'm joined today by Uri Shapiro and Joanna Erbel.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to see you. So I'll give quick introductions, and I think set a little bit of context for the conversation, and then let's jump into your ideas. I know that you've both very committed thinkers to this on this question of the future of money. So, for the benefit of the audience, Joanna is an activist, a candidate for the mayor of Warsaw.
Former candidate.
Former candidate.
2014, yeah.
As well as a sociologist, a photographer, and publicist, and a curator. And I know you've done a lot of writing and a lot of deep study of different kinds of community currency initiatives. Udi Shapiro is a professor of computer science, as well as a contributor, a very fundamental contributor to many other academic fields, including biology and nanotechnology. And Udi's recent work has focused on the question of economic democracy. The reason that so let me give a little bit of background about Radical Exchange Foundation and about our interest in this question of money and currency, and then I would love for each of you to say a little bit more about your work and your study in the area. So Radical Exchange Foundation started in 2018 with the mission of taking a really deep look at some of the fundamental institutions of democracy and markets. So we are committed to the idea that for the future of democracy, what we need is not only a recommitment to the institutions of democracy that we have, but a very deep study of them, and with an understanding that some of the things that we consider to be the sort of building blocks of democracy, like elections, like voting, like property, and other kinds of bedrock pieces of our society, may not be fully democratic and are not beyond scrutiny, and in fact we're unlikely to successfully carry democracy forward into the 21st century and integrate it with technology and with the many sort of shearing forces against democracy without a really, really deep look at these basic institutions. One of the institutions that we have worked on over the past year or so is the institution of money. And in particular, we're thinking about our work is concerned what we call plural money, which is to say the idea that is sort of a universal metric of value or a universal yardstick of value shared across the entire economy may not be entirely coherent, may not be exactly what we need, may not be consistent with a fully democratic future. This is something that lots of people have thought about for many years, but there are lots of interesting possibilities opening up with new technologies regarding the future of money and regarding the design of this basic institution. So I would love to hear from each of you perhaps a little bit of background about your work and how it connects to the idea of money. Perhaps starting with Joanna.
Okay. Hi everyone. First thing, I have to admit that I'm not an expert of money, but I'm an expert of local communities. So my basic research is on local communities, and it's not only on the digital communities, but most of all of the communities that we call it like territorial communities, like current version of Greek idea of polis. So the people who live in the same place, they should be involved in the democratic procedures, on the strategic development goals, but as well they should have a possibility to decide how they exchange. And money is only one of the energies in current life. We are using often barter. We are helping each other. We are very good in volunteering, especially here in Poland. After the Ukrainian crisis, due to the Ukrainian war, we know that we are very eager to share things. We share our time, share our places, and how we access the idea of the money, that we try to answer the question how we can exchange all these energies, where money, we know, is only one of them, to create stronger communities. At the moment I'm working on a cooperative, and my aim is to persuade a local government to start development cooperatives, which we understand the financial vehicles where people could invest, but they should be able to invest not only money, but as well their time, or put their goods, like parts of their garden and other stuff. And due to that, I think we need new approach to money and some type of tokens, which we call in Polish bony, to be able to connect all these types of the resources that we have. So I'm very interested, like what happens like in this like alternative money, but my main aim is to strengthen local community, which is not very obvious, because often you have the approaches where you divide the real needs, like need for housing, need for energy, from the concept of the alternative money. And for example, new version of Bristol Pay, which is the new generation of Bristol Pound, its aim was to divide our activism from our like basic needs. They wanted to create a system when you can like gain points for being ethical, for being sustainable, but they couldn't be transformed into, for example, paying your rent. And the system we would like to bring closer is the idea that you can use some tokens to have to meet your basic needs. So this is the surrounding thing coming from.
Super, thank you. And Udi, I wonder if you can tell us a bit about your work over the last few years.
So I think I connect very much to what you said in the sense that strengthening local communities is a fundamental goal. And my work in the last 5 years has been trying to correct the digital realm in the direction of equality. Because I think specifically for local communities, we see that global platforms are sucking away value and wealth and control and power from local communities. And it seems like as if it's an inevitable consequence of how the digital world works. And actually, I don't believe this is the case. I think it is the current state of affairs where we have these global autocratic platforms on one hand and cryptocurrencies, which we can talk about on the other hand, but neither of them serves the needs of and empowers local communities. So my main goal is equality, and my work on sovereign cryptocurrencies aims to serve this goal of equality, and including through it empowering local communities.
So the first question that I'd really like to ask both of you is, what is the problem that your work is trying to solve? So what is the problem with money? You know, money is an institution that in many ways it seems like it, you know, just was invented out of the ether. It seems like something that it sort of naturally emerges through our interactions and through our commerce. And yet both of you are, in your work, re-examining it and thinking about how to make this sort of fundamental institution better. So what's the problem with what we already have that, that you're trying to address?
Probably that we forgot why money was invented. Money was the idea that you have something like trust between the people, which is put into something really abstract to move around the city and move around the globe, and then that is spent to meet your basic needs, to buy something that you really need. Money was made for the speculation, but not in a way it is used now. Now this speculative strength of money is destroying our globe, is destroying our city. And many people who really need to have access to money, they don't have it. So thinking in a way how you can exchange your work for something, exchange the things you have for something else, which is not the money that you need, probably will be, is the approach that will be able to solve our probably biggest problems, like access to the energy, access to help.
And is there something about, how do you see the relationship between money and community? So why does your focus on the strengthening of community lead you to orient your attention on the question of money?
Because you need a token that you will exchange. Like in my local community, like in the city, people are exchanging goods for something, and usually they are like nice avocado, bottle of vegan milk, bottle of wine, bottle of oil, another book, or some other thing. And what money allows you is to keep this exchange more abstract. Like in Warsaw, we used to have an idea which is called wymiennik. It was the place when you can change goods and your work for some money which was called alterka. It was like the alter money. But the problem with the system was that it was a Warsaw-wide system, and Warsaw is too big, so we didn't have enough people using alterka to make it sustainable. Sustainable, I mean, not going to the other side of the city to pay by alterkas for a book that you could buy in a bookstore. That's why my main focus is on the local communities. And we use like the notion of money, or rather tokens, because this is something that is abstract enough and close enough to what people understand. It's a different type of the money. Especially that we are in Poland quite accustomed to collecting stamps to get your 11th coffee, 3, to the card, loyalty cards, and other stuff like this. So we want to show that thinking about alternative approach of the money, it can allow you to use habits that you already have, or you connect points by your app when you go to the store, or to get, for example, like a toy for your child in the supermarket if you spend enough money. So we all do this, but we all do this in the name of the huge corporate actors. And what we really need to do is to use this approach to create sustainable local communities and to allow access of goods between us, not between us and corporation and back, but within the local community. And my dream about my local community, another local community, is that each of us would have its own development cooperative, which would be a kind of bank of money, bank of goods, that we would be using. It sounds quite primitive or tribal, but I think we are living in a world that we need both like the global connection and the global exchange of knowledge and local resources and network, because we are probably will be meeting more and more different types of power cuts, which means that you are offline. If you are offline, it's nice to have as well an analog version of connection with people. So big question for me is how to use the whole knowledge and approach and organization schemes that are used, for example, in cryptocurrencies, to have, how we call it, like analog plugs.
And so would you, when you say that, you mentioned sort of the idea that money is like an abstraction of value. So, you know, if you think of money that's being transacted at a more community-based level, it's still an abstraction, but it's an abstraction at a lower level, right? It's closer to the sort of concrete thing of trust and connection to a community. Is that fair?
But there's nothing wrong with the abstraction. There is something wrong with when the abstraction becomes an idol that we cannot control. And we need money based on values that are our values, not the values of the big corporations, made in a way reproducing the schemes that we can control. For example, we can say, like, I would be very happy if, for example, part of the price of food would be, sometimes you call it like water track. Then it would be obvious that pumpkin is cheaper than avocado or some other stuff. Or I would like to live in a world when we exchange our goods, like the local pumpkins, local apples, for example, for helping the farmer to gather them or to do something else.
Yeah, I think that's beautifully put, and to be clear, I totally agree. I think that my hope, at least in the construction of these kinds of institutions, is to make the abstractions closer to what we really care about, and to, you know, hopefully have kind of a democratic input into the fit between our abstractions and what we're really trying to create in a community.
We live in a world of abstraction, like something like trust. This is something really abstract. Democracy is abstract. But the question is that making it real and remembering from it comes helps us to make good decisions. And what I know that in Poland we have a huge energy crisis now, like in many places in the world, and probably it's not an abstract idea, but we'll be simply sharing some stuff because we won't be able to buy them, because we won't have money. But for example, maybe we would have time to help my neighbor with kids and get something in advance, or to cook together, or buy things together, or do something together. If you look at the origin of this alternative money, most of them is crisis money. Well, maybe not most of them, but half of them. Half of them is the money, like Bristol pound, that was made to strengthen local community, understood as local businesses. So it was to trigger people to buy locally, not in the local trade shops, but not in the corporate shops. But the other original of the alternative money is crisis money, that people didn't have anything, they didn't have but they had time, and they created something abstract to exchange what they needed.
So would love to get your thoughts in a moment on what has made some of these past efforts successful, what has made them last, what has made them not last. But for now, I'd love to turn to Udi to hear a little bit about your quite cutting edge recent work on the creation of sort of personal or community based currencies, which has some quite interesting relationships to cryptocurrency, but is actually a system based on an entirely different architecture than the cryptocurrencies most people are familiar with.
Thanks. So actually, I'd like to go back to your question. What's wrong with money? What's the problem with money? Actually, I've researched this question for quite some time, and I have a deep insight which I would like to share with you. I think the main problem with money is that too many people around the world don't have enough of it. That's the problem with money. and too many people around the world don't have it at all, actually. And this is a serious answer because what I'm proposing is actually aims to solve that, in a way. So the idea of sovereign cryptocurrencies is that anybody can print money. I mean, if the state can print money, why can't I print money? So it can be issued by people, by corporations, by cities, by states as well. But there are several principles that hold them together, and I'd like to share them with you. First of all, it's sovereign, so I can print as many UDI coins as I want, and you can print as many MAT coins as you want, and you can print as many Ioana coins that you want. So that's the first principle. The second one is we follow Putin, and the way he priced gas in rubles, each of us is going to price our goods and services that we offer in terms of our own coins. So if you want me to babysit for your kid, you'll have to pay me 5 UDI coins per hour. And if you want me to clean your garden, you'll have to pay me 20 UDI coins. And if you want to rent my car or stay in my apartment, you'll have to get my coins. And similarly, if I want something from you, I'll have to pay with your coins. So that's how anybody who is productive can establish value for their own sovereign currency. The other point is maybe the main point, and the kind of abstract way, or the kind of nice way to say it, is that sovereign cryptocurrencies can turn trust into liquidity. So if people trust each other, then this trust can be turned, it's a digital means. Sovereign cryptocurrencies is a digital means of turning trust into liquidity. And the way it works is that if we all trust each other, then we can create mutual liquidity by me giving you 100 UDI coins and you giving me 100 MAT coins. And similarly, I give you 100 UDI coins and you give me 100 Ioana coins. So suddenly, out of nothing, I suddenly have 200 coins, 100 MAT coins and 100 Ioana coins, which I can buy things from MAT and from Ioana. And they can buy things from me and from each other. So just by exchanging personal coins, we've already created a liquid community out of thin air. And the last principle, which is the kind of the thing that holds this thing together, and really makes this work in a serious way, not just as a kind of something that feels like an imagination, is the notion of coin redemption. So the one and only obligation, it's like the protocol, the one that's hardwired into sovereign cryptocurrencies, is that when I offer my goods and services in terms of UDI coins, I also offer all the coins I own, I hold, other people's coins in terms of UDI coins, 1 for 1. So you can get from me a Ioana coin against an UDI coin. So if you want something from Ioana and you don't have Ioana coins, but you have my coins and I have Ioana coins, you can exchange them 1 for 1, and it's my obligation. So one way to think about sovereign cryptocurrencies or sovereign coins, it's a unit of debt. So when you have my coin, I owe you. And what do I owe you? I owe you any coin that I have against the coin I gave you. So this gives not only mutual liquidity, it has several technical properties. First of all, it makes personal coins fungible because you can exchange any UDI coin against any other UDI coin that I have. So all my coins are the same as far as you're concerned, which has implications, technical implications I can talk about later if there is. Second, there's a technical point that it really helps. It's the means for resolving double spending. You know that essentially the entire machinery of cryptocurrencies, all the software that hundreds of programmers are writing to create, 4,000 coins in the coin exchange, or 5,000, or I don't know how many. I've lost count how many coins, how many cryptocurrencies are in the CoinDesk or other coin exchanges. All they do is find solution to double spending, how to prevent people from double spend digital currencies. So coin redemption in a technical way resolves it without blockchain consensus, without miners, without anything. I'm responsible for resolving double spends in my coins. So if you double spend my coin, if you have an UDI coin and you double spend it and 2 people come complaining to me, I'm the one to resolve this double spend in my own coin. So that's the other thing. And another thing that coin redemption does is chain redemptions. So you can, if you need something from Joe and Joanna has Joe coin and I have Joanna coin and you have my coin, you can redeem my coin against a Joanna coin and then redeem from Joanna a Joe coin against Joanna coin and then go buy something from Joe. So you get, as long as mutual liquidity along a line, you can get something using chain payments. And the one thing this ensures, it allows is arbitrage. So if Joe's coin is extremely expensive and there's liquidity, you can actually get a Joe coin and sell it and make money on the arbitrage, which means that even though sovereign cryptocurrencies are individual and issued by each person independently, the fact that coin redemption requires us to redeem one coin one per one means that as long as there's liquidity in the community, all coins will be the same value. They can be exchanged one for one. So these are the basic principles.
And it's an important sort of inversion of the usual cryptocurrency structure because it's not trustless, right? It's entirely based on the idea of sort of trust between different parties who are transacting, and yet it has the form of a protocol with certain sorts of obligations. So that, for example, if I'm not redeeming my coins for other coins according to the protocol, then I essentially lose credibility, and the coins that I issue will lose value in the network.
I have one question for Udi. How in your system you decide that, for example, John coins are they value more than other coins?
Okay, so as I said, as long as there's mutual liquidity, if all the people here in the room have mutual liquidity, everybody has everybody else's coin, nobody is left without any other people's coins, then the value of all the personal coins of everybody here will be equal, because if they're not, then people will do arbitrage and close the gap. Okay, so but it does not mean that these coins are equal forever. For example, if I become insolvent, and you have my coins but have nothing to offer, and I've also decided to be lazy and go to the beach and not work, and I won't babysitter for you, and I won't clean your garden, so my coins will devalue it, like if I'm insolvent. And so it's not that all coins are equal by decree. All coins of productive people or productive organizations who are solvent and not consuming more than they're producing will be equal, whether it's people or governments or corporations or state, they will be equal in value. So that's I hope I answered this question.
Yeah, but for me, this is the interesting. This is where the interesting part starts. Who decides and which work is more productive? Which type of value we need more? Because talking only about like the models, it's something which doesn't solve for me like the current problems. For me, it's answering how we would work, whether I will work in the future as an academic or as an innovator, or a public speaker, or my main skill would be participating in keeping local farm, local city farm.
Can I answer that?
Please.
Okay, so I think you went far ahead. I'm talking about the very modest mechanism, but the basic answer is that going back to the second principle I mentioned, that every person prices their own goods and services in terms of their own currency. So I price my services in terms of Udi coins, and if I price them too high, then you will not use me. And if I price them too low, everybody will want it, and I will have too much work. You know, so nobody is controlling that. It's a distributed, decentralized system, and market forces. If different people offer the same, in case there's mutual liquidity, all coins will be the same. And if different people offering, using their personal coins, identical services at different prices, then people will flock to those who offer the cheaper services. So that's a very standard market economy. But the key point I want to stress, this whole thing, there's one and only goal for this, and that's equality. And it allows a community to bootstrap itself into a liquid economy without external capital or credit. So we don't need other people's money, we don't need bank credit. We, all of us, by simply, if we trust each other, it's a big if, but if there are geographic communities, people who live close by, you know, villages, close neighborhoods, family, friends, then there is enough trust in it to create out of thin air liquidity that will allow the community to trade without, and bootstrap an economy without capital or credit.
So I think it's useful to see that the establishment of trust and the establishment of sort of community support within the kind of economy that what you're proposing could create, in a way that's happening outside of the protocol of the currency structure that you're outlining. But what's useful, I think, is to see the particular problems that your design is addressing. So, for example, I think it might be helpful for you to say a little bit about, for example, like why the construction of the system that you're outlining on an existing cryptocurrency platform wouldn't work, or like why couldn't we just use, for example, paper to establish the kind of network that you have in mind?
Okay. So first, let me talk about cryptocurrencies. I mentioned them briefly, but I'm interested in the digital world and in democracy in the digital world and equality in the digital world. And today, we don't have it. And cryptocurrencies theoretically can offer a platform to do things on top of them, but they are fundamentally by design plutocratic, not democratic. So the power is distributed. They're decentralized. That's good. So they're not authoritarian, which is good. They're majoritarian, which is also very good. But after we finished enumerating all the good things, now comes the last thing, which they are almost democratic, but they're not. They're majoritarian, but what counts is majority of money, not majority of people. So cryptocurrencies are, in some sense, a model or example for what I wanted to achieve, but leaving the plutocracy outside. So if one way to view my proposal is it's very much in line of other cryptocurrencies, except instead of being plutocratic, it aims to be egalitarian and democratic. That's sort of a high-level summary. There are lots of technical, I know, who is a computer scientist in the audience? Can I, okay. So for you, we can talk later. I think for the rest, I mean, the work I'm describing is in foundation, I submit my papers to theoretical computer science venues. So it's a mathematical, theoretical work, which hopefully will have implications in the real world, but I will try to stay at a higher level for this discussion.
And Joanna, I wonder if you could comment a little bit on, having studied lots and lots of real community currency systems, what have you learned about what makes them work? And I think I would love to hear sort of both sides of it. So what makes them work? And at least from a sort of a casual observation, the history of community currencies seems a little disappointing to me. It seems like there just haven't been as many projects that have succeeded on a very large scale as we would have hoped, given the clear sort of promise of this idea. And I wonder if you have thoughts about why.
Probably that many of the local currencies couldn't deal with the digital transformation from different reasons. Some of them didn't meet the needs, the technological needs that, because the local communities didn't have a strong enough network, because walls in the houses were too thick, so you couldn't do it easily. So so it didn't work. Another thing was that it was the case of Brussels pound, that it turned out that it's quite exclusive. That's probably, if you took the people with their PhD in the group of the people who were using Brussels pound, it was like 15 or 18% of the group, which is not the typical distribution in the society. Then it turned out that keeping the system from the technological side is too expensive. So you would have to pay more. Then you have the question that I'm always asked when I talk about the tokenization, that what will happen with the people who are not digital natives? What will happen with all the people who are not from our social class? That's why when I talk about like these alternative currencies, I like to remember about territory. That if you are thinking that the main aim is to make happy the people who are your neighbors, it's a different approach when you want to have a group of 500,000, 5 million users. Because you can have 5 million people who are very similar, like we are very similar here. We are somehow different, have different approaches, but we can communicate together. We have time to spend Saturday like we spend it now. And I think we'll have another wave of the local currencies due to the incoming crisis. And what I think will happen, and you can see this kind of test, where, like there's an alternative money which was tested in Amsterdam. It's called Juliet. It's a token which is partly an energy token. So it would be wise to think when we don't have enough access to energy to say you have to do some community work to get into the system. You have to do something which is really necessary. Not what you think is necessary and then market will say whether other people will buy it. But we have to stop thinking from our individual perspective, but we have to start to think from the wider perspective because our resources are limited. Especially now in Poland we have limited access to energy. People who are living in houses which are centrally heated don't have the problem, but people who are using coal to heat their places, they will really have a problem. Probably will have as well problem with access to food. And in future, from my perspective, it won't be like making my own coin to change it into your coins. But making my Mokotów district coins, when we all together think what we need and how we can exchange it with other districts and how we can exchange our work and our knowledge within the society. I spent probably more than 10 years as an unpaid public consultant, as an activist. And I think like people who are active in their society, they should be paid. But maybe they not should be paid in money, but they should be paid in some tokens you can use somehow. To go to the swimming pool, to get a free lunch in a restaurant that is in the city-owned building or stuff like this. That's why our approaches are really different, because I treat myself as a part of ecosystem. And I would never create my own coin, because I can use it in zloty now. I can spend my, related to the normal market. But what I'm really thinking about, how we can work as an ecosystem, this small ecosystems. Because we don't only need trust between abstract people, we need trust between people we are really close to, because we will really need to know each other for the next crises. And somehow we had in Poland a stress test, like a few million of Ukrainians that fled in Poland, and the voluntary network that created, it's something that we as a community benefit as well. There are a few organizations that were launched while helping others, and they are thinking how to use the trust to exchange some the other resources. So when we used to have like the free shop for people from Ukraine, Now we are thinking how to use the same logic to do something for people who live in the district, or all people who live in the district. And we have to include the elderly, because the people who are elderly, they have really low retirement money, and they will need some help. And then you can ask yourself, okay, what the people can give you back, or who will pay for them.
I'd like to say several things about community currency and trust. So, first of all, the value of sovereign personal currency is a result of trust. They have zero value if nobody trusts me, really trusts me. So it's not a computer science thing. It's like blood thing. You know, family, friends that are willing to exchange my personal coins against their personal coins. It's the same trust that you're talking about. It's not a different form of trust. And I'd like to explain how, and I should say that the original motivation for this research was community currency, because I believe this is the panacea against global brands and the power that they exert over the economies. And I'd like to explain in a few words how sovereign personal cryptocurrencies can cause the emergence of so I live in a small village in the Judea Mountains, 500 people. So imagine we are the people in the village. And we first did this mutual coin exchange. I gave you my coins, you gave me your coins with everybody. So we have a liquid economy, but to pay him, I have to get his money through. So it's a bit complicated. So we say, why complicate things? Let's use the village board, a committee, and establish a community bank with the community currency. So how will this happen? The bank issues community coins, and we do a mutual credit with the bank. So I give the bank my personal coins, and the bank gives me 100 bank coins. And now we all have bank coins, which we all willing to accept for our goods and services, community bank coins, and then we can start trading in the community bank coin, in the community coins. So, so personal coins can give rise to community currency. And why do we need them? Because these are the only collateral that the bank has. So the collateral the bank has against my personal coins is the fact that I own Matt coins and Joanna's coins. So if the bank loses trust in me or thinks that I'm maybe not creditworthy, they can redeem the UDI coins that the bank has and take more Matt coins and more Joanna coins. So the bank can control the exposure it has to different community members without hampering their liquidity. So I still have the bank coins that the bank gave me, but I have less Matt coins and less Joanna coins because the bank took me, increasing the bank's exposure to Matt and Joanna and decreasing the exposure to me, which the bank deems as risky. So there is a lot of flexibility here where this all happens out of thin air. There's no external capital, there are no external credits, there's no gold, there's no merchandise, it's just trust. So it's just how trust moves around the system. Basically, the bank, in doing this, shifted the burden, so he trusts me less, but you still trust me, so you're willing to hold my coins, even though the bank dumped my coins. So by doing so, the bank increased the risk of Matt and Joanna, because now you have my coins, but I have less of your coins. So, so this is technically how a community currency can emerge from personal currencies. And just to say that different communities can achieve mutual liquidity. If my village, we have an Arab village next door, Abu Ghosh. So if there's a Nataf currency and an Abu Ghosh currency, and the banks have mutual trust, they can exchange their village coins, and now there's liquidity between the two villages, so I can go to the next village and buy there with my village coins because they know that they can exchange in their bank my village coins against their village coins. So this way you can create currency areas in a grassroots way. Again, without government or external banks or capital.
Yeah. For me, there is always a question whether in this kind of communities you have the universal basic income, whether each of the members, only by being a member of the community, gets enough local money to be able to survive. Mm-hmm. For me, this is quite important because when we think about the system that I'm having my own money, or this another version of the community bank, what happens when I'm ill? What happens when I'm pregnant? What happens when I'm old? And for me, like thinking in the alternative money, not forgetting about the social security issues, it's something really important because we are quite young. Like many people who are like in the alternative money, they are quite young and they are. And we often forget that we have the right as well of not working, and very huge success of our civilization is the ability to go into the sick leave. Probably not in the US.
Yeah, I mean, so a couple things. One is that the way that I think about these kinds of like the provision of mutual support, is that the base layer of a currency that is more precisely controlled by, you know, at whatever level we want to issue it, could become, in my opinion, like an easier basis for the creation of sort of mutual cooperatives and you know, community institutions. They could provide that kind of mutual support. So I just wanted to say that, you know, to me, there's no sort of contradiction between the sort of system that Udi is describing and a system with universal basic income or this kind of mutual support, but they're just sort of operating at different levels of the.
Well, I think that the scheme I described does directly support UBI in several ways. First of all, among people, if people, let's say you're sick and we want to help you, we can just exchange more coins. Even if you're sick, you can still print more coins. Your computer allows you to print as many coins as you want. So we can still exchange more of your coins with our coins and give you more credit. So you'll have more credit to do this. And also the bank, in some, I didn't stress it, but the example I gave before showed that even though the bank gave each person, you know, 100 coins or 1,000 coins in the community, the bank changed the exposure to different people without changing the amount of bank coins each one has, just by shifting the underlying risk among how much the exposure of the bank to the personal coins of different people. So it's a kind of initial universal credit. Furthermore, the bank can, with external capital or without, also institute a form of UBI to the community by, say, increasing, giving every community member one bank coin every day, okay? Just as an example. Now, the bank will have, if it wants to keep capital adequacy, it will have to get these coins from somewhere, either from outside, from the government, from philanthropists, from rich community members, whatever, but there is not, the scheme actually was geared and was designed also to support universal basic income in a very direct way.
So I'd like to ask one more question, and then it would be great to open it up to the audience. But so to me, one of the both central problems that community currencies are trying to solve, and one of the obstacles to their uptake, is what I like to call the problem of exit, basically, the problem of sort of removal of value from community contexts. So the way that I think about this is that if you think about what you know, a more or less universal currency like the dollar or like the Bitcoin does, if you think about what that's good for, what it's really good for is that if you get a lot of it, then you can cut your dependencies. You can remove your dependencies from your community and just leave it and just tell everybody, I'm, you know, moving to the Bahamas and I'm going to build a mansion and I don't need you anymore.
Dependent what kind of dreams we have. I don't have this kind of dreams.
No.
I want to stay in the place where I live, and I want to build a network, a very complex network of connection between the people I know, because I know that alone I'm too weak to survive current crisis, not talking about incoming crisis.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. But I think that the institutions that we have, because they facilitate that kind of exit, they encourage these kinds of dreams, right? They encourage the dream of departing and removing dependencies, and community currencies. You know, if we made them an important part of our lives and our livelihoods, they would represent more of a commitment to a particular place or a particular network or a particular community, and yet one of the things that makes them, that has made it more difficult, I think, for them to succeed is that because this dream of escape is so powerful, people are tempted to convert whatever value they accrue in a community currency into a more universal currency that gives them this sort of maximum optionality, ability to decrease their local social ties, and I guess, you know, just to add a little wrinkle to this, and I'd love to hear both of your reactions, is that you know, this, in a way it makes sense that community currencies have a lot of success in sort of crisis situations and things like that, because when people do really well in a particular community currency, they have the ability to leave the community currency system. And I wonder whether, you know, to me, the real dream of sort of transforming the way that our world works economically depends on the idea of somehow creating systems that people want to stay in or are willing to stay in even after they do well. Even, you know, instead of, you know, using whatever leverage they have to remove value from a community and cut their local ties. I'd love to hear your thoughts about that.
I'll be happy to answer this. First, you've asked me this question, or I think I read it in your article, you know, half a year ago when we spoke first. So I've been thinking about it. I'm not sure I have a good answer, but I have a beginning of an answer. There are two types of problematic people in a community that I'm describing, in a liquid, grassroots digital community. One is the people who go insolvent, you know, they consume more than they produce, and then they go to the beach, and other people have their coins, they can do nothing with it, so they're stuck with bad debt. And the other type of problematic character is the cash hogger, which sells more and more things and doesn't buy anything and just hogs cash. And the problem is that when this happens, there will be no, let's say I'm a cash hogger, so there will be no UDI coins in circulation. So people will have to buy them from me, say, using fiat money or something, because if they want to get my merchandise or my goods or my services, they cannot get coins because all the coins that I've issued were used. So putting this aside, I think it's important to distinguish between liquidity and wealth. What sovereign cryptocurrencies encourage and allow people to build in a positive way, and everybody is more happy, is liquidity. Liquidity is trust. The more liquidity you get, the more it means that people trust you. But you cannot take liquidity out, because liquidity is always mutual. So if you have a lot of liquidity, it means that you have many other people's coins, but other people have your coins. So when you go out, cashing out means redeeming all your coins or other people's coins against your coins, and going out, but then you'll be left with nothing. So if you have wealth, you can go out. But if you have liquidity, there's no exit from liquidity.
That's a very interesting distinction. And so I think you know, I mean, a lot of radical exchanges work also concerns property rights. So it concerns the sort of rules around the legal entitlements that we call property that constitute wealth. And so if what you're saying is that your design addresses liquidity problems, but in order to address the sort of issue of accrual of wealth, which also enables you to exit as long as the property rights are acknowledged in different communities, it's a different question. It requires the examination of a different set of institutions.
Well, I would rephrase the question differently. I'm saying in a good community, in a good people who like each other and work together and give each other credit, cash hoggers will be ostracized. I mean, they'll be, I forget the English term, but they'll be shamed in public. Okay? It's not a good thing to be a cash hogger. You know, in capitalism, it's a great thing to be a cash hogger. Everybody admires the cash hoggers. But in the system I'm describing, a cash hogger is working against the community, not for the community. And if you are not a cash hogger, if all you have is liquidity, you cannot exit. You can exit, but then you will leave all your liquidity here and go somewhere else with zero liquidity.
I wouldn't like to live in such a radical world. I would like to live in the world that you have the parallel ways to plug into the society. At the moment, if you want to participate in the social life of the city, which means going to the theater, spending times in cafe, you only can do it in złotys. What I would like to do, to live in a world when you can do something which is good for the community and be a part of the same system that the people that pay in złotys are. And for me, thinking in this like parallel world is very important, because not all the people will be able to change straight ahead the money that they spend. I wouldn't like to have two different systems. So one coffee places for people with the local money and another one with the people with cash or national money. But it would be nice to have a place when you can use both of them to mix different types of earning the money, because I think we would have a need to earn some money outside of our communities, which is nice as well.
Absolutely.
Maybe I should just clear what I said.
Okay.
People who take their money and donate it to the social good, like the Gates Foundation or other contributions, are exactly what I'm talking about, because the wealth that they have is being recirculated to the community. So that's not. I'm not against. It's not personally. The system is not against that. Okay, so that's as long as you contribute back the wealth that you've made, you can still be wealthy, but you contribute and make a lot of money. But as long as you contribute it back, then you do not. Then you're supportive of the liquidity in the community. You're not hampering it.
Would love to use the small amount of remaining time for questions from the audience, if anyone. Yeah. And so, for the benefit of the recording, the question was that the Udi's design is similar to the original design of Ripple, and could you comment on that?
Yes. So we acknowledge that in the paper, and yes, it is very similar. I think the motivation may be different, and I'm not sure the idea of coin redemption is stated, as such as a basic principle. So there are lots of. For example, the idea of mutual credit lines is there is trust lines, there's another approach, and there's circles, which another approach. There are many predecessors to what we are doing, which we happily acknowledge. And if there's something we don't acknowledge, I'll be happy to know about this. So it is similar, but it is unique in the specifics that Ripple was designed and emerged as yet another cryptocurrency. The entities that are being operating are servers, not people, So, of course, what we're doing is inspired by a lot of previous work, and its specifics work because there are these specifics.
Any other questions?
Personal money or local money, I'm a little bit puzzled about the problem of solving other things. So basically scarcity, as I understand that, of goods and speculative aspect of goods, which makes them inaccessible for say part of the population. Because I think that there will be always like a secondary market developing. You think about the experiences of rationing, for example, things in the 80s in Poland or in the wartime. There is always like a secondary market that in fact, destroys all that idea. So perhaps this is impossible to be introduced without altering property rights. Perhaps in some cases, as radical exchange proposes that, but perhaps also in other cases it would be too far-reaching. So what's your take
So the question is these ideas address the issue of liquidity, but they don't necessarily address the idea of material scarcity or the speculative dynamics in markets. Right, basic needs. Any thoughts in the very quickly?
Well, of course, we don't aim to solve all the world's problems, but I don't see the reason for a secondary market to emerge because there's no primary market. The primary market is if you have goods, you can price them in UDI. If I have goods which are scarce, I price them in UDI coins, and if they become scarcer, I double the price and triple the price, and I can price my goods and services in terms of UDI coins as much as way as I want. So the standard market dynamics will apply. There is secondary market in a sense in insolvent. Let's say Matt becomes insolvent, okay? So if you have Matt coins, you cannot redeem them from Matt because he has nothing. I also have Matt coins, but I know Matt. He just went to the beach for a few days. He will come back. He'll start working hard, and so I keep holding him. But you want to get rid of the Matt coins because you don't know that he's going to come back. You think he's going to stay in the beach for the next 5 years, and you need cash. So you may sell Matt coins to me at a discount, which is an arm's length transaction, which is perfectly fine because you cannot redeem them one-to-one. So there will be secondary market, not secondary, there will be a free market in coins of insolvent people, which some people trust them more to become solvent, other people don't believe in them, and people will bet whatever they want on insolvency.
And our time's up, unfortunately, but I want to thank the panelists very, very much. And
thank you.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of the day.
We agree more than you think.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it. And how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
Starts together
with us.
All right, hi everyone. I'm Shrey. I'm a researcher at Microsoft focused on identity, privacy, and coordination. And today we have an incredible panel joining us, and I'd like to start by just introducing some of them. So I'll start with Henry on the left here. Henry Farrell is a professor at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies and editor-in-chief of the Monkey Cage blog at the Washington Post. He works on a variety of topics, including democracy, the politics of the internet, and international and comparative political economy. Julian Zawitowski is a decentralized systems visionary and entrepreneur, founder until June 2019, CEO of Golem Factory, economist by trade, fascinated with blockchain technology, as well as sociology and economics of decentralized systems. In the past, consultant and researcher of public policies, co-founded of Polish think tank and Economic Policy Institute for Structural Research. And I believe we have Pooja as well, who's here virtually with us, who is a lawyer, strategist at Flashbots, and one of the leading thinkers in Web3, and co-authors of the seminal Decentralized Societies paper. So today, we're here at the Freedom Games and hosted by the Liberty Foundation. And many ideas of liberty are often associated with individualism or the sovereign individual, yet early thinkers like John Dewey, who we're going to talk a bit more about in a bit, have made these claims that humans are fundamentally social and their actions have consequences on one another, and these consequences enable us to have these networks of people that need to become what he calls publics. And so over the next hour, we're going to work together to see how what we call a network society can be a much richer form of how we can enable liberty in society. And so Henry, I wanted to start with you. We mentioned briefly a bit about John Dewey, but he may not be as popular in Poland as he is in the United States. And so I wanted to get more context from you on how you could describe Dewey, some of his thinking on the public, and how it's relevant to today.
So I'd be delighted to do that. So John Dewey, he wrote in the early to mid 20th century. He is a famous American pragmatist philosopher, and his ideas about politics were pretty straightforward. So he was a very strong Democrat, and he believed that democracy began with problems. That is, we see a problem in the world, we understand collectively that we have a problem, we begin to try and figure out what that problem is, and we try to solve it. And that means that a public forms around the problem. That is, a public is a group of individuals who organize themselves in some kind of a way to deal with whatever problem that is. And then so that is the basis of democracy from Dewey's perspective. He says, this is when democracy begins. It's when you understand that you have these shared problems and when you organize publics around them. And that also can be often very difficult because it's extremely difficult sometimes to figure out, first of all, what the problem is. It may be invisible, and it also may be difficult to solve the problem once you've done that. But I think that there are a lot of resonances between how Dewey sees this and many of the problems that we face today. One of the big things that Dewey points out is that very often the kinds of institutions we have politically are not well suited to the scale of the problems that we have. So he was writing in the period of the First World War, for example, and he was looking at the ways in which the world economy, warfare was transforming the world, and all of these international problems were forming, which we did not have publics around because they were being obstructed by the nation-state system and the way that the nation-state system was organized. So roughly speaking, Dewey then argues, you want to have democracy at the scale of the problems that you need to solve. And if you find yourself stuck in a system where the institutions that you have do not match that scale of problems, then from Dewey's perspective, you are in a big democratic space which you need to figure out very quickly how to try to change those institutions.
Yeah, thank you. And for Pooja, who's online with us, I wanted to ask you, a lot of the pervading views in the blockchain ecosystem today, which are presented as a potential solution to how we can work towards democratic solutions, focus on this idea of corporate libertarianism and reference the words the sovereign individual. Can you talk a bit more about how these ideas combat with some of the thinking that Dewey is presenting around publics as well as individuals being fundamentally social?
Sure. Yeah, so there's this pervading ideology of sovereign individualism where the view is that
individuals have to liberate themselves from, say, the shackles of social institutions, government, and agencies that they're born into, and kind of redefine their own freedom in a kind of like race to the bottom. And it's pretty destructive, I think, and it's in stark contrast to the work of Dewey, to the work of decentralized society, where we recognize individuals as being embedded within communities, and communities being constituted by their individuals, forming larger and larger networks of cooperation. And the key is not, the emphasis of sovereign individualism is on exit, whereas, digital democracy and the work of Dewey, I think, is more of an emphasis on voice and building up networks of social cooperation, that where one set of social groups or elites don't come to dominate another, but rather we have bottom-up participatory mechanisms where the individuals that constitute the network determine its fate, govern it, and actively participate in it. So I would say that those are sort of the broad technological differences between the view of sovereign individualism versus digital democracy.
For anyone who wants to jump in here, I think one of the other points Dewey makes is that the role of a social scientist is to uncover some of these invisible forces that exist between the interdependencies between people. And for anyone who wanted to jump in, just talking a bit more about some of the invisible forces that you've been examining that aren't as well discussed today around the interdependencies of people that are causing some of the problems that we have.
Well, maybe I can jump in here quickly because I also just wanted to really reiterate what Pooja said, which I think is absolutely key, is the difference between exit and voice here, which is that if you look at the sovereign individual, the idea is basically that you can get out of arrangements you don't like. If you look at Dewey, you find yourself in a world where you have to work together in a community to try to solve problems, rather than fleeing to New Zealand and letting the world take care of itself. And so I think that's a problem that we can see, for example, today in Europe and also in the United States, as we are back in something like the early 20th century again, and sort of a period of warfare, of turmoil, of economic problems where nobody actually understands what and has a very good sense of where we are going. So in my other hat, my non-democratic theory hat, I study what is sometimes called weaponized interdependence. This is a term that myself and a co-author have coined for describing the ways in which all of these networks that link the world economy together are being weaponized, are being used by actors in order to try and sort of coerce others. And here, for example, the way in which Russia is using Gazprom and Nord Stream 2 as a means of, and the original Nord Stream, as a means of trying to put pressure on Europe and the European economy is a perfect example of that. So I think that part of what we need to do with these interdependencies is to try and figure out, first of all, how to bring them to the fore, and secondly, what is the appropriate level of politics to solve them at. And here I think, I think a lot about what is happening in the European Union. I think about the ways in which the European Union is really trying to push forward the energy transition, not just in a response to the need for a post-carbon world, but also in a response to the need for a world in which Europe is not sort of effectively fundamentally dependent upon the whims of tyrants. That's going to take a huge amount of organizing at the EU level between all of the different member states, which are squabbling and fighting with each other as they always do. The European Commission, it's going to take also a lot of action happening at the national and at the local levels. If you want to have an energy transition, trying to solve the problem of how it is that we sort of, for example, I come from Ireland originally, where there are a lot of the fights about where you put the wind turbines, and I think those fights are being replicated throughout Europe. Everybody wants a green transition. Nobody necessarily wants ugly-looking wind turbines in their neighborhood, and we are going to have to figure out the appropriate scales of democracy to solve these problems if we're going to survive and live together better.
Julian,
Can I just jump in here, Sheree?
Yeah, go ahead, Pooja.
So one thing I want to highlight here is actually how the energy infrastructure questions, Henry, that you're raising are key. But we also have digital infrastructure. We have physical and digital infrastructure. And the same questions that are arising in energy are also arising in our digital world. In particular, you can look at the recent events around Starlink and around Twitter, and particularly having one person being the decision maker there. And it's, and I would say that's sort of like a more corporate libertarian version of digital infrastructure versus, and the energy infrastructure question that you're raising, Henry, is, I would say, more a autocratic version. And what we want to do is have a kind of bottom-up digital democracy version of infrastructure where it's both digital and physical, which are interlinked, are governed and owned by the network users in a participatory way where consensus is generated relatively quickly. And so, yeah, so I just wanted to highlight that these energy infrastructure questions are, I think, just a small set of a larger set of problems.
Yeah, thank you. And Julian, I wanted to see if you had anything to add before we transition, but yeah.
Well, maybe just, from European perspective that was already briefly discussed, I think that the problem here in Europe is not only that our institutions are failing on many occasions, are not up to the problems we have at the moment, but also the fact that we don't really have institutions for that exact crisis and for that exact moment in a history, whether this is energy crisis in EU or responding to the war, or even having more legitimacy, more democratic legitimacy to European level of the Union. And the truth is, that was also discussed during yesterday's opening panel, and I totally agree with that. That there is like a very short window at the moment, perhaps only 2 years, for Europe to put its things together and get ready for like a real play. Because if there is, for example, a shift of power in US in 2 years, and all of a sudden US stops supporting Europe against Russia, then Europe has to do on its own. And it will not be up to the task with the institutions it has at the moment, most likely. Or it will be very, very challenging. So this is not like a purely theoretical discussion. This is perhaps a discussion about the survival of the free world. How we build that institutions.
I think that's right. And I think if you look at the European debate over the last number of years, there's been a focus on what is called, and of course, Brussels always comes up with these technical sounding terms, strategic autonomy. And the idea behind strategic autonomy originally was this was Macron and the French wanting to try and figure out ways that they could detach Europe from the United States even before Trump became elected. But increasingly this has become, I think, the focus of debate in Europe, which is what exactly does strategic autonomy involve, and what kinds of ways does Europe need to change its activities in order to be better capable of protecting itself and of assuring its own interests. Now, there are many different ways in which this could go. This could go in, I think, some extremely positive ways. It could also go in some extremely bad ways, because Europe, of course, has a legacy of colonialism. It has a legacy of behaving sometimes in some extremely self-centered ways towards the rest of the world. Obviously, self-centered behavior is not exactly unusual in the world of global geopolitics, but equally there are ways in which you can do this that are towards the common benefit and not towards the common benefit. And so I think one of the major challenges that Julian, I think, identifies correctly here is thinking through what would strategic autonomy look like in a world where Europe cannot depend on the United States anymore, cannot at the same time equally, and this is Joseph Borrell made a very interesting speech about this last week, also cannot depend on Russia, obviously, for energy, or China for economic growth. How does Europe try to reforge itself in a way that is both independent and autonomous, and getting to, I think, some of Pooja's important questions, also has some important role for democracy, because this is something that Europe has traditionally been absolutely terrible at, which is involving genuine genuine democratic decision making and debate at the transnational level. So there are a huge number of difficult questions that Europe has to confront right now.
And earlier, Henry, you mentioned all these different layers of coordination that need to happen in the EU for decision making to take place. That type of intermediaries to make decision is common not just among the EU, but in a lot of governance decision making processes. Are there some frameworks or ideas that you think we can lean on, either from Dewey or other frameworks that you've seen quite useful that could be a tactical approach to maybe how we can think about governing some of these systems?
So it's really complicated because the problem here is that a lot of these decisions involve national security, which of course, and sort of almost by definition of the word, is something that the EU has not been particularly developed at. If you look, for example, at decisions about sanctions, they still have to be made by unanimity among all the member states, which means that when you get a state such as Hungary, which is friendly towards Russia, it's possible for them to block and to impede and to hold back. So on the one hand, I think you do need to move towards something which is more like a majority form of decision making, so that it's possible to actually take decisions quickly where they do need to be taken, getting to Julian's point about how we have 2 years. On the other hand, and this gets to Pooja's point, you cannot have that without a greater degree of legitimacy at the EU level. And trying to figure out ways in which you can involve citizens better into the debates over these questions, that's something that I think the EU has yet to even begin to think about how that might possibly work.
If I may just
go ahead.
one quick comment, because in our correspondence with Glenn, at some point, he reminded me about the fact that about 20 years ago, when Poland was about to join EU, there was like a huge discussion around governance within the EU, and one of the proposals discussed then and dismissed was for the countries to vote with a square root of the population, which somehow fits into some ideas of radical exchange. Couldn't resist making that comment.
Totally. And Pooja, I know you've also thought a bit more about how to build legitimacy of institutions at a larger level, but talking a bit more about bottom-up legitimacy and how we can think about some of the frameworks that you've been thinking about there. If you could comment a bit more, it would be great.
Yeah, so I actually want to push back a little on Henry's point on getting majority decisions made. I actually think what we're referring to as quadratic voting is a much a better sort of consensus mechanism. And what quadratic voting does is it allows people to express the intensity of their preferences, not just the direction. So if you're voting amongst a set of policies, you can reflect your intensity on one set of policies or another, and the square root modulates the tyranny of the majority that might arise. And in particular, I think the key principle for building decentralized networks, or networks that are bottom-up participatory or pluralistic networks, which I think is just an analogy for a synonym for decentralization. The key principle there is actually consensus across difference. And the idea there is that if you have a bunch of countries, for example, or citizens from different countries in the EU that are trying to come to an agreement on what is the next step for this digital infrastructure or energy infrastructure, or this shared good, what you want to do is actually find consensus amongst the most diversely affiliated individuals who come from very different social groups. And a consensus among the most different people is a better signal of a shared good or a good policy that is broadly beneficial to the network, rather than a policy that is consented amongst more similarly affiliated people, whether they be similarly affiliated through race, economics, geography, or so on. There are many dimensions in which we're individuated as individuals. If you get the consensus amongst the most different people rather than consensus of most similar people, right, you get a better gauge of like what is a good policy for this broader network versus something that's going to inure benefits to a special interest or a set of actors. So the work that I'm doing is actually trying to build bottom-up technological systems that reflect this principle of consensus across difference, which I think is actually key to a pluralistic future.
Henry, did you have anything you wanted to add on to that?
So I'm trying to think about, and here, as I say, Dewey was a pragmatist, which means he was not necessarily always a very practical pragmatist, but he was somebody who tried to think about not just in sort of what to do, but how to get there, given what we have at the moment. So I think that there are two different challenges that face Europe at the moment. One is a challenge of state incapacity, that there are simply things that Europe is very, very badly suited to be able to do, and some of this touches on national security. And here I probably am in favor of, at least in the short term, trying to move towards a slightly less veto-driven system, because I think that the decisions that have to be made rapidly over the next couple of years are probably not going to we're not going to be able to get to a system of better democratic decision making before some of the key questions that Julian was focusing on have to be addressed. But, and here the important but is, I think that where Pooja's suggestion really resonates for me is thinking about some of the stuff that's been happening in my native Ireland. So Ireland, as some of you may be familiar with, is a country that was very much it was a poor Catholic country with a very, very little sense of divergence or difference or accommodation or willingness to deal with that until the late 1980s. I lived through the transition, which is a different transition than the people in Poland lived through, but nonetheless was a pretty big one from our perspective. And now Ireland has, in recent years, it has introduced marriage equality by a thumping majority into its constitution through a popular vote. It's introduced various other measures which are reflective of a broader variety of views and perspectives. And here, one of the ways that this has happened is through these constitutional conventions, which involve randomly chosen citizens coming together over a period of a number of months and coming up with suggestions which then make it far easier for politicians to bring through difficult questions, because they have a sense that this is coming from the citizens rather than coming from them. It becomes less partisan, less divisive in a sense. So I wonder to what extent could Pooja's work here be transformed with this, or be combined with this kind of model to create a more transformative model for Europe as a whole, and help perhaps, because I think there are two different things. There is the short-term things that need to be done, and there are big long-term constitutional changes that will have to happen within the EU in order to make this work in the longer term. And here I wonder whether Pooja's thoughts might provide a good way for thinking better about citizen involvement.
So can I jump in here, Sheree?
Yep.
So a lot of these ideas that I'm talking about are actually inspired from the work in Taiwan that Audrey Tong has been doing in building digital democracy and building more bottom-up participatory systems where there's feedback between government and their citizens. And it's Henry, you keep underscoring national security, which I agree is the thorniest problem. And it's really interesting Taiwan as a model here because they are under threat, right, from China in a very aggressive way. So I think actually these bottom-up participatory systems are key to building a more pro-social technological era that is almost protected, I don't want to say immune, but much more robust against attacks by foreign adversaries, and is a strength to national security, not a detriment to it.
Thank you, Pooja. And Pooja, I think you mentioned earlier some of the technological solutions to achieve consensus across difference. And so I wanted to propose a framework for how I think about why it's so hard to do it. And then Julian, Henry, and Pooja can chime in and see where maybe I'm wrong and put forth their ideas. And so previously we had these very strong ideas of what it meant to communicate with one another, whether it was in the tribal dynamics of society or through religion. And we had very clear ideas of who was inside of a group and who was outside of a group. And over time, these tribes or regimes were quite oppressive to specific individuals. And so we found ways to release some of these groups and make them more sovereign and liberate them in many ways. But in some capacity, these individuals have become alienated, lonely, isolated. And one of the ways, a technical solution that we've tried to rebuild these bonds back up through is through social platforms. But social platforms lack the ability to provide context to each other. And there's this idea of what's called context collapse when we communicate with one another. And so it's even hard to identify who are the groups of people that you're trying to cooperate with. And so if we're trying to coordinate across differences or have consensus across difference, even recognizing the difference is quite hard. And so I'm curious to know some of the frameworks that you see in the challenges we have to identifying difference and how, the ways that we can start approaching technological solutions to achieve that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think you opened a Pandora box here, because first we have to agree with your diagnosis and then propose the solution to whatever problem it is. I will try to be brief. So I don't necessarily think that what you just said is the reason for the fail of our institution at the moment, because we started with the notion that our institutions are failing, they are not up to the problems, and that's the problem I would like to focus on. And the context collapse, I think they are more to the phenomena that Neil Postman described in Amusing Ourselves to Death. So that the way we communicate at the moment supports exactly the context collapse, because this is about amusing ourselves and not about having like a meaningful communication most of the times. Not for everyone, not always, but every too often. So I think that and I think that we can see that even with the experimentation we have in the decentralized space, in governance, in many situations. Because if you ask any DAO practitioner, for example, like what's the biggest problem with the DAO, then one of the, I think, top 2 problems.
Can you just say what a DAO is?
Yes, decentralized autonomous organization. So not digging into details, because that has, I think, about 20 different definitions of what it is. But basically it is a concept of bringing people together to collectively have some kind of governance over something that is as much decentralized and as much algorithmically encoded on blockchain, for example, as possible. That's one of the possible definitions. I think the other one that probably will work as well is just like a gathering people around some kind of idea and trying to put them into collective decision making. Yet another would be like just having tokens and voting with tokens and making money out of it. One of the 2 biggest problems is that those are often tokens that can be traded, so this turns into speculative game, not really a governance. But the second is slow participation. So exactly the same problem that democracies have at the moment, that people are either not voting or they are not voting in an informed way. And I think that the solution that we can look for in our space, the centralized space, and probably that could be then transformed later to like a wider, to broader world, is to try to, I hated this word, but it expressed that best, like try to gamify that a little bit. So to make that attractive for people to actually participate in that governance, to actually get them hooked, them involved in that decisions that way or another. In our world, in like the blockchain space, let's call it like that, but also in the radical exchange world, I think this is called like a mechanism design. So you design the process in that case, like the decision-taking process, in a way that will like loop people in, that they will care to participate. And I think that can be done in many different ways. Like the most obvious one that works in many democracies is that there is a fine if you do not vote. And and then obviously like you just put a price on being passive. Like whatever how you vote, you can take a vote, take a invalid vote, but you have to vote. So this is like I think the simplest like a mechanism design that is imposed like globally in a given society that to increase that participation rate. But we can think about so many other things. I think even like the idea of exactly quadratic voting. So basically giving people like more than one vote and allowing them to like cast more than one vote in a given voting, and perhaps also like a negative vote with the square root of that vote. It makes things more complicated, obviously. But come on, this is like a third grade mathematics. Like people can really deal with that. And if we are only able to explain to them how much fun it is to not only vote for someone, but also against someone you really don't like. And according to all simulations, we can see that that would change the results of the votes dramatically. So obviously this is not the direct answer to the institutional problems of EU at the moment, but definitely there are tons of things we can learn from the decentralized space. And this is depending on exactly like what is your diagnosis of the problem we are facing at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, I think before we get to the institutional question, I think is much bigger and harder to tackle. And what are the problems? There's so many. I think the question I'm curious now, Henry or Pooja, to chime in on is like specifically, like, why is it hard for us to get consensus across difference, and what are some of the problems that you see in that problem?
Okay, well, I come at this, and so it's good to have an argument on a panel. So I come at it from a very different perspective than Julian here. And so here I think that where I want to start here is again with the problems. And I think that if you want to get people involved in this, I think that the best way to think about it is not in terms of gamifying, not in terms of mechanism design, but in terms of the real and fundamental problems that people face and giving them means to solve them. And if you want to take a really perverse sort of silver lining view of the world at the moment, we have a hell of a lot of fucking problems. There are a lot of ways in which you could, there are a lot of things that you need urgently to address. So I think that rather than starting with the mechanism, I think start with the problem and try to offer people a practical, concrete way to say, okay, here's a problem that is going on in your community. Here are the ways that you deal with it. Second, I think that rather than looking to, I think that there is this wonderful world of sort of blockchain and mechanism design, but I also think that it's very, very easy to get pulled into the mathematics because the mathematics seem to be fun and exciting in their own right. And I think that the person who I see as being the person who is best to go to for understanding this is not a mechanism design person, but somebody who was ignored by the economics field for decades before she finally won a Nobel Prize, and that's Lynn Ostrom. She has this wonderful book, Governing the Commons, which looks across hundreds and thousands of different societies to see what kinds of institutions they have used to solve collective problems. And I think that kind of science of problem solving is a better way to go. And final thing I would say here is that I think that the book that I think is, for me, the most attractive way about thinking about these things relatively recently is by a science fiction writer, Ruthanna Emrys. This book is called A Half-Built Garden. I think that this book should become, for this generation, what I think, so say, for example, Neil Stephenson's Cryptonomicon was for a whole bunch of people in the exit world back in the 1990s, early 2000s. Peter Thiel talks about how this is the book that made him found PayPal. I think that it gives a very different understanding, and again, a problem-based understanding of how it is that you can begin to try and create these mechanisms which better try to solve these human problems of great difference and disagreement, which I think you rightly raised at the beginning. And more or less, of sort of her thought experiment here, it's a post-partial climate collapse world in which politics, the politics of exit is still there. The billionaires have all fled to New Zealand, and they've created this weird artificial society around themselves. The remnants of the federal government are still around, but people have begun to reconstitute themselves around watersheds because watersheds are where many of the key problems are. And the ways in which they deal with this, Ruthanna is somebody who begins not from mechanism design or zero knowledge proofs or whatever. She begins from cognitive science. And so her fundamental question is, how could you design systems for decision making and for problem solving that rather than trying to harness our cognitive biases, as many of the systems do right now in order order to create these feedback loops that keep us clicking, clicking, clicking. Instead, tried to solve and mitigate these cognitive biases and flaws so that we were better able to figure out what we actually understood, what we actually disagreed about, and what we actually agreed about. And I think it is a wonderful, extraordinary book, which I would really recommend to everybody in the audience to read. This is, for me, I think, sort of, if you want to understand where to go, I think Glenn's work is fantastic with Pooja. Danielle Allen also has a fantastic book coming out next year, which is more pure political theory. But in terms of practically thinking about how to bring this world of mechanism design together with real problems, I think Rosanna Emers's book is the best thing I've seen. A Half-Built Garden.
Pooja, I want to give you some room to add on here.
Yeah, so that's a lot. I will try to bridge both of these perspectives a little. So, Henry, I agree with you. The work of Elinor Ostrom is key. And, but at the same time, I think Web3 can give us a nice experimental space to express consensus over how to govern commons using consensus across difference in a way, and in a way we haven't been able to do before. So I see Web3 and mechanism design as being complementary to the larger canon of work here, and opening up some possibility spaces that haven't existed before. Even quadratic vote funding, these are relatively nuanced ideas, but at the same time very intuitive, but it takes, as you said, people some time to understand. And those experiments have happened with Gitcoin and Web3 first. And there's been a lot of learning on how to articulate principles, how to communicate, and also to your point about voting, where voting should happen, right? There are different problems, different social coordination problems at different layers. There's global climate change. There are also local problems. There's commons problems, right? Trees, for example, and forced functioning voting on every level of the stack is not necessarily feasible or practical. You also want deliberation. You want delegation. But I think the key again here is to try to express this principle of consensus across difference at every layer of social coordination. So what we get is a more networked society rather than a society that serves plutocrats or autocrats or some set of special interests that can hijack these very powerful networks and our communication channels as well. So I think that these views are more complementary, and these tools are more complementary and assistive. But I definitely agree with you that Elinor Ostrom is probably one of the more seminal thinkers in underpinning all of this work.
Pooja, one more question I had for you is it's often referenced that the Web3 community is very useful for it being almost like a sandbox to play around with these ideas. But are we seeing any of the translation from the Web3 community into some of these more traditional systems? And what has been a good process of taking some of these ideas in the Web3 community into more traditional systems so that people can be hopeful that those experiments are not just in this playful world of coins and this other territory?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say Web3 started off in this kind of corporate libertarianism where it was like individual versus nation state and like exiting the nation state. And I think Web3 now has to transition to digital democracy where it's actually a tool that empowers individuals nested within communities to form larger and larger cooperations, right? So it actually becomes a tool for voice rather than just exit. And the work that I have done has been on introducing a new primitive called soulbound tokens or non-transferable NFTs that as a very first and simple step lets people represent their memberships to social groups. And that's missing in Web3 right now, right? There's no civil resistance, there's no view on like how socially interdependent. And it's a very powerful idea to just have a simple primitive that represents your membership to a social group because, once you do that, you can start to do things with that social group. You can start to govern your communication channels as a social group and like the shared data that you produce in a socially programmable way. And this starts to get us away from, our Web 2, monolithic models of communication and social media where we are, as Henry pointed out, essentially brain fracked for information in a one-way street rather than collectively deciding like what our algorithms are and having transparency on what it's doing to us and what we're doing to it, rather than just being attention fracked for our economy to maximize ad revenue. So I think Web3 is going to introduce some very simple primitives that will allow us to restructure our networks and how we govern them, starting with our communication channels and social media, and I'm very excited about that.
Julian, I was wondering if you wanted to add on to anything about the role that distributed systems or blockchains play in a lot of the problems that we've been talking about.
In fact, I only wanted to say that even if Henry does not exactly agree with me, I think I agree with him in a way that obviously we need to organize around problems, and that's what we are going to do. The question is if the institutions organized at the moment are sufficient, and if we do not have to improve that, perhaps also with the tricks that I have mentioned or not. Maybe not, maybe yes, maybe not, but this is not mutually exclusive. And I would prefer us to get people organized around that problems before they need to organize around watersheds.
Okay, well, we can, I think there's a useful tension here. What I would say is that I think that Pooja's idea, which really seems to me to be soulbound tokens are Lego bricks for community building, I think is a very, very attractive way to think about the world. I also think that there are some elements or some aspects of blockchain which actually could be problematic in terms of building in some exit. And here, and I know that this is something that is probably going to be very controversial with a lot of people in the blockchain community, I think moves like the Tornado Cash move of effectively sort of loading up your system to Ethereum and then throwing away the key and saying this cannot be changed. I think that those kinds of possibilities are something which are potentially, so you can see how they could enhance freedom in certain ways, but I think that they're potentially deeply problematic for democratic decision making, because they're effectively saying, I as an individual or as a group of individuals around a DAO can decide that this is the way that we can do things, we can program this into Ethereum and it will keep going. And I've used the analogy of a golem, so this is like we can keep it going, this will keep going like a deathless golem for as long as the Ethereum blockchain exists, and there's nothing you can do about it. Screw you if you disagree. So I think that there are some interesting and important tensions here which I would love to see people talk about more directly.
Well, first I think that while Web3 or blockchains are a very useful sandbox for what you're talking about, I don't think they are necessarily part of the solution. So I can perfectly imagine a much better democracy without any blockchain-based solutions. That's absolutely for sure. As for Tornado Cash or other controversial things that happens on blockchain, I will run forward with my answer to what you said. So obviously, this immutability of blockchain, this freedom is a powerful part of the narrative, like the even funding narrative, especially for Bitcoin. But then, at the end of the day, this is also just a group of people, and just a group of interests, and just a group of people around some kind of ideology as well, which, in case of Ethereum at least, has proven in the past that can adapt to changing situation in a pretty flexible and pretty reasonable way. And I will maybe bring something that almost no one remembers now in that decentralized space, because you have to be in it more than 3 or 4 years. But there was this famous the DAO hack, which is not really a hack, but it happened in early days of Ethereum. For those who do not know the story, in 2016, that the code of the first decentralized autonomous organization was exploited in a way that someone has stolen 1/3 of ethers in that organization. At that time, that was a significant chunk of all the ethers in circulation. So that was a death blow to the Ethereum, in fact. And Ethereum, the community of Ethereum, because there is no one else than developers and miners and users taking that decision, decided to fork, to undo that hack, which was pretty controversial because like the promise of the original Bitcoin, for example, is that everything that happens on blockchain is final. You know, you throw those keys and they cannot be recovered, and it turned out that it can be recovered if only there is like enough of popular support for the decision to recover. So I would say that at the end of the day, this is also a community of people which, at least in case of Ethereum community, more often than not is pretty reasonable. Although I see that there are problems there, and the biggest probably is the one that was raised during the previous panel, that this is basically like plutocratic system. And probably that's the biggest issue I have personally with Ethereum, and many people have, apart from all the great things that are there. But I got sidetracked, I think. So.
Okay, yeah. Henry, I was curious to know, so you mentioned one problem that you had with distributed systems. Is there any other worries that you have in some of the experiments that are going on that go against some of the ideas and challenges that we were talking about earlier?
Well, you know, so if I think that this is something that I don't want, you know, we should get back to Pooja, because I don't want this to become a argument of them sort of, you know, guy versus guy. I think this can very often develop. I do think that there is you know, the sense that this is a sandbox to try out different democratic governance regimes. This is something which is incredibly attractive and I think useful and helps to solve problems. You know, so I do wonder, you know, sort of the immutability is a big problem, so that, you know, the way in which you sort of solve the first doubts, as if you have to basically rewrite the history books and change the constitution in order to solve for a bank robbery. And that's something which my sense is probably not going to happen in a hurry again, that it was a sufficiently bitter fight at the time that sort of, you know, they got it through, but with a great degree of unhappiness. And then the second question is, you know, Sven, I think you raised it pretty directly, is that there are a variety of different communities with different norms, and trying to get this through the Bitcoin community, something similar, would be a very, very different proposition. And of course, we have seen many different DAOs and sort of many different things go crazy or wrong or problematic, and all of these problems of centralization that you are raising. So I think it's really interesting, but here is what I would say, you know, so if you want to look at it as a social scientist does, you want to look at what are the failure modes that we are discovering, as well as the benefits, and try to build forward from that. So maybe that's a more positive way of building, you know, so towards, if not agreement, sort of across some sort of radical differences, as Pooja says, at least towards some kind of a rough consensus as to how you could begin to sort of go forward.
Thank you, yeah, and Pooja, get you back on the screen and sort of add on to anything that Henry just said.
Sure. I think we're still, just responding, I think we're still, as I said, in the early stages of Web3. And for example, on Ethereum, on the criticism there is a great paper that was just released about reversible transactions and exploring that possibility space. And this might address some of the questions around sanctions, for example, Henry. There's, as I said before as well, the early stages of, like, you know, Bitcoin and Ethereum are in this individual versus nation state paradigm. When you start introducing an intermediate layer of communities, then decision making and even what blockchains can do and how they help coordinate or facilitate cooperation starts to change. So I still think we're very early in what these technological substrates can do. I also don't think blockchains are a solution to everything. I think they're very useful for expressing common knowledge at a particular social layer, whether it be local or global. And like, I think it will, you know, be a very useful tool to help even, you know, negotiate the sharing of that knowledge between different social layers. But I certainly don't think it's like the end all be all, and there's a lot of other you know, interoperable systems and like data structures, which Shrey, you have been exploring a lot, which will complement and augment the utility of blockchains, but alone, I don't think blockchains are going to like solve like all the problems. So I just wanted to temper that as well.
Thank you. Yeah, before we close, I want to make sure we give the audience some time to get some questions in. So we're going to start opening it up to the audience. Does anyone have any questions that they want to ask any of our panelists? Say it, and then I can repeat it for the recording.
It's maybe more of an observation. So it was interesting to hear earlier about the DAOs in Ukraine. We sort of need the DAO in Poland. We don't have a war, but we have a very impressive humanitarian relief action done in a bottom-up way by citizens in Poland. And I like, Julia, what you said. I think that was an action that lacked an institution that could coordinate it. But when I listen to your ideas, which I'm sympathetic of, they sound very mechanistic. So I'm just curious, if we have this situation, probably hundreds of thousands of people coordinating in a very inefficient way to help basically refugees, and you have your blockchain-based primitives, how do you efficiently combine the two while the time is running out to do that? What's the first step? How do you get people?
Just to briefly re-ask the question, it's you have a short amount of time and you have a lot of people trying to coordinate quickly. How do these tools become a way to help solve that problem?
So I think Ukraine DAO is a great example of how that got organized bottom up. But on the other hand, like a Ukrainian DAO is more of a social phenomena than like a technical phenomena. So this like on a technical level, there is, and I'm not saying that to discredit that. This is absolutely okay, I think. But there is like, this is not a very sophisticated, like technically thing. This is like just like a committed group of people running things, doing fundraising and doing some advocacy for certain things. And this is great, what they do. But this is more about like those people got organized. And this is more about ideas they got organized around, and like I would say, a vibe of how things should be run in a bottom-up, decentralized way, rather than like primitives of the blockchain technology that they used, because they used like a very rudimentary things, to my knowledge. Basically, they are funded through crypto donations, and they use like multi-sig for governing the funds. So this is not like this one person taking the decision. So this is like a really like a rudimentary governance structure there. And I think this is obviously all right. So sometimes it is better not to over-engineer things, but just to get people around the idea and around that spirit. And I think in the case of Ukraine DAO, this DAO is more about what they use to get to the correct people, like with the ability to fund things, than the actual technology that they use. So I would say that Poland DAO or DAO would rather be a way of some activists to get to certain groups of people to get funding, rather than applying any specific primitives at the moment. Which does not mean that there are no primitives that are ready to take from the shelves. There are some, but they are designed for like a totally different situations and problems. So there are like working decentralized organizations with the active governance of the projects, but at the moment they are built around like different problems, like totally different problems.
Yeah, just to add on a bit as well, I think some of the research our team has been doing at Microsoft has focused on why blockchains are able to provide this property of what's called common knowledge in a much more efficient way than other communication protocols. And so, as an example, with certain distributed systems, I can get a high guarantee that if I send a message to Julian, I know that Julian knows that I know something, but I also know that Julian knows that I know that he knows, and there's these very rich forms of knowledge that get expressed. And so, in some experiments we've done with supply chain, we've seen very increased amount of savings on supply chain just by using a blockchain to communicate instead of email or Excel spreadsheets, because we have this form of common knowledge. And we anticipate this to spread quite nicely to other social movements, like getting people to coordinate in a very time-efficient way when the stakes are quite high. As an example, sexual reporting internally or whistleblowing. Having tools that can do this in a privacy-preserving, but in a way that enables common knowledge can be quite useful. Any other questions that we have from the audience? We have one there.
So I understand that the views on the DAOs were quite critical here in the panel, so maybe there's no point of looking for further weaknesses, but nevertheless I will ask, what about the climate impact? Because, for example, the cryptocurrencies computing is extremely energy consuming, creates warmth. So if we had to extend it to further other ways of governance, what about that?
I'm not critical towards DAOs.
If Pooja had anything to add online, I mean, I can just briefly tee it up, is that there's a lot of work being done in what's called regenerative economics in the crypto community, focusing on using DAOs to fund carbon credits and other work in the climate space, but I'm not as well versed as maybe other panelists are.
So maybe I will just say that this is obvious that proof of work blockchains are very energy, they use a lot of energy for the proof of work. Personally, I'm mostly involved with the Ethereum community and Radical Exchange as well, as far as I know. We are lucky with answering to that question to tell you that Ethereum actually transitioned to proof of stake last month, which means that the power consumption was cut by like 99% or even 99.9%. So basically there are no more miners using this like a huge racks with a lot of GPUs and consuming like insane amounts of energy. That's history for Ethereum. This is not a history for majority of other blockchains. So that's not a problem anymore, luckily. I think that was what your question was about. Yeah.
Are there any
I'll jump in here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm not so pessimistic about DAOs. As I said, I think they are a useful sandbox for experimentation. And back to Henry's point, we have a lot of problems that we need to solve, and we need to rethink how democracy works and make it work better. And I think DAOs are actually our very first starting point that has attempted to have distributed, decentralized decision-making and being at the intersection of both technology and democratic processes. And so I really think we need more experimentation on this intersection of technology and democracy in order to move forward. And DAOs are a very good place and a kind of like low, I would even say like low risk space to like even do that. And in order for I think the key takeaway for me here is in order for our democracy, in order to evolve a future that is democratic rather than autocratic or having these single points of failure, we need to embrace technology, right? We can't just like ignore it, and that would be to our detriment precisely because other actors, autocratic actors, or even like, corporate monopolies are using technology to their advantage. So in order to keep power distributed and bottom up, we need to find a way to use these tools, and I think DAOs are a very good first place.
Thank you, Pooja. We'll take one last question from Matt here.
Thank you. Do you think it would be imaginable to implement this idea of decentralized decision-making in the healthcare system, especially if we have one centralized insurer and millions of patients, and empowering them to spend their money better?
worked a bit on this at the Health AI team before, and like where, in terms of delivering patient care like surgeries or very direct access to care, maybe not, but when it comes to higher level, I need to provide my patient data and I can take ownership of my data and I can choose to provide my data to who I want to provide that data to and get access to virtual care in a decentralized way, not just through one platform, through many. We're seeing a lot of explorations with how healthcare data can play a role in this decentralized way. People in Canada in particular can actually make money by lending their healthcare data to startups in a way that is currently locked up and siloed, and it's these decentralized primitives that are allowing people to start lending this data to startups that are also doing more research and publishing that research for the public healthcare community. So it's mutually beneficial, both for the patient, by they're able to monetize their data and do so in a privacy-preserving way, but also promote research by unlocking that data to more researchers. But that's very different than like decentralizing surgeries and all these other tactical forms, but there's this whole branch of what's called decentralized science that's being worked on, in particular the Ethereum community that's pushing a lot on this frontier.
How much money will be spent for this and another procedure?
Oh, I'm not too well versed on that, but yeah, maybe we can find time after. I think we're all at time for now, but if there's any other questions, feel free to ask after. And thank you so much, Julian, Henry, and Pooja online for this panel.
Thank you.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise
Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together with us.
right, hello everyone. My name is Jack Henderson. I'm a researcher with Radical Exchange Foundation. And this panel is titled Deliberation Technology. The first half of that we'll try to explore during roughly the first half hour, and then in the second half we'll get more into what deliberation technology means and what it might look like. I am joined today with a brilliant panel from which I've learned so much from each of them, and so it's a delight to now be in conversation with them. I'll now give a brief introduction on each of their backgrounds, and then I'll ask for them to kind of explain how their work connects with deliberation, and we'll get into more specifics. So first, we have Tom Atlee, who is joining virtually from, I believe, Eugene, Oregon. Hello, Tom. And
Hi.
Tom is founder and research director of the nonprofit Co-Intelligence Institute. He's the author of 4 books, and Tom is the creator of the Wise Democracy Pattern Language. He researches how to scale citizen and stakeholder dialogues and deliberations on public issues, both in person and virtually, in ways that generate energy and guidance for long-term broad benefit. Joe developed the meaning-based organizational metrics at couchsurfing.com. Then Joe co-founded the Center for Humane Technology with Tristan Harris, and he coined the term time well spent for a family of metrics adopted by teams at Facebook, Google, and Apple. Since then, Joe has founded the School for Social Design, working on the philosophical underpinnings for new business metrics, design methods, and political movements. The central idea is to make people's sources of meaning explicit, so that how meaningful or meaningless things are can be rigorously accounted for. Juha, next to me, serves as the chief executive of Demos Helsinki, with a mission to build a fair, sustainable, and joyful, love that, next era. Juha helps national and local governments, businesses, and NGOs to anticipate and lead key transformations of our century. Juha has studied and written extensively on the need for 21st century governance, focusing on democratic innovations, institutional imagination, and methodical experimentalism. And last but not least, Claudia is the founder and CEO of Democracy Next, a newly launched international nonprofit, nonpartisan research and action institute. Its mission is to build new institutions for the next democratic paradigm of citizen participation, representation by lot, and deliberation. So just really glad to get into it. So first I'd like to kind of establish some context on the question and topic of deliberation and deliberation technology. So, and I think it fits well with the last panel, which kind of motivated the need for, especially in European context, the European Union, really finding innovative ways to broaden and deepen the democratic bandwidth or bit rate, get more information from the broad public, everyone, network users, as Pooja would put it, to participate in the shared institutions and networks that we're all part of. And typically when we think of increasing the democratic bit rate, making institutions more democratic, we think of elections. In elections, with that conception of democracy is about showing up to the ballot and voting, whether it's on candidates or referenda. And while I think voting and elections are an essential part of democracy, our work at Radical Exchange, we spend a lot of time on what's been mentioned, quadratic voting, which is a new way to basically harness our collective intelligence and kind of help us make better collective decisions. Arguably, the more important process comes before the need to vote, and that's discussing what we'd even be voting on in the first place. A vote, a ballot, is really only meaningful in the context of discussions leading up to it, without deliberation informing and setting the agenda for a ballot. It's a question of how legitimate that vote can be. And if we reduce democracy to this act of voting, especially only every couple of years, it's a narrow and superficial view of citizenship and self-governance. And so arguably the most generative and fundamental arena for improving democracy is helping people have better conversations, better civic discourse, helping us see each other better, helping us understand each other and our differences, respecting those differences, but nonetheless helping reconcile and bridge those differences, which is going to be essential if we are going to be able to cooperate to shape our shared world. And that's where deliberation comes in. So now, Tom, I'll go to you first, but then all of you, I would love for you to weigh in. Just on a little bit more context on your background, how it lends itself to deliberation and what you understand deliberation to mean and what its proper role or roles should be in democracy.
One of the best descriptions I've heard of for the logic of deliberation is that it shifts people from opinion, like public opinion, individual opinion, into public judgment, when you actually considered something well. And I have a sense that can experiences supporting that you can consider something more deeply, more broadly, more long-term, and as you move in that direction, you move into what I would call wisdom or public wisdom, if you can do it collectively. So the ability to vote is an expression of public will, but public will can be filled with folly and violence. I mean, there's many examples of public will generating bad outcomes. So the idea of having things be more considered allows the whole public, the whole governance, the whole politics, the whole community to be more collectively intelligent, collectively wise, collectively effective, whatever.
Thanks. Who would like to go next?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with everything Thomas said, but I think it's useful to actually maybe define very precisely what we mean by deliberation. And to me, it has two key defining characteristics. And one is about weighing evidence, and the other is about getting to a shared decision. So this is what makes it distinct as well to just dialogue. Of course, dialogue is a part of deliberation in a way, but deliberation actually means about we're weighing evidence together, listening to one another with an explicit aim of trying to find some shared common ground on a decision.
I think I would draw the line between whether you would know what should be done beforehand or not. So you wouldn't, if nobody knows what to do, it wouldn't make sense to vote, right? like if nobody has any good ideas, okay, let's put it to a vote. Oh shit, right? So that's a case where you would be deliberating. Whereas if you, so I think this is actually these are some of the forces involved. There's a trade-off, in democracy between voting and deliberation, and we've been going more in the voting direction, I think, not even just in democracy, but also in other areas of society, like the like button is a kind of a vote, right? So we've been going more towards voting, less towards talking, and why is that? I think it's because people think they know the answer already, and they just need to get a lot of people to vote for it, or like it, or whatever, right? And so long as you think you know the answer already, you're not really going to be that into deliberation. It seems very expensive. Whereas if you realize that you don't know the answer already, talking becomes much more attractive.
I'll build on that, because I think that's precisely the key thing and key question, at least from my perspective, which is what is the context in which we are right now when we talk about deliberation. And the context in which we are is that we're facing a century of transformations from decarbonizing the energy system and a century of a variety of different crises that we've already realized how they look like in practice. And in that context, what we see is incapacity for collective action. We don't have the governance mechanisms in place. We need to rethink some of our institutions. And in that context, in which we need to maneuver in a high level of ambiguity forward, that to me would lead into essentially deliberation emphasizing two really really important things. One is accountability and agency, because we know that there's no single actor who is able to solve our problems, so it needs to be fundamentally something that has a variety of levels of accountability taken into consideration. And then the second is high level of reflection, which deliberative processes can create, which is essentially about recognition of nuance when maneuvering through ambiguity. So I think these two, on a conceptual level, in the context that we're facing right now, would be the things that I would like to add.
I love that. Thanks, everyone. What stands out to me is that just sticking here with this comparison between elections and deliberation is that while there's a role for voting and elections when we need to reach a compromise, it is just sort of, there's no conversation going on, there's no listening, there's no learning. It's kind of a quantitative, final kind of snapshot, a picture of just kind of a static representation of preferences, whereas deliberation is this open and rich, non-linear, creative, and collaborative process. And so I'd love to just dive in a little bit deeper about that aspect of deliberation and also kind of compare just your average natural conversation to more of these structured spaces for deliberation that I know many of you work on. Because, I think some of this civic discourse that we would like to promote will not just happen on its own naturally. We are social beings, we are well adept at communication. That said, it's imperfect, our communication. It's so easy to misunderstand each other or to talk past each other, especially in these kind of deliberative spaces where different people are coming to the table. And the point of deliberation is that it's kind of structured in such a way to reckon and reconcile a lot of those differences. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about why these deliberative spaces work in such a way that, and are structured as such that they bring about this sort of creativity and reconciliation and kind of bridging of diverse perspectives. I think that's a really key insight that certainly voting doesn't do. Voting, again, is useful, but in its current implementations at least are kind of adversarial and competitive, whereas these deliberative spaces are fundamentally collaborative and creative. And I'd love to just hear from all of you a little bit more about where that creativity and that collaboration comes from.
I can start. So one of the special things that happens in deliberation is that people start with different goals and expectations, different ideas of what they want everybody else to do. And that doesn't work. Like mostly people just don't. It's not really a deliberation, I guess, if everybody just comes out doing their own goal. And so what happens is that people look below their goals, below their expectations, for their values, and they surface what's really important to them. And then they find new compromises based on that. So they're like, oh, actually, this exact proposal is not what's important to me, but this underlying value is important to me. Somebody else recognizes that underlying value. They're like, oh, what if we do this other arrangement that supports both of our values and so on. So this is hard work, like finding the values beneath our goals. It takes time, it takes introspection, like you said. Often we need to help each other in doing this. And that's one of the differences with voting. Like, I think that the best spaces for deliberation are, A, they help people do that introspection, so people help each other introspect. And people are with each other. Like like in voting, everybody's in their own little voting booth or whatever, with the checkbox on their own. Right? And in deliberative spaces, the ones that work best, people, at least for the duration of the deliberation, are like, okay, we're here to try to get somewhere. I think in the US, jury duty does this very well, where these 12 jurors are stuck together. They have to report something to a judge. They can't leave until there's a verdict. Like, there's all of these structural supports that make it so they're like, okay, we're in this together. We have to surface what's important. Yeah, that's I think the magic.
Can I jump in? Yeah, I think it's a really good question, and it's important to emphasize the fact that deliberation just doesn't magically happen on its own, that there's actually a lot of design details that need to be in place to create a deliberative space. And so, I mean, before I was at Democracy Next, I was at the OECD, where on the basis of looking at 600 different examples of citizens' assemblies, which are a form of deliberative process that have taken place, we developed sort of standards for good practice principles for what sort of design elements need to be in place for deliberation to actually be, on the one hand, effective, so resulting in some shared recommendations, but also on the other hand, done in a way that is democratic and can lead to a sense of legitimacy around this shared set of proposals and outcomes. So, I mean, just to emphasize a bit some of the things you mentioned, you know, deliberation is something that takes time. So on average, these 600 citizens' assemblies, each one of them takes around 40 hours, sometimes more. So that's multiple days of people coming together, and in between those days, reading things, watching videos, grappling with the evidence and the complexity of the issues that they're trying to deliberate on together. It requires actually some evidence and expertise. So again, if we're talking here in the context of democracy and politics, you're not going to ask a group of people what they think about how do we reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030, without them having a chance to actually engage with a lot of some more technical information about that. And then it also requires some skilled facilitation. So again, it's deliberation also needs to have some way, especially when you're bringing in a diversity of people together, to create a space where everybody actually is able to come into a conversation equally and feels comfortable doing so. And perhaps actually jumping just one step back to add one thing, because I really like that you mentioned values. But in a citizens' assembly, actually the first thing that happens before there's any engaging with the evidence and expertise is a conversation about what are our shared values and what are the values that are going to guide this deliberation as well, and then moving through the steps to eventually get to a point of shared recommendations around a policy idea or a topic. But I think overall all these different characteristics show just how different this is to our usual way of taking decisions in a system that's more around elections and voting, which, as we were talking about earlier this morning, we call democratic, but is actually an oligarchic form of decision-making, and deliberation and these deliberative spaces are actually a more genuine form of what I think we can be calling democracy.
Perhaps, well, as you've heard, and in the panelists as well, there are very, very talented designers of such processes, which requires a high level of granularity, ranging from recognition of psychological biases to designing the actual physical space. But the thing that I would want to emphasize here is that think we need to also explore what are, in a way, the artifacts of deliberative processes and deliberative democracy. And what I mean with that is that if you think of elections, there's a lot of symbols in elections, and a lot of those symbols were really valuable when we were building up that democratic system and paradigm, and it really felt something when you went to vote and leave that voting moment, and many, many others as well. And those symbolic artifacts with which you can basically communicate and articulate the values and the importance of any democratic system, basically. And now the challenge that we're facing with deliberative approaches is that when those people leave those situations and those spaces, how we're able to translate that experience into something that is more collective and societal experience. And I think one answer there would be to very intentionally try to create those artifacts and symbols. And I know there's work on that, and I think that work should continue.
Yeah, a number of things. I'd like to expand on the delving into values. I think of values as one of a number of things that underlie the various positions that we take that often make us so different and that make it difficult to come to policy agreements. The things that motivate us, and two other things that are in that realm are the people's needs and their stories. We are trying to satisfy our needs in various ways as well as manifest and act on our values. And people's stories, what happened to them in their lives, can often be accessed. And you can't disagree with somebody's story, it's just a story. And it explains why you're coming from where you're coming, and people can identify with that. And there's many examples of people sharing the stories that they have that are underlying what they're feeling and how they're responding. And often a doorway into that is through the language of concerns. If somebody is pushing too hard or backed off or whatever, you can always ask them, what's your concern? And have that be a legitimate thing, even if they're disrupting the group. It's like, what's your concern? Tell me what your concern is. And that relates to people feeling heard. When people feel really heard, it's something happens in their psyche and in their bodies. They don't have to push, they don't have to withdraw. There's more opening up, it's so rare that we actually fully hear each other. And that phenomena can be used by making sure that people in the situation feel really heard, and that will smooth things out a lot also.
Thank you. Yeah, I think one thing that you were hinting at there that I would like to unpack a bit more, and what Claudia was saying about the necessary skills of facilitation that go into a healthy deliberation are something that I would like to explore a little bit more, because first, Tom, I think I would love to hear from you about why you think that concerns are have insight to them, why they're valuable, why we should value them and lean into them in a healthy deliberation. And it seems like that is one important role of a facilitator. And then I'd also like to expand it a little bit more to think about tapping into those concerns. What are the other things that a facilitator does that requires attention and intention and skill to help facilitate group deliberation?
Yeah, our differences in terms of our positions and policies, there's a sense when you look at the whole thing, it's just different. And maybe we could compromise here and there, but if you actually go into what are my concerns about what you're proposing, that is a doorway into my values, my feelings, my concerns, my needs and stories that I have, whatever, that we can use that as a pathway into those deeper levels. And it also legitimizes, it takes our differences into something that we could actually address together if we wanted to. If we were searching for a whole picture of what's going on in this situation we're struggling with, it's not just you as an individual. You as an individual represent a whole lot of other people who share your concerns, your values, whatever. And if we can actually together address that, whatever the concern is, we have a bigger sense of what the picture is and what's possible to do that would be effective.
I like that, and I like the idea of stories here and how that's a key component of making sure people feel heard. And I'm still just, thinking about how, as you were saying, people have different stories and the importance of trying to find common ground there, and how basically facilitators can help bring that about. And then also kind of doubling down on this idea of concern as kind of, and more broadly, just disagreement or critique, diversity, pluralism, how those things are kind of creative energies that can be harnessed by facilitators, and then also which stories are being brought to the table, basically who is coming to the conversation. And so thinking about kind of the construction of that deliberation, who comes to the table in a citizens' assembly. I guess, first I don't want to go too far ahead here. I can pause there and see if people want to build on that idea of kind of diversity, disagreement as creative energy. And then Claudia, I would like to get a little bit more into citizens' assemblies, how those things are constructed and so forth.
Well, perhaps the only thing I can say before Claudia goes to sortition and how to build those processes is to have as wide of an understanding on diversity as possible. Because in many ways, the challenges that we're facing when discussing our collective problems are challenges in which the perceptions of realities are really far from each other. And that's, of course, a really, really difficult facilitation question, because it's really hard for you to empirically get that visible in a way. So, but at the same time, that is something that good facilitation and process design can make visible, and it is much more powerful if it's explicated. So that level in the challenges in our democracies today is a level I feel we need just to be really conscious about.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that, and I suppose actually, yeah, this is a good moment to define a little bit what we're talking about with citizens' assemblies, because we've used that term a little bit without explaining it too. But here, when we're talking about citizens' assemblies in the context of this conversation, in the context of democracy and policy making, we're talking about processes where people are selected by a process of sortition, which is a technical term for random selection, so by a lottery process. And usually this means that there's a very, very large number of invitations that get sent out at first. Usually something around 30,000 people get invited to be part of a citizens' assembly. And amongst everybody who accepts that invitation, there's a second lottery that takes place, but this time controlling so that that final group is broadly representative of society. And then there's a question of amongst which criteria, but usually it's at least things like gender, age, socioeconomic status, and geography. So there's a constituting of a broadly representative group of people who are tasked with solving a complex policy issue that's facing the community. And they're given the time and the resources to be able to listen to experts, listen to stakeholders, grapple with that information, listen to one another, and share each other's stories. And then do that really hard work of finding, okay, where do we have common ground on the proposals for how we want to deal with this issue together? And that doesn't mean that 100% of people will 100% agree with everything that comes out of it, because, I mean, that's just not possible, nor I would even argue desirable if we value pluralism in a democracy. But at the same time, when we live in a shared community, whether that's a locally or nationally or otherwise, we need to figure out collectively, what do we want to do about something together? And so in citizens' assemblies, usually there's an aim to find at least 75 to 80% consensus around a recommendation for it to become adopted by the group as a proposal that we work towards. And so the benefit of using sortition to convene a group of people has a few benefits. One is the fact that it's actually the classical democratic way of constituting a governing body. So today we've come to really associate democracy with elections, but actually that's a very recent association between those two concepts. And for a very, very long time in history, democracy has been associated with convening people through sortition and through lottery to come together to make decisions together. So there's a democratic form because it recognizes that everybody actually has the agency and the dignity and the capacity of being able to be involved in shaping the decisions that are affecting their lives. So technically everybody has an equal chance of being selected to be part of a citizens' assembly in the ideal. And then the second aspect, though, is that it helps lead to better decisions. So it creates the conditions actually to bring together a cognitive diversity of perspectives, which so much research from different fields, from psychology to political science to business and otherwise, have shown that having that diversity in and of itself tends to lead to much better decisions. So it's not only more democratic, we also get to better decisions on which quite often these citizens' assemblies are, at the moment anyways, dealing with issues where politicians are also politically stuck. So I think I'll leave it there as an intro to some of these ideas.
I might add some kind of, I'm not anti-citizen assemblies, but I'm going to paint another side. That's not voting. So, citizen assemblies, only a few people end up getting picked, and they need a facilitator, and there's a lot of time investment. And one of the appeals of voting is that it's kind of like systematically facilitated. It can be done in software. Everybody can do it, and it's very little time investment. So what if there's something in between? And there is, like probably some of you know about Polis. Polis is something that's kind of half and half. You upvote little snippets of text, but you can also add a snippet of text. I don't like Polis that much. I mean, I think it's good because it shows an area in which we've underinvested, which is systems that lots and lots of people, everybody could conceivably participate in, and where there's not the intense time investment of a citizen assembly, and where you can hear, there's a huge advantage of everyone participating, which is you can get information from everyone, right? This is like anybody might know, have some special expertise, some special opinion, right? So if you can somehow get information from everybody, this is fabulous. And I have the feeling that in the next 3 years, successors to Polis will appear that use ML, large language models, things like that, to help people do this introspection, to help people separate their values from their goals and expectations and policy preferences, stuff like that, and to do it at a very large scale in massive conversations, and that this will be a really new thing, and that this is the future of democracy.
Can I come back on that?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, I don't want to dominate the conversation, but I just really disagree with the kind of vision of even what is the ideal, in the sense of I don't think everybody can or should or wants to participate in everything all the time. And sortition creates the conditions for people to be able to take turns representing others and being represented. And that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be in connection perhaps with some moments where there is this broader participation when it's really needed. But I just feel like there's a lot of research also that shows that there's a huge bias in who participates in these sort of open participatory things, which there's a noble intention with saying, yes, everybody should be able to have a voice and have a say, but actually we have years of research which shows that it tends to be men, people who are well educated, people who are well off, people who are more urban. And so in some ways it's amplifying the voices of the most privileged. And of course there's design details to improve that and other things, but at the end of the day, it's not actually solving, I think, some of the challenges that we face with how we're taking democratic decisions today.
Yeah.
Just so from my perspective, like where we are is in a very specific phase in a journey, essentially, and that phase during which we innovate and come up with these new methodologies in the upcoming years and decades is a phase that should also reflect the ideals of democracy, so imagination, debate, and experimentation. And then at some point we set down on some model and some approaches. So in a way I see this as part of the necessary part of the journey that we should celebrate, and also hope that we celebrate the debates and tensions with it.
Yeah, no, all of you hit on a lot of really interesting points here that I would love to continue to push on. And Joe, yeah, you mentioned Polis. I think it's the best example of taking a lot of these methods and skills that are involved in human-facilitated, in-person civic discourse and mini publics, such as citizens' assemblies, and beginning to bring that into digital spaces, which is really exciting. We typically associate deliberation with people sitting in a room together, and people on this panel know a lot about how to handle people in a room, and it's interesting to think about how to take insights from those methods and begin to mimic the skills of human facilitators in our digital spaces and in our algorithms that we use to curate content and have conversations at scale. And to say a little bit more about Polis, it, as we were saying earlier, it gets into this idea of reconciling diverse perspectives. People are able to, it's situated in a context. A community is deliberating about some question, and they use this online open source software tool called Polis to share their feelings about the problem, the context that the community is deliberating on. And the system uses some basic statistical techniques to cluster together people's opinions on those those posts about people's feelings, because you'll see what others have written, and then you'll just get an option to upvote or downvote those posts. And in the background, the tool will cluster together those different groups about how they feel about particular thoughts about the question. And so that, in a way, moves towards this direction that a facilitator would do in an in-person deliberation, where it recognizes the different viewpoints that are coming to the table. And then what Polis also does that a human facilitator would is that it takes those lines of division, it identifies where the disagreements are, and then people are encouraged, there are incentives to come up with creative new ideas that bridge across those different perspectives. And that's what gets surfaced algorithmically in the platform. And in a in-person conversation, a facilitator might help bring that about. And so I'd like to kind of put those two things in conversation with each other. What is a human facilitator doing? What is Polis doing? Joe, you talk about some improvements upon Polis using natural language processing and so forth. And we can pursue that further, but just what are the things that a human facilitator does that Polis does and that maybe Polis doesn't do, and we should begin to think about technology incorporating more of the skills of human deliberation, but at scale on questions that face not just a community, but nations and international problems. And just where these two things can best complement each other.
Maybe I'll be quick. I think it's about reasons. So the part of Polis, one part that I don't like is this upvote, downvote. That part is like voting, right? But if you knew why the person liked that or didn't like that, what are they scared of? What are they excited about? What seems to solve the problem to them about that particular text snippet? Would that be good for themselves, for their children? Like, why? Right? This is something you can't tell Polis right now. And we don't really know how to get the whys very well from people yet. We don't know when someone clicks a like button on Facebook either, like what they like. And if we did, I think we would discover that there's very different kinds of whys, and some of them are much more worth listening to than others. Some of them are like very important and should count more. And other people, if they knew about that why, would be like, oh yes, now I see that why, and I see me too, like yes. And so that's, I think, the future, that's where this is going to go, and this is what a good facilitator does too, is like uncover the reasons.
Yeah, indeed. And I think actually Polis is often described or talked about as a deliberation tool, but I would argue that it's not actually very deliberative, and it relates to what you're talking about now, because, I mean, even in the language you use to talk about it, it collates people's opinions about things, whereas in a deliberation, it's also about weighing evidence and going through quite a long learning phase, usually, to better understand the depth and the complexity of an issue, a breadth of different perspectives on it, and then having a phase where people talk about it, but not just saying, yes, I agree or not, but really needing to justify why they believe something. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to change their mind. It may mean they have a much stronger, actually in-depth understanding of why they even believe something. So it's not necessarily about getting to convince people or otherwise, but that phase of actually learning, of listening to others, of justifying why you believe something. I think that at the moment we don't really have that in any of the sort of purely digital or at least text-based tools. We've seen technology used to facilitate people deliberating, like through video and through actual conversations and so on. But I'm yet to see it actually being done really well in a purely text-based format. Now, that's not to say we might not use that as a complement or use those inputs to be feeding a deliberation, but I don't think it's actually very deliberative as a tool in the way that it's designed.
So I'll follow up directly on that because, sorry, Tom, do you want to go?
Yeah, I'd like to point out the people who created Polis did not create it to make decisions. They created it as input into conversations. So there's a sense in which this is another form of evidence to use that language, that deliberative language, and also to handle the Claudia's concerns about the kinds of people who would use such a platform. There have been efforts to take tablets out into communities that would not normally respond and actually sit with people and help them put input into the Paulus system. So there's lots of ways to humanize the engagement, and Paulus is not the answer. I think there's ways, as Joe was suggesting, it could make it move closer, or things like it move closer and closer to being an answer. But right now, we totally need the nuance that's capable of happening in well-facilitated conversation to deal with what shows up in things like Paulus. Okay.
And what do you think are some of the things that would complement Polis? I totally agree with the idea that Polis has limits, and that any technology is going to have limits, and it's important to understand those boundaries. And I like the idea of bringing the technology, such as Polis, to a community, and they can kind of shape it to their needs and what they need it for. What do we see as kind of other kinds of deliberative elements that we can begin to bring to these spaces that we would like to become more deliberative, and kind of intermixing online and offline tools, thinking about how citizens' assemblies would fit with Polis and other technologies, and kind of feedback into each other, and harness their complementarities while also understanding when there are limits to any one tool, and the need for them to be situated together in kind of a modular process that is organized for a particular context and community.
So perhaps two notes on that. One is a very, very apparent one, which is that the risk I see is that we take shortcuts with some of the technologies in which we lose the exact value of deliberative processes, which is in reflection, which is about unraveling, uncovering, discussing, and debating. But of course, that's something that is quite well known. But the second to your direct question would be that how I see digital technologies in the context of deliberation is that we are all, as human beings, really different, and we have different biases. So basically having both virtual, physical mechanisms in place, there's a wider set of approaches through which you can, for instance, tackle biases in which somebody is better in social context or in synthesizing information, which means using a lot of power in social situations, and a variety of others. So I see the complementary in the capacity to recognize more diversity and provide more approaches on that diversity.
I love that. Just to double click there, yeah, the idea that it's interesting to think about deliberation as a way to kind of reckon with our biases. There's a great book called Enigma of Reason, which is about rationality, and it kind of argues that our capacity for reason is actually social, and it comes through interaction and deliberation. And that so much of our rationality and intelligence is only through dialogue and deliberation. And I think that's a beautiful way of kind of motivating the importance of deliberation. I guess I'd like to just hear a little bit more about some concrete examples. We've talked about Polis, but going in both other directions, I'd like to hear more about kind of on-the-ground experiments with mini publics. Claudia, Juha, your work with kind of citizens' assemblies in around the world, and just the kinds of problems that they we're dealing with, and how citizens' assemblies and kind of that bringing diverse perspectives and attempting to bridge them, what that has yielded for various communities around the world.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to answer that. I mean, first of all, there's hundreds of examples. Like in the OECD database that we put together, there's 577 of them, and it was last updated in December. So I would guess there's more than 600 by this stage. So I also I feel like we're past the stage of experimentation in some ways. Like we actually know quite well what needs to be in place for this to work, and and all of those examples have been connected to government in some way. So they're also not taking place just organized by civil society or academia, but have actually been initiated by authorities who are able to act on them. And I mean, I mentioned a few examples this morning, but they've really ranged from tackling issues from 30-year infrastructure investment plans, how to develop them. In the city of Melbourne, there was a challenge about closing a $900 million budget hole and developing the city's next 10-year, $5 billion plan. That was done with a citizens' assembly. In Ireland, some of the most well-known examples, even though there's been a decade of citizens' assemblies on many, many topics, but they've dealt with 4 different constitutional questions, all of which have gone to referendums on blasphemy, divorce, same-sex marriage, and abortion. And maybe I'll just talk about one example in detail, which was like a hybrid case that I was involved in designing, given this emphasis here also on the technology aspect and so on. So one of the bits of work that I did when I was at the OECD as well was we worked with the region of Cantabria in Spain. And there, for the context, it's a relatively small region, somewhat rural, kind of post-industrial region, where it's a slightly older population, not super high levels of education, high levels of unemployment, a region that sort of feels, let's say, in decline. And there was a citizens panel that was organized by the Ministry of Economy in relation to involving the community of people who live there in determining what should be the priorities for this region of how do we spend our cohesion policy funds. Now that's also a term with a huge amount of jargon that wasn't actually used in the wording of the question that went out to citizens, but basically cohesion policy comes from the European Union. It's the biggest part of the EU's budget, and it works in these 7-year funding cycles that usually relate to huge multi-million euro investments, long-term investments for a community. And so here the ministry involved the everyday people who are living there in setting, okay, what should actually be our spending priorities for this huge pot of money that we get from the EU for this region. And given the context of the population and the fact that this took place actually during COVID times meant that most of it took place online. And so what that meant was that to fulfill the democratic principles around actually everyone having an equal chance of being selected and so on, meant that there were 10 people who were chosen who didn't have a computer, who didn't know how to use the internet. And so there was also a space that was created at the public library to bring in person the people who didn't have the technology at home, with each of them actually receiving support to use the technology to be able to participate. All the other sort of design principles that I was talking about earlier about what's needed for this to work, like enough time, were still fulfilled. So they still met for 6 full days of deliberation over the course of 3 months to really grapple with, like, it's a complex issue, and they needed time to really develop the proposals for this. So there were still facilitators that were there. They did things on Zoom where they used breakout rooms to still be able to have small group conversations and come back to have plenary discussions. They heard from lots of different experts. They heard from stakeholders from the region, and they had time to develop their recommendations. And it was only at the very end that their last session they were able to do in person because the COVID situation improved a little bit. And all of them were actually very, very grateful to have the chance after this whole experience to even really meet one another, to meet with the minister in person, and so on. But it's just one example that I've talked about in a tiny bit more detail to explain and to maybe make this a bit less abstract for people of what this actually means to design such a very democratic process, but also what considerations need to be taken into account for it to still be democratic, because we assume online that means it's more open to everyone, but actually no, it doesn't. And so it means that if we actually want to still be democratic, there need to be these sorts of supports that are in place, and everyone was paid for their time to do this. And I don't know, I don't remember the details of this, but usually when it's in person, there's childcare provided, either on site or people are paid for the costs of childcare and so on. So all these other considerations are also needed in terms of what we need to do to actually be designing inclusive deliberative spaces too.
Juha, would you like?
Yeah, sure. So a lot of the work we do at Demos Helsinki is basically about how to get the existing institutions to change or create new ones in order to embed some of these ideas into those. And there are 2 openings that I see right now that could be interesting. One is that COVID-19 did a lot of things. One thing it that it did. It put governments to the limelight. And essentially what we're seeing right now is governments in Europe, in different parts of the world, national and local level, coming to ask with the context of the climate crisis, essentially saying that we have no idea how to create policies that are legitimate, coherent, how to deliver on those. And that is an agenda and an opening through which one is able to also bring about some of these ideas forward. But it's really, really tricky because you need to engage with processes such as budgeting or policy design that are really technical, very contextual, very entrenched. And that's a lot of the work that we do. So trying to maneuver together with some of those institutions. So for instance, we've been working on the notion of humble governance, which essentially tries to provide a way forward in which you're able to coherently deliver on longer-term policy issues. The other opening that I see right now is somebody mentioned you before in the earlier panel here. And literally, like if we talk of our collective challenges that we're facing, just such as the climate crisis, we're trying to solve it from forms that are not meaningful for solving such a problem. So nation state cannot in itself solve the climate crisis, obviously. So there's a very imperative and urgent need to imagine new forms for collective action, which is very abstract, but very concretely, for instance, we're working with the mission-oriented approaches, trying to think of them as ways in which you design an artificial governance modality around that mission, whatever it is, and then start to design the governance mechanisms on accountability, on incentive recognition, on revision, on learning, etc., etc. So those type of things, I think we need much, much more, because as said, it's a journey of experimentation. But when experimenting and imagining with new forms, one can also better than embed deliberative values into the core of those new forms and maneuver forward with that.
That's great. You have a great piece online on new, thinking about the form in transformation and the need for new forms for collective action, one of which I think citizens' assemblies is. And I guess my next question is, while there are so many exciting experiments around the world, it seems like most of them so far, they're getting off the ground, so it's understandable, but that they've mainly played kind of an advisory role inside or actually outside existing power structures, and they do have a lot of democratic legitimacy because they were so participatory and inclusive and collaborative that that's often, I think, maybe where the weight and the power comes from in how it can then shape real political power. But how should we think about that theory of change here, moving from these? They're beyond experiments, as you said now, but how can we push it even further so that these citizens' assemblies and so forth can, come to shape a new democratic future?
Can I say something that no one will like?
Please.
Yeah. So if we're looking at the prevalence of deliberation in society, so we've been talking about it in terms of governance, right? But the kinds of conversations that we want there to be more of, the kinds of service values, introspection, and so on, they don't just happen in governance decisions, right? They happen at the dinner table and on social media and so on, right? And so you have to look at the whole thing, like which way is all of society's communication going, not which way is governance decision communication going, right? And I would say that it's going very strongly the wrong way. Even if you have some success with citizen assemblies and governance in one corner over here, overall, things are going towards, let's call voting just a kind of atomic mechanism, right? So the market would be another kind of atomic mechanism, like buttons and virality would be another kind of atomic mechanism, right? Things are headed really fast and really strongly towards these atomic mechanisms, away from, discursive, whatever. And so I would say that if you wanted to have a theory of change, you would have to address that, not experiments in governance.
Well, I don't know if anybody disagrees with that or doesn't like that. I very much agree with everything you just said, actually, and I think this is very much related to the question you posed and the way you asked it, because at the moment, we've been doing these one-off citizens' assemblies, and they are just advisory, and that's part of the problem. And in terms of actually wanting to have the fuller scale change, I think that's where we need to be institutionalizing and also transferring power, but also thinking about how do we actually incorporate these governance mechanisms that use sortition and deliberation, though, in all sorts of other institutions in our societies. So in our schools, in our workplaces, in our universities, in our banks, other public institutions, because I think that's also where a lot of daily decisions that affect our lives take place. And I think where we see some interesting potential is in some of these initial moves, though, to be creating new institutions and not just these one-off processes. So this morning I mentioned two examples, one in Ostbelgien, which is the German-speaking community of Belgium, where they've essentially set up the world's first second chamber with people selected by lottery. And this has inspired the city of Paris to now establish the Permanent Citizens' Assembly. But there's another really interesting example which will become public in about 2-3 weeks, but it's linked to climate, where there's a European capital city which I worked with a few other experts and other organizations to design a permanent model of citizen deliberation on climate-related decisions that gets incorporated, though, into the institutional framework of how those decisions are made. Because actually, a lot of the decisions are already taken at the international level at COP. Then there's the EU level framework for how to implement them, then the national level. But actually, a lot of the really tricky decisions around how do we actually then implement things, like how do we make sure that within the next 3 years every single home in this city will be insulated, is actually a really hard and very political question. And so having citizen deliberation actually ongoing with a permanent citizens' assembly of 100 people from this city, always working on at least 3 different of these kind of how questions, as well as having a mechanism for involving people in times of climate-related crisis like flooding, to make sure it's not just top-down decisions taken, I think is already one move of moving in that direction, because I think the scale of change or the pace of change isn't happening also fast enough with these one-off approaches too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think all of that is so exciting, and you know, to speak to another exciting development in another sphere of power for, you know, discourse, which is Twitter. Twitter's recently released a exciting new feature called Birdwatch, which gets to some of this bridging that we were talking about, but for adding context to posts that people view. It will add context based on those proposals which receive support from diverse perspectives. That's still, you know, there's still flaws with that, as you were saying. It's still bringing a voting component, but it's exciting to see such a large-scale platform such as Twitter begin to move in that direction as well. Tom, you raised your hand, and you know, we only have a couple minutes left, so you and then Juha, if you have final words. But you know, Tom, you've been in this space for you know, longer than I've been alive, I think. What have you learned? And you know, are there any lessons from you know, and wisdom that you could share moving forward?
I just want to toss out another approach that is radically different from any of the things that we're doing. It's based on the citizen assembly model, but it was a thing done in 1991, initiated by Maclean's magazine in Canada, which is their glossy news weekly. And they got a diverse group that was chosen scientifically, not at random, and they got one of the top negotiation people on the planet to work with them for 2.5 days. And the coverage was what was so remarkable. They gave bios of the 12 people that were chosen, just 12 people, and then you got to witness, both on TV and in the page after page after page of the coverage, how these people interacted, what they did. So there were millions of people in Canada basically witnessing, getting a vicarious experience of the remarkable things that can happen in the room. And from my perspective, and it launched conversations all over Canada and got squelched by politicians. From my perspective, the vicarious experience dimension is a whole new thing that very few people are talking about. And if they had done it the following year as well, it had become an iterative thing. Like every year you do this same exercise, things that were problematic in the first exercise and its impact on society will show up in the next one, et cetera. So there's to be a collective national digestion of this situation, that kind of dynamic is not part of the conversation. It's all about relationship to government or relationship to social media or whatever. I'm going, here's a whole nother dimension to figure out how to stick into this. And it's to shape the whole field that we're living in. Check.
Claudia, you were saying that some of these citizens' assemblies take 40 hours or more, and it's a shame that we only have 1 hour. I feel like we've barely, even begun. But Juha, why don't you take the final word?
1 second. Yes. So a final remark. I've always thought theory of change is a really dangerous notion. It implies that actually we might start to believe in our theories of change, whereas democracy is messy and societies are messy, and we need both. So we need that ability to recognize from different domains, because democracy can change from perceptions of agency changing, for instance, and we don't know what we need to be able to imagine those routes for change. But then, of course, we also know that we need those ideas that have technical depth sufficiently so that we can actually implement and experiment with those. And if we're able to create a way to coordinate between these two, I think then we're able to move forward.
Well said. Thanks, Juha. Thank you, everyone.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise
Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
Starts together
with us.
Thank you for being here. My name is Matt Pruitt. It's great to see you all. I'm the president of Radical Exchange Foundation, which is a nonprofit that works on institutional innovation and thinks about the future of the sort of fundamental institutions of democracy, including markets and voting, and as we'll talk about now, courts and law and jurisprudence. And so I'm very privileged today to be joined by Patrick Wachowicz and Morshid Manan. Patrick is an expert in the rule of law and is the CEO of Qadr Institute, which is doing wonderful work in thinking about the sort of the future of the rule of law in Poland, which we'll hear more about today. And Morshid Manan is an expert in blockchain governance, an expert in thinking about the connection between legality and legitimacy and the range of new institutions, including blockchain and the governance of all sorts of new digital networks. So thank you both for being here today, and would love to start this off by perhaps just a couple minutes about each of your background and your work, and then we can jump in with a provocation about the rule of law and new institutions. So we'll start with Patrick.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. Thanks for inviting me. My name is Patrick Wachowicz. I'm a legal analyst at the Civil Development Forum, a leading NGO in Poland dealing both with economic freedom, which is quite relevant here, I think, and the rule of law. I am responsible for the rule of law branch. In our work, we try to solve the problem. Let's be honest, the problem with Poland's rule of law and the ongoing crisis, which we observe, which spills over the whole European Union, and which creates a massive problems with legitimacy of courts and the parliament as well. So what we do, we suggest some solutions how to get out of the crisis, especially when it comes to judicial nominations, because this is the very institution that has been spoiled since late 2015. And of course, in a much more broader context, how to restore the democratic legitimacy of courts, how to bring the public trust in the judiciary, and so on and so forth. There's plenty of work to do. We cooperate with many NGOs, with European institutions as well, individual experts of constitutional law, legal philosophy as well. But the process of finding solutions is still ongoing as the crisis unfolds. So we have plenty of work to do. Thanks.
Great. Yeah, and Morshid, I wonder if you can sort of frame your work a little bit.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Matt, and the others at Radical Exchange for inviting me today to come and speak to you a bit about part of what the research that I'm currently doing. By way of background, I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the European University Institute in Florence, and I am part of the Blockchain Gov research project funded by the European Research Council. During the course of my PhD, before I did research on the emergence of democratic firms in the platform economy, so looking at platform cooperatives, trusts that are bottom-up and democratically controlled, as well as decentralized autonomous organizations, a topic that I overheard in a previous panel, so I won't go into a lot of detail about. And after completing that PhD, I joined this Blockchain Gov project where, among other things, we apply legal and political theory to understand the development and growth of blockchain governance. And so we look at, among other things, the potential clash between what some have called the rule of code and the rule of law. And that's among one of the topics that I hope we'll get to discuss today. And we also are looking at questions like the nature of trust or trustlessness, as some claim, in blockchain systems, as well as the legitimacy of blockchain governance.
So I hope that we will steer the conversation eventually towards the sort of the interaction between the legal order and these new technologies that you're thinking about the governance of. But I think it might make sense to start off with a little bit of discussion around the rule of law in Poland or in the European Union more broadly. What are the threats to it, and how are you thinking about addressing those problems, Patrick?
Well, thanks for that question, Matt. Well, the problem started about 12 years ago when the current government took the power in Hungary, and started to get rid of many institutions that secure democracy and the rule of law. And this process has spilled over many other countries, including Poland, which according to VIDEM Institute, which measures the level of democracy, was the country that faced the most authoritarian decline in the decade in the world. So this is quite serious. And of course, we observe at the European level, in the European institutions, that this problem is not correctly addressed, so to speak. There are tendencies to politicize the solutions about how to deal with these issues in Poland, in Hungary, but also in Malta, in Romania as well, in Bulgaria, where we observe a huge percentage of corruption, for example. But the Poland what's specific in Poland is that, well, the ruling majority decided to capture the judiciary by packing the Constitutional Tribunal, the Supreme Court, by changing the way in which judges are nominated or appointed, by introducing new special procedures to deal with final judgments, to create new chambers tasked with disciplining judges, to merge the office of the Minister of Justice and the Prosecutor General, and empowering this institution with huge powers over individual prosecutors. So in fact, many branches of, broadly speaking, justice system has already been captured, but there are of course responses mainly from European courts, the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg and the Court of Justice of the European Union in Luxembourg. Well, in a recent set of judgments from Strasbourg as well as from Luxembourg, these courts clearly decided that the system of judicial appointments in Poland is corrupted, has been captured by the judiciary, and it is per se incompatible with the right to fair trial according to European conventions. However, we see retaliatory measures from the Polish side. The captured Constitutional Tribunal has declared that the decisions of European courts are unconstitutional, are null and void, despite the fact that we still are a member of these institutions. There are attempts to put legislation that will invalid European judgments as well. So we see a huge clash between both of these issues. And the main issue, I think, in Poland is the composition of the body responsible for judicial nominations, which is the National Council of the Judiciary. 5 years ago, the current government has changed the manner of appointment of a huge part of this body. and 15 out of 25 members who are judges are now elected by parliament, not by judges themselves. So this is the main problem. The process of appointing judges has been politicized. The political powers have gained a huge influence on who can be a judge, and as a consequence, how he or she can can decide cases, especially politically sensitive cases. So this is how the scene looks like as of today.
So I wonder if you could comment on a big question, which is that there's at least I don't think it is a real contradiction, but there's an apparent contradiction in a lot of these discussions where we're talking about democratizing lots of institutions. We're talking about sort of adding democracy to the functioning of a lot of basic institutions. But then when we talk about judiciary and the rule of law, often the problem that we're worried about is precisely interference between democracy and that system. So for example, there's the practice of elections of judges is broadly criticized. The idea of sort of popular pressure on judges is often precisely the problem that we're trying to guard against when we think about the integrity of the judiciary. So I wonder if you could comment briefly on how you, and then of course, from an American perspective, I would add that there's a multi-decade conversation about the sort of counter-majoritarian role of the courts within the system. And I wonder if you could comment on that a little bit, how you see the relationship between the authority of legal systems and the authority of democracy.
Well, to begin with, I see little contradiction between both of these issues. First, of course, the judiciary is presented as the least democratically legitimized branch of power. To me, it is quite different, because take for example constitutional review and the very top level of the judiciary, upholding the constitution, striking down legislation enacted by parliament is also a democratic act, because the legitimacy, the source of legitimacy of a constitutional court and constitutional review is the constitution itself, which was enacted democratically, was deliberated during when it was drafted, and so on and so forth. But also what is inherent in judicial reasoning is democratic, I think, because compare it to how parliaments take decisions. Majority, no, the minority is overlooked, has lost the vote, and so on and so forth. But if we look at the courts, especially constitutional or supreme courts, judges are professionals. The hearing is open to public, it's transparent. Both sides can elaborate their arguments before the court. So when judges need to decide this case, they take into consideration all those arguments. Those presented by the majority, those posed by minorities who stood up before this court. So this is also, I think, democratic. And the third argument, I think, is that democracy is not only the will of majority, and upholding democracy by courts, especially constitutional courts, means also promoting democratically inherent values such as freedom, equality, tolerance, and so on and so forth. And in striking down legislation, well, the courts are in fact upholding democratic principles, I think. So this is my response to your question.
It's a beautiful point, and in particular, I'd like to underline and appreciate the point you made about the democratic nature of judicial reasoning. So I think, in particular, the sort of the disclosure of the decision that a court makes, may or may not be good. You may or may not agree with it, but there's something about, I think, the disclosure of reasoning that is sort of open to scrutiny by anyone in a profoundly democratic way, which is different from, for example, Parliament, which doesn't need to disclose its reasoning. It can say, this is what my constituents want, and this is what we're doing, right? And so there's a very interesting sort of inversion there, yeah, different aspects of the democratic process. And I think that transitions nicely to the question of, for Morshad. So I would love to hear a little bit about a little bit more about your work on the relationship between legality and the governance of digital networks. You can comment on that directly, or another aspect that might be nice to bring in here is that, for example, Audrey Tang in Taiwan has emphasized the sort of point that one of the most sort of productive ways of improving the functioning of democratic institutions is in a way to build institutions that are outside of them and that maybe adhere to deep democratic values better than the official institutions do, and therefore sort of place a kind of a soft pressure on formal institutions to do better and adhere to their own values. And I think that in some ways, at least, we might imagine governance of digital networks or of platforms performing that kind of a role. So I'd love to hear more about your thoughts and your work.
Thank you, Matt. Those are both really interesting questions. So I'll take the first one. Obviously, when we're talking about digital networks, we can draw a distinction, as is often done nowadays, between more traditional platform operators and the sort of Web3 networks that we're now seeing. And they raise different questions even in the context of a rule of law discussion. So the reason for this is partly about how easy it is to bring them within the, let's say, the bounds of the rule of law. So if we take the traditional platform operator, we can see that, well, they're registered somewhere and they have that as their home jurisdiction, and then they might have subsidiaries in many other parts of the world. And in a sense, even if they claim to be a global network, they claim to have this sort of borderless quality, not only are they very much embedded in a particular legal context and a particular rule of law context, but that they also in some cases are exporting certain values as well. So we see this, of course, being discussed a lot in the context of social media networks, where the idea is that not only are they subject to certain rules about how they approach things like content moderation, but they themselves are promoting certain ideas about what freedom of speech are based on where they are from. And we see that as the hegemony of particular social media networks are being challenged with competitor social media networks emerging in other parts of the world. I won't go into a lot of names here, but you know who I'm talking about probably. You end up having maybe competing visions of what, for instance, freedom of speech looks like online. So that's with respect to, let's say, the rule of law as applying to traditional online platforms. But interestingly, when we're still talking about these platforms, we can see that they are able to, and this is not a given, but some have claimed that they are able to operate their own fiefdoms. endogenously. So there's one aspect which is sort of the exogenous influence onto these platforms, but also endogenously they're able to build their own sort of governance system, which most recently the Oxford professor Willy Ledonvierte described as a cloud empire. And their own, and the reason of using this particular term is because it insinuates a particular type of governance system, where if we use the rule of law analogy, here it would be more of a rule by law type of system. And so instead of, if we translate this into the context of these platforms, we would say that they are ruled by code, in the sense that they are operationalizing the particular power that they hold over the people who are using these platforms, and in some cases even beyond those who are actively using these platforms, to be able to exercise a particular type of will. And because of the fact that they themselves are not subject to the same constraints that they're placing on others, there's this idea of them instrumentalizing power. And so that's where we come into these notions of rule by law and rule by code, as opposed to rule of law and, what I'll be talking about now, the rule of code. So if we transition from talking about decentralized platform operators to talking about decentralized Web3 platforms or networks, at least in an ideal sense, we end up coming to this discussion about the rule of code, because at least in principle, or at least the claim is that you would have no sovereign, or at least even if there is certain powerful players within this network, they are all subject to the same rules. So they are not able to assert themselves above others. And so they are able to at least meet this thin conception of the rule of law. And that's why there is this analogy drawn by some between the rule of code and the rule of law. Of course, and with this I will sort of end my point, and then if you have a follow-up question, I would go to that. But I think, of course, there can be criticisms about this on two levels. One is the fact that this is, as I just said, a thin conception of the rule of law, not one that is richer and thicker, as a lot of people would argue that the rule of law is, if we are talking about, for instance, human rights being a part of the rule of law and whether the rule of code is able to encompass this. And at the other level, it's also about the clashes that can emerge between the rule of code and the rule of law. And I think here, this is also an interesting connection to what Patrick was just talking about with respect to certain principles that we are now know that are very important in a rule of law system and have known for a long time might not always be translating very well into the context of, for instance, a decentralized network. So one example of this is about the notion of private property within these systems, and then the potential conflict between how important private property is vis-a-vis, for instance, immutability. So this sort of fundamental question emerged when we, for instance, look at the DAO attack, and look at which I think, as there was a discussion about this before, about DAOs before, maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. But there, this sort of issue arises, and we can also apply this sort of rule of code and versus rule of law lens to look at that too.
So one of the themes that I think is important in the sort of discussion of rule of code or code as law is the idea that alternative legal or law-like systems are legitimated by a sort of choice to participate in them, right? So there's this idea of sort of the choice to participate in different legal orders, legitimating those as legal orders. And I have serious sort of questions about that, which I'd love to get your thoughts on, because in many ways I think that, for example, the choice to participate on a particular blockchain network, the choice to use Ethereum and accept the unchangeability of whatever transactions are validated by that network is a thinner kind of community, right? A thinner kind of connection between people than the connection between people that underwrites the, for example, most, anyway, national legal orders, or even most, kind of, community-based legalistic establishments of norms, right? And so when we think about the ability of sort of new technologies to have a positive influence on existing systems of law, I think that is an important sort of factor to keep in mind. And I wonder if you have any thoughts about that sort of the difference between being a participant in a legal order for reasons of birth, for reasons of citizenship, for reasons of participation in a community, versus, participation for reasons of having opted into a particular system of rules or using a particular network. Is this sufficiently well-posed question for you to share your thoughts?
Yes, absolutely. And I think it relates to the second part of, the question you asked earlier with the example of Tang and creating these institutions that sort of, in a way, not only exert pressure, but also create an archetype of what could be, almost a prefigurative type of structure as well, especially when applied to traditional institutions. So I think this comes to the issue about what is the type of, let's say, issue or good that is in question. So, in a recent essay that Vitalik Buterin wrote, he distinguishes between these decisions which are sort of concave and convex, and which is quite an interesting way of looking at it, where he talks about particular decisions where you have public goods at stake, where it becomes even more important to have thicker notions of community. And as a consequence of this, you end up having to use different notions of governance than a purely, let's say, financial, corporate notion of governance. And so, in that essay, he goes into this discussion about, looking at different types of DAOs used for different sorts of purposes, some being used for more public goods related purposes, basically, and others that are more contractual private goods related. And then thus, the type of governance that is appropriate also has to be modulated accordingly. So when we're talking about the more public goods oriented one, whether it's about financing public goods retroactively, whether we're talking about creating court systems like Kleros Online, he argues that we need to have a more political notion of governance that is able to, in a way, learn from the experience in, let's say, political theory and political science with trying to implement liberal democratic values, especially online, and then try to apply them in this case. So one example that I've been writing about a bit is the bicameral system that you might be familiar with in the work of Isabel Ferreras, where she talks about this, firstly in the context of the traditional corporation, but now increasingly also looking at it in the context of online platforms, is where instead of just having a board of directors, you also have a labor chamber. And so you have the investor chamber and the labor chamber in the board of directors as a way of grounding this particular organization into the needs of its most salient stakeholders. And so we can think about this as a particular example that could be relevant in the context of particular DAOs or particular types of blockchain networks as well. We can also think about one of the points that I think he asserts, which I think is really relevant, is about how when we talk about decentralization, it's not just a point that is made to create a type of decentralization theater or just to meet securities obligations or something, but it is to try to prevent certain types of harmful collusive behavior. And so there, again, having something that is more rooted in particular communities, especially when those are the ones that are most affected by it, is definitely a way of both maintaining the health of that particular organization, but also it gives us already an idea of what would be most appropriate in that context. And so we can think of, in some cases it might be that you have almost like a jury system where you have 13 people, an odd number, who get to decide on certain issues, for instance about oracles, or it can be something which is a citizens' assembly, and you have mini publics to try to vote on it. And so these are almost like judicial political hybrid organizations that are able to go beyond these superficial notions of community.
So I used to work for a federal court in the United States, and when I was doing that work, it often occurred to me that the work that the judge and his clerks are doing in the chambers is actually work that anyone could do. It's a public docket. There's public information about exactly what what has gone into this legal case and what is the decision to be made. Anyone could look at that docket and decide what they think should happen next. And it's interesting to me, actually, that to imagine what would happen if more people were simply doing that, if more people were simply, trying to, rendering the kinds of decisions that judges make. And there are, in a way, the only difference between the position of people working in a judge's chambers and outsiders who have the same information is that sort of sense of loyalty to the institution, obligation to the institution to render the decision with a certain kind of attitude and with a certain kind of responsibility. But then there are very virtuous sorts of pressure that actually could be placed from the outside, for example, to work more quickly, right? I mean, you could, a dedicated team of lawyers could operate faster than a judge's chambers in most cases and do, high quality work. And it would be interesting to see what would happen if there were more networks, engaging in that kind of thing. And Patrick, to pivot back to your work, I wonder if you can say a little bit more about how you're thinking about bringing, designing new kinds of institutions and using new kinds of technologies to repair the credibility of judicial systems and to perhaps do a better job balancing popular input and other imperatives in the construction of more legitimate systems.
Yeah, thanks for that question. But before, I would like to comment on what you have just said about the work of judges. Well, I think it's all about what is special in judicial adjudication. Is that judicial reasoning or legal reasoning, broadly speaking, is a way in which you can reach the same conclusion going through a very different paths of reasoning. And I think, and it is greatly presented on the European levels, in European courts. We, in the highest court of the European Union, we have an institution that is called Advocate General. This is a person, a lawyer, that is responsible for draft an opinion about the case, to find possible reasonings, to come to a conclusion or two conclusions or three sometimes, and present the opinion to the public and to the court before the final judgment takes place. So I can see some parallels between what you have, what you and Moshe have described, and how the highest judicial authority in the European Union works. Similarly, when we talk about the juries, there is also a deliberation that takes place, and there are various proposals how to approach a problem are presented, so on and so forth. But going back to your question, in our proposals, which are now in the form of recommendations to solve the ongoing rule of law crisis in Poland, we tend to employ or implement some new digital-like solutions. I will reveal some secret because it's the ongoing work, but we would like to show some recommendations about how judges should be appointed in Poland, and especially how a body that is tasked with judicial appointments, namely the National Council of the Judiciary, should be constructed. And we suggest that in response to what the parliament did, it made a top-down decision to make the parliament the body that elects the body tasked with judicial nominations. We would like to go back to the bottom-up approach, let judges elect their peers, their representatives in the Council of the Judiciary, but in a new reformed way, which is first, purely electronical elections. Judges are professionals, they use computers every day, and come on, it's a third decade of the 21st century, so I think every judge has at least some minor command of computer and internet and so on and so forth, but we also would like to propose a new voting system, which is called STV, Single Transferable Vote, which basically means that instead of crossing the candidate judges would like to see in the new Council of the Judiciary, they will rank the candidates from 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth. And there is a special algorithm that takes all those votes, all those ballots, and and as a result, it gives you the most representative 15 of judges. So I think this will be quite useful, especially when we see a huge polarization between members of the society, but also in the judiciary. So this is how this should be made. And also there is an ongoing project suggested by other non-governmental organizations to change the manner or how the Constitutional Tribunal operates. We have separate Supreme Court and Constitutional Tribunal, and this body was the first that was captured by the current majority, and they suggest a new case allocation system in order to promote legitimacy of that court, so restore the legitimacy of that court, in order to make the citizens, the public, aware and make them trust into the Constitutional Tribunal. They suggest a new digital case allocation system that will join new senior judges in the Constitutional Court with new judges of the Constitutional Court. That will bring more, that will connect, men and women, for example, in the judicial bench. So in order to promote a more tolerant and open way of dealing with cases, and at the same time to make sure and to guarantee that the cases are dealt with independently by judges. So these are the main proposals in which we see how we can implement some new technologies. Also, there is an ongoing discussion about what to do with lawmaking process, how to strengthen or how to make it more transparent. There are many issues going on in the parliamentary committees which are not as open as we expect they should be. So there are also some more advanced proposals how to deal with that and get rid of paperwork, which is very bureaucratic and makes everything slower, I think.
So just a quick follow-up, and then I'd love to open it to audience questions. But I wonder if you could comment on. It seems to me that given the sort of that the inherently democratic aspect of judicial work is the sort of transparency of the reasoning in a way. It strikes me that one of the biggest obstacles to that, you know, feature functioning as it should is the illegibility of the processes. So in other words, just the fact that there's so much information to process and there's a lot of technical legal background that is often needed to understand what happened at a court. It strikes me that the kind of transparency, the kind of, you know, of public input that might be really useful would be systems of making it easier for anyone to understand exactly why a judge did what they did, exactly what their thinking was, so that, you know, potentially poor reasoning would be more obvious, basically. I wonder if you can comment on the relationship between your proposals and that sort of thing.
Yeah, of course it depends on the jurisdiction, but there are already various ways to make public scrutiny of judicial reasoning more visible. For example, an organization can intervene in the proceedings and make its own oral or written submissions. There is an institution called Amicus Curiae, where also societies and organizations can show the court issues that are sometimes overlooked or more principled than the case they are dealing with. Yeah, but what I think here in Poland especially, we used to have a problem with transparency of judicial proceedings. For example, judgment of the Constitutional Tribunal, which is very fundamental and under which elements of EU law were deemed unconstitutional, this case has been decided on October 2021, but until now we can't see that there are no written motives of the case. So we know only 20 or 15 minutes of oral reasoning. So this is also a problem. So what we need is to teach judges that apart from being a branch of power, they are also accountable to the society or members of the society. And this culture of accountability should also encompass more transparency. This is not against judge to show how he or she works or the arguments on which the decision was made. It is a way to strengthen this judge in particular and his or her legal skills, and also to make the public aware what is happening in courts, how they should, what is happening in courts, why they are so important in a country governed by the rule of law, and so on and so forth. So I think we need some technical nudges, some technical solutions which are more popular in other countries in Europe and across the world. So only time matters.
Would love to have a couple quick questions if we've got just a little bit of time here, but if anyone has questions. I'm sure someone has a question. I'll sit here for a short while longer.
They are still processing.
In that case, Morshad, I wonder if you could comment briefly on, do you have thoughts on the sort of the developments that you can foresee in the governance of blockchain networks and other kinds of digital networks? Can you perhaps say a few words about how you foresee the kind of developments and those kinds of governance and the increasing sort of law-likeness of digital spaces and platforms? How do you think that will affect the way that people understand legitimacy and legality in conventional orders, over the next few years? What do you sort of anticipate?
So I think there I would have two sort of broad responses to that. One is new emerging technologies. I've been using the example of blockchain. I think one interesting example is, and why this notion of illegality of blockchain became popular, is because not so much that it's not regulable, it's more about the question that it problematizes this distinction between what is legal and illegal. And this is a notion that legal philosophers like Hans Lindahl have been exploring in other contexts, and we can see here as well. So I think that's one aspect. So it sort of raises questions about what we value in a legal system in general. So we're already seeing this with, for instance, in England, where the Law Commission recently released a consultation paper arguing that digital assets should be considered as a third type of property outside of chosen action and chosen possession. And so that's a very, in a common law, an ancient common law system, to say that this is so fundamentally different that we need to introduce a third type of property is quite an interesting way of how we're seeing lawmaking evolve. The second is something you and I were talking about before, about what I call, and what Kleros and others have been discussing as well, as Schelling point justice. And so this idea of a Schelling point being a focal point where by default people come to a certain solution or a decision without communication between them. And I think this is a particular issue that we're going to see, because these Schelling points are now economically incentivized within these systems. And while this might be useful in particular contexts, they also hold particular dangers in terms of majoritarian decision making, because you think the majority is going to vote in a certain way. And because you're economically incentivized to vote along with the majority, you will try to do that rather than be most honest, perhaps, even if the system tries to make you honest. This conflict might be a problem, and then it can also allow for certain majoritarian biases to creep in. There's much more to say about this, but I think this is some of the issues that we're going to see.
Super. Well, thank you so much. We're at time, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the conference. And thank you for being here. All right.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together with us.
Hello, welcome everyone who's joining us both in person and remotely to a session that feels a bit like a support concert before the headliner, which will be the conversation between Matt, Cory Doctorow, and Audrey Tang. In our session, we are meant to cover quite a broad conceptual territory. The themes are information flows, data deposits, or more broadly, data governance, and privacy-enhancing technologies. Let me maybe start by introducing our panel. With us today, firstly joining us online is Sylvie Delacroix from the University of Birmingham, Morshid Monan from European University Institute in Florence, Katarzyna Szymielewicz from Panoptykon Foundation, and my name is Alek Tarkowski, and I work at the Open Future Foundation. So I want to start by referring to something that was said earlier in the session. There was a session on the network society, and one of the panelists said that in his opinion there's not a failure of institutions, but the lack of institutions that can properly address some of the challenges that we are facing. And I think in this conversation, a conversation around data governance, we are looking at this issue, but I think from a positive side, from a positive perspective. So basically, there's a lot of debates today on how we could design institutions, broadly speaking, that can provide new forms of data governance. To me, this is very interesting. I am a, so to say, child of the copyright wars. So when I became an activist, when I was 20-something, really the topic that could get everyone have their faces flushed was what to do with MP3s, basically, right? And this was the big debate. Where do we put them? Who is copying them? Is that legal or not? What are the business models? What's ethical or not? And then all these people in my crowd then suddenly started realizing there's something shifting in the world around us. For me, this was when I met Katarzyna, and suddenly everyone was talking about personal data and privacy, and this was an initially subtle shift, and then a tectonic one, I think. By the way, maybe we'll be soon hitting a moment where this will all get synthesized. I see today important debates under the theme of data happening around personal data, health data, but slowly people are also talking about creative works, and there are a lot of parallels. Maybe we'll explore them. But anyway, 2020s, I think, are the year no longer of copyright wars, but of intense debates on how we can govern data. Certainly here in Poland, here in Europe, it is a very big topic of policy debates, but also the sessions today earlier showed that there's a lot of basically grassroots and bottom-up activity. So this panel is meant to explore these issues, and since the space is extremely broad, basically we'll sort of follow the experiences of our panelists, who have some very, I think, interesting and complementary experiences and ideas on how to build these institutions, build these alternatives. So we agreed that we'll start with you, Sylvie. I forgot to mention that you're not only working at the university, but you're the co-founder of the Data Trust Initiative. Data trust is a really strong, big concept in these debates, so I leave it to you to introduce it and share your experiences first.
Thanks. Well, first, I'm thrilled to be here today, and sorry I can't be there in person. I should say that data trust, first I should clarify the fact that a lot of people like the way it sounds. You know, data plus trust sounds good, right? And so it's very tempting to use the words data trust to mean all sorts of things. And so for some time, I mean a few years, progress, I think, when it comes to building bottom-up empowerment infrastructure when it comes to data has been slowed down in part because of talking across each other, right? And I think we've made a lot of progress today, not just in the UK. I see a lot of countries, including Canada, Germany, Europe, India actually is super interesting right now, where there starts to be an awareness of the fact that yes, of course, it's important to have top-down regulation that gives us data rights. Yes, nobody's going to deny that. The problem is that today these data rights are not used as much as they could, And most importantly, they rely on the idea that we all have the ability to make choices through consent that are often not really choices we can make in full awareness. So we just click away, pop-up windows, etc., and we become increasingly passive when it comes to data governance. And so data trust, the data trust initiative is really all about saying, look, we need to beat this habit of passivity. Why? Because actually, increasingly, data is not just a tool that can leverage economic goods, we've thought about that, but it's also a tool, it's a political tool. It's a tool of political empowerment, and a lot of people are missing that. And so the idea behind data trust as bottom-up empowerment infrastructure is to enable groups to pull together the rights they have over the data and to entrust an intermediary, in this case the data trustee, with the exercise of those rights according to the terms of the trust, right? And it's key in this kind of message that there's space for different data trust, right? So we are all different. Some people care a lot more about security, others really want to share their data, say, to better use of natural resources or healthcare, and others may want to maximize financial returns. And you need to make room for a variety of approaches and for people to change their mind and switch from one data trust to another as and when their aspirations change. So I think this is what I really want to emphasize today. It's not theory anymore. Yeah, data trusts are concrete. We've launched the first 3 pilot data trusts in January 2002 at the Data Trust Initiative. If you want more details, you can click datatrust.uk. Now, I really encourage anybody who's interested to get in touch because we very much need and encourage further debate. And we do also need a wide variety of expertise. For instance, one of the key issues today is to think seriously about the sustainability of different types of data trust, right? So some data trust might be focusing on healthcare data, others might be place-based, like we have a data trust that's created for a fishing community in the UK. So yeah, I don't want to talk too long. I just want to, I'm looking forward to questions, and I want to emphasize that this is not theory, it's practice now. And data trusts are one tool in a wider box of bottom-up empowerment infrastructure. And I think we're going to hear about data co-ops as well very shortly.
Indeed. So the second, almost a buzzword, I think, at least in the circles that I frequent, is data cooperatives or data co-ops. The idea itself, the tension is interesting. Co-ops, at least here in Poland and in many places around the world, have a very strong tradition. But when you think a co-op, I think usually maybe an agricultural workers co-op, a musty institution. And here suddenly there's an idea that you can apply the same approach to something as exotic and modern as data. Morshad, you've been studying this concept, so I hope you will tell us more. What's your experience and thoughts about data co-ops?
Thank you very much for this question. So, in my own experience and the way that I started exploring data cooperatives was from a particular angle. I started looking at platform cooperatives more broadly. So looking at alternatives to corporate platforms. For instance, instead of the corporate platform Uber, we look at Uber alternatives that are organized as a cooperative. Now, the idea behind platform worker cooperatives, for instance, is that you turn the Uber driver, for instance, into a member of a cooperative, and by doing so, not only are you able to extend certain type of worker rights that they are otherwise deprived of, but you also give them a democratic control of that cooperative, as by definition. Now, what was really interesting by starting this exploration was that many of these platform cooperatives were actually coming up with ways of handling and managing member data. And so the interesting question was whether many of these platform cooperatives were also data cooperatives. And in some cases, by starting this exploration, we started to discover that there were certain cooperatives that were existing and were starting to, in their own way, without an enabling regulatory framework, to try to handle some of these issues that Sylvie just mentioned as well. Whether that is about, questions about patients, healthcare records, and whether their data could be used in certain ways by research institutions or by the public sector, but also in the context of, for instance, let's say the gig economy, whether by using the data of these drivers, you would be able to pool it together and help them make better choices about when they offer their work, for instance. And so that led to the spawning of a whole other, category of cooperatives as well. So that is sort of a bit of how I came to be interested in this, but also how we start to see the emergence of these data cooperatives in Europe and outside of Europe as well. Now, just like Sylvie said with respect to trusts, data cooperative is also a term that is a buzzword because it brings together two words that are very appealing, right? So not only data, but also the word cooperative is also quite loaded, potentially not just for those who know about the cooperative movement, but also in the idea that, cooperatives in the ideal sense insinuate autonomy. And that's actually one of the principles that cooperatives have, even though Poland, I know, has a history of more top-down cooperatives as well, created by government, but in principle you have this autonomy, you have democratic member control. And so it really lends itself to this idea of giving bottom-up control to the people who are data subjects, for instance. And so I think these are the reasons why we see this sort of complementarity between a lot of what data trusts are trying to do, but also with what these nascent data cooperatives that have begun to emerge in recent years are striving for as well.
By the way, maybe we'll return in a moment. Maybe it will be good to clarify whether there are significant differences in these approaches. But before we do that, I'd like also Katarzyna to give your perspective. And I forgot maybe to mention, of course, in my little retelling, what happened that we did this shift between content and issues like privacy. Obviously, platforms happened, and you've been looking a lot at platforms and in a very specific way as a watchdog, as a civic watchdog, and we agreed that you'll talk a bit in this context about barriers to all these ideas, about more empowerment with data and democratic governance of data.
True. Thank you, Alec, very much for this intro. It already sets a good context for what I'm going to say. So I'm here as a lawyer and activist who has spent last 15 years fighting for autonomy and power over data for the people. That's to put it bluntly. When we started, indeed, we used these concepts of data protection. It was before the GDPR that I assume many of you have heard of, which is the European Data Protection Regulation. So, there was a big fight in front of us, and indeed, we had this awareness that data is power already back then, but I don't think even us, the fighters, had full understanding of what happened with data and to what extent the stakes in this battle will be the data interpreted and observed about people by those entities who have power to do so, because they host content, because they have interfaces that we all use, because they have algorithms analyzing our behavior real time, and they have all the sophisticated algorithms to understand the patterns. We kind of expected that to be the issue, but we didn't, I think, back then took a full account. So indeed, back then I would say personal data the question was how to, for example, take the data you generated somewhere else, or how to make sure that somebody who is processing your data is doing this in a transparent way, deletes if you kindly ask, and maybe explains the goals. From perspective of today, all that seems pretty naive and very simple as compared to what we are facing today. And now, back to the ideas of data trust and cooperatives. When I first heard about these ideas in a big event, like it became big topic of the event, I think it was a Mozilla conference 3 years ago in London, I was sort of lost. I was like, it was exotic concept to me, not because as a lawyer I couldn't get it. I couldn't get why people telling about these structures don't get the power play around data. I mean, like, it's not carte blanche. It's not a situation in which users. Even the name triggers even the name reveals our position. We are exploited. We are passive. We are the digital biomass. That's who we are. And they come, I mean, I'm talking with sympathy, of course. I'm not attacking people who come with radical concepts. This is beautiful. But these thinkers come with beautiful concepts to me as if the power play was different, as if we were actually the owners and the producers of data, and in capacity of giving it, donating it to trust or cooperatives. So I couldn't get how they omit that aspect of fighting back, reclaiming control in the first place. It took me a while to understand that these concepts are quite liberal in essence, and they are built on the presumption that people are in control. They produce data, for example, by buying equipment like these bracelets that you can even create yourself or buy and design in a way that indeed it is producing your data that you can hypothetically donate to a trust or a co-op that will fulfill the goals that you like. Fair enough, beautiful. But what about the mainstream? What about the real problem where people are exploited as passive biomass and nobody is giving them access to the key information about them, which is observed and interpreted? Yes, I want you really to get that difference. It's not about the data I provide. Nobody cares what I put in my profile on Facebook. This is nothing. The real power game is about behavioral observation happening in real time, all the time, massive amounts of data, not even stored on servers with my name. Not at all. Nobody's doing this. That would be ridiculous, not cost effective, and dangerous, because then GDPR comes in and these companies could be, oh my God, forced to reveal that. So nobody's doing this. There is no database with your label, your tag, with all this data. This is stored in a different way. This is preserved as patterns detected by algorithms applied to you as user to manipulate your choices, to surveil you, and to execute power over your life in the digital sphere. And for me, this is this is elephant in the room. And now how do we work around this elephant? Well, EU kind of gave its answer. So in a way, these radical concepts, I think they provoked legislators in the European Union to address that power issue, and at the end of that kind of intellectual process, we are now with serious legislative proposals, and I believe we will get back to them later in the discussion, that include that element of reclaiming the power over data, exactly to address that problem. So slowly, we are moving to a legal scenario in which we, the passive biomass, could potentially awake and demand something from the data holders. But even with this new legislative framework, we are very, very far from the situation in which I would like to be, which is I control the behavioral surplus and I decide whether it exists in the first place, and if it exists, for which purpose in society it can be used. We are still very far from that, and even the best proposals at the table right now do not address this problem.
So the elephant in the room, you called it. I wonder what you, Sylvia and Morshed, think. Do we really, is it possible to build these new forms of sort of data sovereignties of people or communities without dealing with the issue of platforms, or is it intrinsically coupled? How do you see it? Sylvie, maybe you want to go first.
I think, yeah, I mean, the data trust ID was actually very much born out of an awareness that there was this considerable power imbalance between us, the users, as Kasia says, and these platforms or data controllers. And the idea was, on our own, with this individualized approach to data rights, we are not going to get anywhere. We need to have tools for collective empowerment so that we break the assumption that it's always about individual rights. So data trust and data corps, I think they have this in common, spring from an acknowledgement that when it comes to data, it's high time we come up with tools for collective empowerment and ways for groups to acquire voice, not just individuals having control. I think control is actually, in many cases, an illusion. Whereas in a group, you can actually regain, if you have like 100,000, maybe 1,000,000 people in a data co-op or data trust, suddenly you might have a negotiating power that you would never have a chance to have as an individual. And that can lead you to, for instance, negotiate the terms and conditions that govern the collection of your data, so that you could imagine a scenario where I don't go shopping on Amazon unless my data trustee has negotiated terms and conditions, which mean I log in via my data trust, and the direction of consent has been reversed. And so the whole idea behind data trust is absolutely born out of an acknowledgement, in fact, a commitment to taking very seriously the need to address this power imbalance. And so far, I do not think that top-down regulation is going to be enough on its own. So this is all about saying, if we want to beat this power imbalance and redress it, then we also need to build bottom-up empowerment infrastructure to give a voice to people. And that voice can be used for economic purposes, but also, most importantly, for social and political purposes. And so I think this is really key and important. I'm glad Cassia made her contribution, because it forced me to clarify this. And also, I really think it's important to understand that this is not theory anymore, it's actually practice. The first data trusts are live. It's actually now a core policy priority, both in the UK and in Europe. The DGA is still vague on certain points, but it's very clear that there's going to be some sort of intermediary provisions. I think a lot hangs on how the safeguards are put in place. And the reason I'm interested in data trust, I'll just finish with that, is to say, well, the reason I focus on data trust rather than data co-op is because I believe with these structures, you have to have structures that have the most robust safeguards in place by default. And I worry that when you have a contract-based structure, like most co-ops tend to be focused on contracts, now not all of them, then you risk falling prey to problems down the line, and you risk not truly empowering people. Because if you have to rely on people having to go to court to address or to claim their rights, then you're not really improving the situation that much. Whereas with a trust, there's a court that oversees the trust, that can intervene in the absence of any claim, can replace the data trustee, etc. But that's not enough. And don't get me wrong, I think we're going to need a lot of layers of regulatory oversight. So there's, of course, the built-in layers, but also I think we need professional layers. Data trustees should be seen as a profession, completely independent, just like we need doctors and lawyers. We need a new profession, data trustees or people running data co-ops. And they need to be held to professional standards. And then we'll probably need also national oversight bodies, etc. I want to stop here because I'm very keen to hear what Moshed has to say. I also think that data co-ops have a very important role to play. They're complementary, but there's this issue around safeguards and how to build them strong enough.
Okay. I think the interesting sort of issue with respect to the DGA is that in its one of its recitals...
Excuse me, maybe we should clarify. DGA, for those that don't know,
is the Data Governance Act.
Important new piece of EU regulation.
Yes, and in one of its recitals it mentions how it wants... it expects that member states are going to introduce fiduciary duties for data intermediating services, which according to the framework of the Act would include data cooperatives as well. And so I expect that while there's quite a bit of heterogeneity when it comes to what data cooperatives look like, and in a recent paper that I've been working on with some others, we look at many different types of data cooperatives which deal with many different sorts of issues. So ranging from the one where it's a lot about donation, which you mentioned, all the way to the ones which are more about trying to improve the asymmetric relation between those who become their members and these platforms. So if we talk about the latter example, we see something like Polypoly, where they created the Polypod as a way of trying to give users more of a decision about what kind of data they share with, for instance, Netflix or not. And so their idea of the cooperative there is that the members collectively own this particular technology that they that they are developing and continuing to work on, that gives more individual control to their members as well. But of course, there's a collective benefit from this in the sense that they are collectively financing this. And there's, of course, a role for collective governance in that too. Now, this brings me to what I think is a really important point in connection to all of what we're saying, is this distinction between this individualistic approach towards even it's almost paradoxical. Like, you have an individualistic approach towards these bottom-up solutions versus a more collective approach as well. So I think in the more ambitious proposals and more radical proposals, we would see that in trying to rebalance this relationship, we would not just try to see that, okay, we are empowering this member to use this particular technology to have control over their data, but these platforms still implement these data extraction practices, which still continue to exploit a large number of people, especially those who are less tech savvy, those who are not using these technologies and so on. So it doesn't deal with the fundamental problem. Instead, if we combine, I suppose, that this data trust and data cooperative approaches, along with new forms of state regulation, we would be able to try to address this from different angles, in a way, sort of like using this, Lawrence Lessig idea of trying to look at the pathetic dot from different ways, right? Like in using looking at the architecture, looking at regulation, looking at governance, and so on. And I think that's going to be really important in terms of empowering the individual to also act collectively and benefiting those who are not just members or are not beneficiaries of a trust as well.
Thanks for mentioning the collective dimension. I think it's really important. I think of it, I don't know, Katarzyna, if you'll agree, as this post-GDPR sort of thing, where GDPR really betted heavily on individual data portability, which didn't seem to have an impact. I really appreciate these debates on the collective level. There was talk earlier today about the importance of this idea of soul-bound tokens, where in the Web3 debate you suddenly connect individuals with groups. There's very interesting ideas coming out of India, where there's ideas of community data governance. What I find challenging there is figuring out what's the community, right? In some cases it's easy, like taxi drivers in a city, sure, you can probably figure out who they are in one day. But for some more abstract groups, that's for me a bit of a challenge, understanding how these new forms of intermediation might work. But I wanted to ask you, moving a bit on, what's the role of the state here? A lot of these intermediaries are seen as sort of bottom-up. Also in a country like Poland, a lot of ideas of state intervention simply sound risky. At the same time, it's public institutions that often have the capacity to scale. Sylvia said a very, for me, inspiring thing, to imagine that this could happen at the scale of hundreds of thousands of people. I usually, when I think co-op, I think something smaller. So does the state intervention, is this important here, or this can happen without the state, or maybe the state can only complicate things? What do you think?
I mean, if you look at me, I would say not so much state, but certainly supranational power structures with real capacity, with real power to impose something on the data holders, yes? So again, back to example that Sylvie gave us 10 minutes ago, with negotiating power of collective, of a group of users, people, I'm sorry to, it's just like imposed in my brain, okay, cancer, users, no, humans representing themselves via data trust, coming with the bargaining concept to Amazon. I don't get it, because I've been there. I've been in this situation as a lawyer, as a human being, as an individual. I never got any bargaining position. Terms and conditions are non-negotiable. So somebody with real power has to come in this equation and demand special rights for these new structures. I think indeed thinking in terms of collectives, collective rights, and even more so societal goals like protection of public health or national security or public security or fulfillment of legitimate goals like improving healthcare services or improving transportation, this is the moment where it gets interesting. Because when I come as an individual to Google or Amazon and say, hey, there is 10 of us, give us a better price for a service, like lower the price, take less data from us than you take from others, are we winning anything? I mean, we will get ignored for sure, but even if we didn't get ignored, even if there was 1 million of us, would it be a benefit for the society that my data trust bargained something out of these empires and all the rest of society gets the same exploitation? I am not really comfortable with this idea. So for me, moving from individual to collective and demanding by legal measures imposed by something like the EU, because only them, if anybody, has that bargaining power, demanding something extra for the collectives and for public good, that makes sense to me. But then there are many, many complicated questions, how to ensure the data that gets transferred from business to these new structures, or data that is not transferred because it's protected, are actually used for something better than the standard commercial exploitation. How do we prevent, misuses of this? How do we govern these structures? I know us here, we will have these answers. Of course, we have it on paper, but in practice, it is going to be pretty complicated. So for all that, I see actually a role of the legislator, a clever one, a powerful one, because we need somebody to help us get in the ecosystem.
Do you want to respond, Sylvie or Morshed? Sorry, do you want to respond,
Yeah,
Sylvie or Morshed?
I'm happy to respond.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say this. I completely agree. Nobody's going to challenge the idea that it's better if these bottom-up empowerment infrastructures are put to the service of those common goods that are currently not being achieved because we don't share data intelligently and responsibly. So for instance, better use of natural resources, better healthcare, better education. There are many things we could do better if only we enable groups to actually have agency over their data, right? So that is a no-brainer. What I don't want to preempt is, if you think of this as a bottom-up empowerment infrastructure, you don't want to set in advance what these bottom-up empowerment infrastructures can be used for. Now, of course, there need to be limits, yeah? So I do, and I'm actually a fervent defender of the need for top-down regulation, for instance, to limit which data can be monetized and for what purposes. I think we are going to need regulatory intervention on that front. But, and it's a big but, I think if we're going to see more debate and if we're going to break the mold of this habit of passivity that's taken hold when it comes to data governance, you have to also allow for the fact that different structures, different data corps, data trusts, etc., will come up with ideas that we may not have anticipated. And some will be good, some will be bad. And so unless you allow for this kind of grassroots movement, which by definition has a degree of risk, and which by definition will mean that there will need to be further top-down regulation interventions, I think it's really important to give a voice effectively to people who may have their own opinions about what they want to do with this bottom-up empowerment infrastructure. And so I think when I mentioned the Amazon example, it's an important one to me because it's one that can address this idea that the power imbalance cannot only be addressed through top-down regulation. It can also actually, once you have groups and you have groups of significant size, I'm not saying 10 people will never cut it, yeah, you need to have a very large size. But once you say, okay, if you don't talk to us, we're going to exercise the right of portability en masse of like 1 million people and portate that data to an emerging competitor, that's going to change the game, right? And so I'm not saying this is happening today or tomorrow, but I think it could be happening several years down the line. And that would change the power structure, if you want. Anyway, I should stop here.
I think when we come to talk about legislation, looking at the evolution of the Data Governance Act following up on the GDPR is quite illuminating in the sense that a lot of this discussion, as you mentioned, over the last 3 years was clearly in the mind of those who worked on the Data Governance Act. But the fact that there are certain, let's say, debris, ideological debris, that is still present in the DGA is quite illuminating. So for instance, the still strong individualistic approach that is still followed in the Data Governance Act, where even by talking about data altruism organizations, talking about different types of data intermediation services like data cooperatives, talking about public sector data governance as well, you still, in the end, looking at the recitals, looking at the articles, you still see this strong, deference towards the individualistic approach that exists in the GDPR. So it sort of shows that in the compromise process that exists within supranational legislative processes, you end up having certain limitations of this top-down approach, even if you have a well-informed, enlightened legislator. I think that's one aspect that's important to bear in mind. And the second is that I feel because of this compromise process, if we look at how data cooperatives, which now exist not just as a term of art or a term buzzword, but is actually mentioned in the Data Governance Act, you end up actually creating types of path dependencies and, in my view, almost a limitation of what a data cooperative is. As Sylvie mentioned, reality is often more messy, both for good and bad, and the way that this has now been encompassed in this particular new legislation, we see that they have a particular conception of what data cooperatives are and what they expect them to do to fit within that definition. And then the definition itself is very function-based and task-based, rather than giving an actual comprehensive definition that it doesn't even really talk about, democratic member control or these principles that I mentioned with respect to cooperatives. So you then end up creating that, having this top-down legislation that will be influential across the European Union, you end up creating certain types of path dependencies that might end up redirecting or even potentially going at counter purposes to what these bottom-up efforts are doing. So I think there still is a lot of work to be done. I also agree that regulation is going to be a really important aspect of how to deal with the power of data controllers, data extractors, and so on. But I feel that the reason that we need these complementary approaches from both top-down and bottom-up is because of the fact that each of them have these shortcomings in the end.
So we talked extensively in what I think is a very European perspective about how we hope regulation will build a certain framework, but obviously just by naming data cooperatives in their legal act, miracles won't happen. We have 7 minutes left. I want to ask you about these small miracles. Looking forward, what will success look like? Could each of you name one thing that you're hoping will happen that will be a more tangible outcome where you can say, okay, yes, we're seeing alternatives, we're seeing these data intermediaries?
If I can start, I have that concept. Even I already mentioned the event 3 years ago when I've been discussing first time the idea of data trust and co-ops. Back then, at the same event, I presented my concept that I would like to see fulfilled one day, which is New Deal on data. By New Deal on data, I reimagine, within that concept, I reimagine the mainstream scenario, not the radical scenarios at the edges of the ecosystem, but us becoming active agents within the platforms, large online platforms ecosystems like Amazon, Google, Facebook. We already mentioned them. I would like to reimagine that we reclaim our agency within these ecosystems without destroying them, actually. It's not that I don't want them to stop existing. Maybe personally I would like to have that revolutionary scenario, but I appreciate that for many people these platforms are actually instrumental for something and they want to continue functioning there. So my concept, my New Deal on data is not like let's take everything away and go somewhere else and build diaspora and blockchains and all that radical stuff we like, but re-empower people inside platforms. How? The idea is that there should be unbundling of that thing, the same way we have successfully unbundled telco world, where nobody who controls the cables anymore controls, the message that goes via these cables. So in the same way, I imagine that large platforms could operate in separation hosting, separate from interface. We used to go inside that universe, separate from algorithms that today manipulate and exploit us. But I can well imagine nice algorithms that we co-create or train to achieve our goals, and the advertising layer that also is separated. And that's maybe sounds complex, but it's not technically a rocket science, and politically it gains wind, that thinking gains support from politicians. So I think one day we will have it.
Thanks. Sylvie?
My dream is basically to be faced with a scenario where we have a variety of data trusts, data co-ops, and other things we haven't even dreamt about, with basically a flourishing debate because people can argue for the merits of the structure they've just joined, convince another person to actually join another one. And in that process, regulation has also become much more proactive and more sensitive to the needs of a variety of agents in this wide ecosystem. So that's what I hope is basically a much, much more lively scene where we can all learn and keep learning for, better ways of participating in tomorrow's society via data.
Thank you.
Just briefly add that in this sort of pluralistic vision that both of them have mentioned, I would also add that I hope the ideal scenario would be that we would have more input from the global south and across digital and gender digital divides that we're seeing with respect to this. You mentioned the example of India already briefly, but I would hope that we would see that the greater input with respect to whether it's being a part of this data New Deal or being beneficiaries or members of these data cooperatives, that success to me would be that this would not just be an isolated phenomenon in the global north, but something that would have vibrant and active participation from the global south as well.
Yeah, maybe I'll riff on that to finish up. I was really inspired by this scale you mentioned, Sylvie, of hundreds of thousands, because also earlier today there was talk of how we can build up from really individuals, sort of connecting them together into larger and larger social forms. Ultimately, there's a planetary scale, right? And it sounds science fiction-like to imagine a planetary scale co-op. But who knows, maybe one day we'll get, I think it requires complex technologies, also complex imaginaries, but in the end, probably that would do us a lot of good if some of the data we could manage and also use that data to manage the planet. So that would maybe be my hope. I got to a very big scale.
That assumes we still have a planet in some time. Thank you for the optimism, Alec.
Yes, which is a completely different debate that hopefully we can have some other time. I think we addressed a lot of big topics. Some of them we just briefly mentioned them. I hope at least we gave a sort of general take on this idea. We have just a minute left, maybe. Sylvie, do you still want to say something? I want to double check.
Well, I wish we could have questions from the audience, of course, because I'm very curious to hear what people make of this. So all I would say is please get in touch if you have questions that are left unanswered.
Okay. Good.
We're going to have a nice break here, so we can certainly discuss with our small circle of followers in this discussion in the break.
Yes, so indeed, I think it's time to wrap up. Thank you very much to my panelists, and in 15 minutes, I understand we can all listen to the keynote conversation. Thank you very much.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, Maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together
with us.
Thank you so much, Corey and Audrey, for being here. My name is Matt Pruitt. I'm president of Radical Exchange Foundation. And I'm here today with Cory Doctorow and Audrey Tong. Cory is a science fiction novelist, journalist, and technology activist. He's a contributor to many magazines, websites, and newspapers, and a longtime consultant to the Electronic Frontier Foundation. His novels have been translated into many languages. His most recent books include Attack Surface. My name is Matt Pruitt. I'm president of Radical Exchange Foundation. And I'm here today with Cory Doctorow and Audrey Tong. Cory is a science fiction novelist, journalist, and technology activist. He's a contributor to many magazines, websites, and newspapers, and a longtime consultant to the Electronic Frontier Foundation. His novels have been translated into many languages. His most recent books include Attack Surface, sequel to Little Brother, Walk Away, Radicalized, Choke Point Capitalism, many other great works. Super excited to hear from you today. And Audrey Tong. Audrey is Taiwan's first digital minister and the first openly transgender government minister in the world. Disillusioned with the failure of the emerging culture of Web 2.0 to live up to its democratic ideals, Tong returned to Taiwan to pair her technology expertise with grassroots social movements. With the civic hacking collective GovZero, Tong and her collaborators began to fork the government, offering shadow implementations of government services and leading large-scale online participatory deliberations on policy. And today, Taiwan is really a leading example of digital democracy, in large part thanks to Audrey's amazing work. So very, very pleased that you all are able to be here today. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, so I think I'd like to begin the conversation by asking each of you to perhaps say a little bit more about your own work. So in particular, I'd love to hear what you think is the aspect of your own work that is least well understood. So in other words, what is it that you take yourself to be doing in your life, and perhaps how does it differ from how people might perceive your work? And maybe let's start with Cory.
It's a tall order. I guess people tend to assume, I think, all information should just be freely available without any restrictions. I think that's a cartoon character of me I sometimes meet out there on the internet when people are criticizing my work. And I would say that it's fairer to say the kind of more nuanced version of that is that I think certain kinds of information control, whatever benefit they deliver, come at high costs. And that when we take those costs to be automatically worth it, right? When we say, no price is too high to pay to achieve some policy goal by controlling some kind of information, we tend to not be very serious or thoughtful. Back after 9/11, I remember a lot of people were saying no price is too high to pay to end air terrorism. And Bruce Schneier, who's a friend of mine and a cryptographer, security expert, he said, great, let's just stop flying. He said, well, that's too high a price, right? There is a price that's too high to pay for any of these things. And, if the price that we pay, for example, for allowing creators to have a very streamlined, easy to implement process to remove unauthorized copies of their work from the internet, is that it becomes very easy for anyone to remove anything from the internet. I think we need to be really explicit that that's a very high price to be paying. And, also that speaking as someone who works in the arts and derives the majority of his living from artistic work, I think that there's a duty on people who work in the arts to be specifically extremely skeptical of proposals to make it very easy to remove things from the public eye, because historically that has not been used to our benefit.
Super. And Audrey, how would you describe your work?
That's music to my ears. I want to first answer to that because our upcoming ministry at the time of recording, August 23rd, It's 4 days till our new Ministry of Digital Affairs, or MODA, gets set up. And MODA was able to resist the cyber attacks a couple of weeks ago because we host our origin service, our website, on interplanetary file system, on IPFS, and where it's impossible to take anything down. And also the entire directory listing is available to people in more than 200 countries, in more than 200,000 computers. And so we use this to make a point that the price we pay of source of withstanding in a resilient fashion, the tampering and so on, and denial of service in particular, well, is by just giving up this whole thing about access control. We license everything on our website as Creative Commons 0, which is basically saying we won't sue you, whichever copies or modifications you make. And so to answer your question, Matt, sometimes I'm portrayed as this digital democracy progressive advocate, someone who's literally living in the future, who is speeding up on the narrowing corridor toward future freedom, to paraphrase Ashimolu. But what we're actually doing is widening the corridor, widening the mutual trust, not necessarily ignoring the speeding limit and taking our liberties at running toward future, but rather by keeping, be sure that, as I mentioned in my job description, when we hear the singularity is near, let's remember the plurality is here. So keeping the plurality that's currently here, that's actually my top goal, not advancing any particular singularity visions.
Great. That's a great transition to my next question, which is that, I think you both have a really nuanced and singular point of view on the relationship between technology and society in many respects, but in one respect, because I think each of you are in some ways very positive about technology, and in other respects very critical, following patterns that are perhaps not the usual patterns people encounter in the public discourse. And yet it seems that for each of you, the concept of plurality or pluralism plays an important role in how you square the circle, or how you navigate these tensions in terms of technology and society. So I wonder if we could spend a moment talking about how each of you understand the term pluralism, what it means to you, and how you think about it in this context. Perhaps starting with Audrey.
Okay. Plurality. It's interesting because in Mandarin in Taiwan, 数位 means both digital and plural. So as much as we can say, I think it stems from digits, like many fingers, not binary. So anyway, the point here is that as much as I'm a digital minister, I'm also a plural minister. And to me, it means first and foremost, collaboration across diversity. I used the Clay-Shirky distinction between collaboration and cooperation in the sense that it is actually to each participating faction, like the Uber drivers or taxi drivers, they're just advancing their own interest. It is just that the mechanism in plurality is designed in such a way that it incentivizes everyone expressing their authentic viewpoints instead of trying to game the system. And the end result is that we see very plainly in a reflective way that most of us agree with most of the points most of the other disconnected communities make. And that makes rough consensus running code possible. So some sort of coordination, you can call it collaboration or cooperation, across diversity, celebrating this diversity, taking this input to democracy, to me is the core of plurality.
There's a New Zealand software developer who made, I think, my favorite tweet of all time, which is, I'm old enough to remember when the internet wasn't just 5 giant websites filled with screenshots of text from the other 4. Right? And there is something kind of dismal about that homogenization. Formally, it's pretty dismal. Like, we have things that look like tweets, and we have things that look like Facebook updates, and we have things that look like TikToks. And, within those constraints, people do lots of things in the same way that there are a lot of ways to write a sonnet, say, or even a haiku. But, I'm not just old enough to remember when the web wasn't just 5 giant websites. I remember when every website looked different, when everything was different, when there was a kind of explosion of formal experimentation and people creating new forms. I was just talking about this with a friend and remembering my friend Justin Hall, who was, I think, the first blogger, whose website was so old that blogging tools didn't exist when he started it. And so he wrote every day's blog post by hand. And he made each page look different based on the content of that blog post, right? And obviously that's a lot to do. I'm not saying we should all like gnaw our own furniture out of whole logs with our own teeth every morning or whatever, right? It's fine to have some automation and tooling. But what's happened is that the decisions made by an extremely small number of people have an enormous bearing on how you live your life and express yourself. And that's true in terms of our industrial policy. You know, when there's everything in your grocery aisle is made by either Procter & Gamble or Unilever. And whenever a product gets successful that isn't made by Procter & Gamble or Unilever, they buy that company and then make a big announcement. And they say, well, we bought your beloved local, cereal maker because we know you value choice. Well, what if my choice is to not have my life structured by the decisions of the executives who run your firm, right? That's the one choice there's no room for, scope for in there. And so for me, pluralism is all about the locus of control. A pluralistic world is a world in which the loci of control are spread out, and where even if there are intelligent defaults that keep you from getting into trouble and things are well designed and well functioning and they work well, right? The dictator is benevolent. You still have the insurance policy that if the dictator turns malignant, you can leave. And you also have the option that if you want to do something that's just not countenanced by the person who made the choices about what the defaults would be, that person's superstitions or short-sightedness or just their lack of appreciation for something that didn't exist when they set those defaults. Think of people who have, I have a solar array on the roof of my house, and the company that made it decided that it would only work when it had a 3G connection. And then they decided that they weren't going to maintain their 3G infrastructure. And now my solar panels generate nothing because there's a supply chain hiccup and I can't get a Wi-Fi interface for it. And that's fine because I've got good constant power. But if the mains power went out and I had power generation on my roof and I couldn't connect it to my home because of a choice made by someone else, a choice that may have had lots of good reasons for it, but I can't override that choice, then that is a profoundly bad failure mode. And, the people who experience those failure modes every day are people with disabilities and people who live in social contexts or economic contexts that are different from the social and economic context of the people who make design decisions. So the people who are using WhatsApp or Facebook or Reddit or any of those other tools in places where there isn't consistent electricity or consistent internet access, or where you don't have access to modern hardware, or people who have disabilities. I have a low vision disability, and about a third of the web is unreadable by me. And to make it readable, I use Firefox's no distractions reader mode, which just turns it into black text on a white background. Lots of firms intentionally block that to make sure that you see their ads. And, I understand they have economic imperatives, but for me, I want the locus of control to devolve to me, because I know things about my situation that the designer could never anticipate, that the manufacturer could never anticipate, that are beyond the ability of even the most diligent product team or even policymaker to enumerate, much less accommodate. And so for me, pluralism is about not just freedom in a kind of abstract sense, but the freedom to structure your life so that it is survivable in some very meaningful way.
I wonder if it's possible to talk a little bit about sort of plurality of what? Because people are, I think that it can be difficult to connect this sort of pluralism paradigm in the sort of technical context to democracy and to the political context where people are more explicitly dealing with, the attempts to cooperate across difference, attempts to take decisions together as a society.
Dealing with antitrust laws and interoperable protocol designs. Yes, that's quite abstract.
But so do either of you have thoughts about how to bridge that, how to bridge the technical conversation and the political conversation, basically?
Well, I think interoperability is the tie that ties together, because it's fundamentally the right to assemble, right? Corey talked about the right to hack or to fork or to bring technology to someone who demands more of technology in an open way. On the other hand, we're far beyond the era where only people living in the same neighborhood consider themselves neighbors, right? Nowadays, people who share similar conditions, even across time zones, decide that they are neighbors together, and they can hack together to make sure that technology do their bidding, fitting their particular use. In the political sphere, it creates a very interesting point of overlapping jurisdiction, because the people who decide, for example, that the websites should be readable by people with low vision, they spawn multiple jurisdictional contexts with different laws and different customs and different norms. Nevertheless, I think the political freeing the future cause says that just like people who are suffering from climate change because they live in the places closer to water or wildfire, regardless of their jurisdiction, this stakeholder community need to have a sort of political representation, exactly the same as the climate change example I just surfaced. So when we're designing like antitrust, interoperability, and so on, the way to assemble those communities so they make coherent norm demands, and it's the state's role, to me, to amplify those norm demands so that people who previously feel helpless because they may be suffering the same condition, except they don't have a technologist training, can discover their tribe, their community, and express the norms so that we can ask the private sector to first interoperate with those norms.
I think that's very well said. And I want to say that the failure mode of the criticism of technological solutionism is that people say, oh, well, if your advocacy for digital self-determination requires that you be a hacker, then it's just digital self-determination for, educated white guys in Silicon Valley. And the reality is that digital self-determination doesn't solely require or always require that you be able to yourself hack your tools. It can be every bit as much as being able to nominate the toolsmith that you trust. And, everywhere you go in the world, there are people who are figuring this stuff out. And indeed, if you're affluent white dude from Silicon Valley, you don't have to be a hacker, because every product design team sits down and says, how can I make you happy? Whereas, this thing that nerds say, right? It's so easy, my mom can use it. Like, none of the product design teams are trying to figure out how to make things good for moms. Moms have to be like expert ninja hackers to get stuff to work, because the stuff's not designed for them. And so to say it is important that people be able to seize the means of computation and reconfigure the technologies around them is just about elevating people who already have no problems. I think it's a category error. And I want to say that if you want to bridge the technical and the political, I think the framework to do this with is a human rights framework. So, I'm very interested in competition as a remedy for certain kinds of technological ills, right? The fact that like Mark Zuckerberg makes a lot of bad choices about how we should live our digital lives, we could address that in part by trying to make him a better Zuck, right? I am skeptical about how perfect we will make Mark Zuckerberg, even if we try really hard. And I also think that like there isn't a person out there who should have Mark Zuckerberg's job. Right? Unelected social media czar 4 billion people's lives is not a problem because the wrong person has that job. It's a problem because that job shouldn't exist. So yeah, we can try to make Zuck better. We should hold him to account when he does bad things, but we should also just make it easy for people to leave. But it's not enough to say that we need competition, because you could compete to be worse than Zuck. So like the Competition and Markets Authority in the UK did an absolutely amazing 800-page report on the ad tech industry. Just like a banger. Like, and I say that as someone who doesn't like boring documents. Like, it's a good read. And then there's this part in the middle of it where they're talking about this thing that has been responsible for the ad tech duopoly having such a durable advantage, Google and Facebook, like just creaming anyone who tries to compete with them in ad tech. And they say, oh, well, what Google and Facebook can do is something called attribution, where after you see an ad on the web and then you go out and you buy something, because they have all your location data and they're buying all your credit card data and they're looking at all this other data sources, they can go, I showed Matt an ad, Matt bought the thing that was in the ad. And unsurprisingly, like, advertisers really like that. And, you know, given their druthers, they will place their ads with firms that can do attribution. And so the Competition and Markets Authority says, all right, how are we going to fix this? They say, I know, we're going to give everyone in Britain a permanent, lifelong advertising tracking ID. Because that way we can have competition in attribution, right? We'll always know if you bought something after seeing an ad. So you could have like SMEs, you could have little companies, little British companies competing head to head with Google and Facebook. And this is a problem, right? This is the problem with talking about competition and talking about digital rights without talking about human rights. Because we don't want competition to see who is most efficient at violating your human rights. And the way that you can make, the only framework we have for making the distinction between the areas where we want to have competition and the areas where the fact that we have two companies doing it, the reason that's a problem is not that there aren't more companies doing it. The problem is that there are two companies doing it. We need to make them stop. The only way to do that is to ask yourself, what higher set of principles, what human rights principles are we going to use as the frame for understanding what technologies need to be improved and what technologies need to be dismantled?
It's interesting, Corey. I've heard you speaking recently about with sort of an interesting critique of what you call libertarian exit, which I think is relevant here, right? Because one way of thinking about the sort of principle which puts a limitation on competition is human rights. And then another way of thinking of it, or the one way that I sometimes think about it, is that it's kind of like we have this choice between going farther apart from each other or like turning towards each other. So in other words, some of the solutions or some of the sort of futures that many people seem to be attracted to involve kind of people lessening their dependencies on one another, moving to a seastead or getting enough money so that they can imagine they don't depend on anyone else or that kind of a thing. Whereas other futures involve what sounds like and may indeed be some sort of more frictional and more difficult way of grappling with our dependencies and our interactions with one another. And yeah, I guess I'll pause there, but I wonder if that spectrum makes sense to you, or
I would say that the thing that we learned during the pandemic is that at like a microbial, irreducible level, we have a shared destiny, right? There's just not, you know, we can talk all we want about like the world is flat and like how our economies are entwined or whatever, but leave aside all of that. And there's just this thing where you cannot use contract to divide the swimming pool that is the world into a pool that has a pissing end and a non-pissing end, and say that the people who want to just stand in the pissing end can stand down there, and then if you don't like being in the pissing end, you can stand in the non-pissing end, and it'll just be, and like then contract will sort it all out. We'll just make free choices, and then we'll all get what we want. There are areas, really important ones, where we do have to figure out, per what Audrey was saying about multi-stakeholderism, where we do have to figure out a way that we can agree to certain baselines together that cannot be contracted out of, because the nature of power is that it is self-reinforcing. And so individuals, firms, or institutions that have a little bit of power can make accessing whatever it is they control, they can make a condition of that surrendering whatever power you have. And now they have more power, and they can use that to squeeze the next person, the next, and the next. And so you end up with a kind of weak signal amplification, to use another Clay Shirky term, where something that starts off as a minor advantage can become a very durable long-term advantage. And then you're back to Mark Zuckerberg, right? The unelected social media czar of 4 billion people's digital lives and the job that shouldn't exist. And so we need durable pluralistic institutions that come together and broker compromises that protect people from coercion in circumstances of great power imbalance. You know, the reason that we, you know, for example, ban selling your kidneys is not that it's impossible to conceive of a circumstance in which two people freely enter into that arrangement, but it is so much more likely that this will be a very abusive, terrible situation, which, you know, we now see in Afghanistan, where people are brought to the brink of starvation or literally selling their organs and their children because the U.S. won't allow the country to access its international reserve. You can't just use contract to regulate that. You just end up in a world where might makes right.
I feel like a lot of Audrey's work, I mean, one of my favorite turns of phrase of all time came from Audrey, which is increasing the bandwidth of democracy, and that strikes me as relevant here because I think in a lot of these cases when we have decisions that it can't be made through contract properly, right? That need to be taken in through some kind of democratic mode. What we're striving for and what we're struggling against the need for is better tools of doing that. Better tools of synthesizing many viewpoints, it seems to me that, you know, Audrey's work points the way towards really interesting possibilities here.
Yeah, higher bandwidth is a thing. On the other hand, a truck full of hard drives is very high bandwidth, but very high latency as well. And I think to the point of Corey's ideas of making sure that we use the human rights framework, sometimes lower latency is as important as high bandwidth in democracies. That is to say, if we make a perfectly good high bandwidth antitrust case, but the case takes, 10 years to prepare, then the market situation would probably have changed during those 10 years. But of course, from a monopoly to a different monopoly of a different sort. But the point was that the justice that was lost because you cannot go back in time 10 years and say that, oh, let's make it right? So I think a lot of the small, cheap and cheerful wins against monopolies in Taiwan are made from the social sector, utilizing the same tools that harkens back to the Weblog days, right? We translated around that time blog into 部落格, the tribal grid. So it has a very, very strong connection to the social sector, to the co-ops movement, to the social entrepreneurs, and so on. And indeed, in Taiwan, the PTT, the largest Reddit-like, is not-for-profit, running out of a dorm, right, of a Taiwan academic network, free of shareholders or advertisers, subsidized by the academic grants. So the point I'm making is that in Taiwan, we were able to very quickly get some sort of consensus on, for example, requiring Facebook leading up to election seasons to ban foreign-sponsored advertisements on social issues or disclose the entire honest advertisement, treating it the same as campaign donations, or making sure that Uber's surge pricing cannot undercut existing meters while allowing the local church and temples to run their own fleets in the rural areas and so on, not because we figure out the kind of global optimum of things, but because the social sector are given the social infrastructure, the digital public spaces, to very quickly coalesce into a set of coherent rights framework norms, saying that all drivers should enjoy these rights, or all constituents during elections should enjoy these rights to honest, accountable, and free from foreign influence, and so on. And then the states will become much easier, because for us, it's just to amplify those social norms from the human rights activists. But without such institutions. It would be like forcing everyone to have town halls, to have the local community calls, those listening sessions in the Facebook nightclub, where it's smoke-filled, private bouncers, addictive drinks, very noisy, and people wonder why they get rowdy. It's not the people, it's the spaces.
Yeah, I think that's really good. And I want to add, apropos this low latency idea, that, I think the nearly magical thing about digital technology and networks is how easy it makes collaboration. And, hierarchy and structure are not things to fetishize for their own right, in the same way that, competition is not something to fetishize on its own terms, right? It's a competition in service of an end, and hierarchy in service of an end, and just enough and no more. And so it is amazing that we can use, say, code management tools to allow lots of people to contribute code in lots of different ways. Some of that code may never get used, and some of it may get used straight away, and some might get used and then edited later on. And that we can do that without having a lot of meetings. We can do that without, we can mostly just write code, right? Back to rough consensus and running code. We can mostly just write code instead of talking about what code we're going to write. And, talking about what code you're going to write is good if it makes the code better. But if you can reduce the amount of hours you have to spend in a meeting in order to produce the same amount of good code, then you're winning, right? Because the point is not to have the meeting. The point is to make the code. And, we are doing that in a lot of different domains. Like we are building digital collaboration tools that reduce the amount of hierarchy, bureaucracy, procedure that is required to do much more ambitious things. It's never going to go to zero, right? And we shouldn't understand it as making things go to zero. We should understand it as freeing up new groups of people to do things that weren't possible before because they don't need the same kind of institution that they had, and taking the institutions that were beneficial and freeing them to do more because the weekly meetings they hold can now accomplish a lot more because 90% of the stuff that used to happen in that meeting can now happen without a meeting at all. And so they can continue to use their institution to do more ambitious things. And, that's the wonderful power of the digital world, right? That we take things on the order of complexity of a skyscraper or a space program, like an encyclopedia or an operating system. And we build them with the kind of institutional overheads that used to be associated with like a really ambitious bake sale. And that is amazing. It's not to say that they don't have institutions. It's not to say those institutions can't be frustrating to work in. It's not, magic. It's not that it frees you from the requirement to ever like consider other people's feelings and priorities and desires. It just means that you can do more without having to do that. It becomes a lot more like an artisanal workplace where if it's a sunny day, you go and you work outside on a task that has to be done outside. And if it's raining, you work inside. And a lot less like, say, an industrial workplace where you're on an assembly line. And it doesn't matter how nice the weather is. If you step off the assembly line and go outside to do some other task, the assembly line stops. And so, it is not a virtue that artisanal production before the assembly line meant that we had real material privation and most people didn't have the clothes they need or the tools they needed or the shelter they needed. And it is a wonderful thing that industrialization stepped up production to make things more accessible. But the wonderful thing about it was the increased material abundance, not the way that it took away freedom. And if we can restore that freedom and keep the abundance intact, then it's a win for everyone.
Yeah, a lot of the most amazing pandemic prevention techniques collaborated by the GovZero community in Taiwan, from the mask maps, rapid testing maps, contact tracing methods that are privacy preserving, vaccination, and so on, literally began as a few Telegram or Signal calls leading up to, Matrix or Discord discussions or Slack discussions, and then HackMD collaborative documents, and it all happens in like 24 hours, and then we have a nationwide infrastructure. So people closest to the pain, they already have the good ideas. They probably already figure out how it will work for the country. It's just we need to empower them so that they form a tribe and then can surface and amplify the innovations to everyone.
So both of you have placed a lot of emphasis on the power of narrative and story in your work. And I wonder if you can say a little bit about that, both in terms of what, yeah, I mean, how do you see the role of science fiction and of imagining the future and of telling stories about what we're doing?
Oh, I guess I'll start then on that one.
Yes, Corey's topic.
Yeah. So look, the arguments are very abstract, right? That the policy arguments are very abstract. You're talking here about how do you bridge, tech policy in with human rights discourse and all this stuff. And it's super tricky to kind of wrap your head around. Like I said, reading 800-page documents from the Competition and Markets Authority is my jam, but it's like not everybody's jam. And it requires a pretty thick context to understand why it's exciting. You read a policy document, you're like, I get it. I have this friend, Saul Griffith, who's he's an electrification expert in Australia, whose whole thing is just like retooling to get us off fossil fuels. And he's a genius electrical engineer. And he's got like this one thing he's super obsessed with, which is that all of our building codes require a certain kind of rigid conduit for a certain kind of electrical wire needed for solarization, and that there are flexible alternatives that aren't just like cheaper to make, but that can be like very easily like pulled through an attic, say, rather than having to bolt it around the entire frame of a building. And it like takes an order of magnitude off the cost of doing a solar installation. And if you're Saul and you read a policy document from like a local planning authority that says we are going to permit conduit with a long technical like ISO name alongside of this other conduit with a long ISO name in solar installations, provided that it passes an electrical safety inspection by a city inspector. If you're Saul, you're like, Indiana Jones just found the Holy Grail, right? If you're anyone else, it's just noise, right? It's just impenetrable. And so what fiction does is it takes these like super dry policy arguments, including a lot of really speculative ones, because one of the reasons Saul gets so excited is he has a specific vision of what it would be like to live under conditions of electrification. He wrote a really good book about this called Electrify, where he tries to like describe what your life would be like in an electrified world, right? Like what it would be like if your air quality in your home was 100 times greater because you got rid of your gas stove and replaced it with an induction top, and just like how that would feel in your lungs, right, over the long term. And he can vividly imagine what it would be like to live under a speculative circumstance that doesn't exist right now, right? Science fiction is that. Science fiction is a way to take something that is very abstract, that requires thick context to understand, and to turn it into a kind of architect's fly-through of a rendering of a world that doesn't exist yet, of the emotional state that you would be in if you were in that world. And, it's good for scaring the pants off of people and saying, this is what it could be like if it goes wrong. But it's also good for rallying people by saying, this is how great it could be if it all goes right. And so both of those are a really powerful way to change the world.
Yeah, it's such a powerful thing. And I recently heard a distinction that kind of jumped off the page to me, which is the difference between education and propaganda, right? So in education, you're trying to bring the audience into the same epistemic position that you're in, whereas with propaganda, you're not, right? And storytelling, and to me, I'm just curious what you think about this, I guess, because to me, this is a nice way of understanding the responsibility of a storyteller, right? Because if a storyteller who exercises that power in the right way can use it to much more effectively bring the audience into the epistemic position that they're in, for the same reason that you can help someone understand the import of a detail in an 800-page document by contextualizing it and telling a story about it. But you can also, as you say, sort of scare the pants off of people and hide the ball in the story. And I'm curious how you think about that responsibility as a writer. And then Audrey, I'd also love to hear if you've thought about that at all as a political communicator.
I hear what you're saying. That, I mean, it sounds like a way to reduce like this epistemic position alignment is to just say, like, if you're sincere in the thing that you want people to believe, then it's storytelling. If you're insincere, if you're trying to trick people, then it's propaganda. I think maybe that's true. I mean, I do think that there are a bunch of sincere people who believe terrible things and want to come up with stories that to tell them. I don't know. I mean, propaganda wasn't a negative term when it was coined. We made it negative with this kind of, I think, frankly, nonsensical idea that there's fiction that is not political, right? That there's like fiction that doesn't carry a political valence, that sometimes a story is just a story, and like it's just not true, and writers often don't know what story they're telling. You will find no more ardent admirer of Ray Bradbury than me, but Bradbury was like as wrong as he could possibly be when he said that Fahrenheit 451 was not a book about censorship and that it was in fact a book about why TV is bad. He's just wrong. Like, he didn't know what he was doing. He wrote one of the most powerful books about censorship ever written. He's just wrong. I've been wrong about what I wrote and what it meant. It's fine. This is the kind of numinous experience of creation. But what I will say is that because fiction is about this intrinsically science fictional exercise of imagining what someone else thinks, right? Like all narrative fiction has some pretense to the idea that you can be in the head of another person and know what they're thinking, which is literally something no one in the history of the human race has ever done, right? Telepathy doesn't exist. It has never existed. So like Jane Austen is a science fiction writer because she makes you think that you can know what someone else is thinking, right? Like, we're all science fiction writers in that regard. And this idea that you can know what other people are going to do, that you can experience their emotions vicariously, is a very powerful tool for empathy. But it's also an intuition pump, right? Because fiction tends to turn on circumstances that are extreme in some way, otherwise the story is a little boring. The canonical example being like zombie apocalypse, say. These are circumstances that you are unlikely to have experienced firsthand. And so your only experience of them is the narrative conventions around them. And so when things that have a kind of echo of that happen, right, after the lockdown and the pandemic, say, when it seems like maybe there's some breakdown happening, your intuition is driven by your vicarious experience of made-up stories by people who themselves never experienced a zombie apocalypse. And so if the zombie apocalypse story whose like canonical form is like something bad happens and your neighbors come over to literally eat you, right? That in the time of crisis, your neighbors are the crisis, not the thing that get you through the crisis. If that's the form then you do what a bunch of my weird ass neighbors here in Burbank, California did when the pandemic hit, where we had lines around the block at all the gun stores. We would remember when we all used to go for walks during lockdown? We'd go for walks and we'd see these people all standing in line and we'd make jokes about like, God, they must be incredible marksmen if they're going to shoot the virus. But they were just envisioning this future in which something bad happens, and as soon as the lights go out, your neighbors come over to eat you. And it's because like they've read a lot of fiction that convinced them of that. I mean, a moment's kind of cursory inspection would tell you that we've had lots of times in our history when the lights went out, that things break down all the time. And then when they do, the fact that we've survived them tells you that for the most part, people help each other. That maybe there are people around the margins who, the rich people in the lifeboats from the Titanic that were only half full, that didn't want to let poor people in and made them drown. Maybe there are some of those people, and I think a lot of the times they're rich people, because I think that is coterminal with like doing the things that it takes to get rich, being, you know, having a howling void where your empathy should be. But I think that the actual like kind of great plurality of humanity want to help each other, and if we convince each other that your neighbors, when the lights go out, are going to come over with the contents of their freezer to have a barbecue because it's going to spoil anyway, then when your neighbor shows up at your door, you'll greet them with barbecue tongs and not a shotgun. And so, you know, that is like an actual predictor of how we will weather the storms when they come, is what we think we'll do when the storms come, what we think our neighbors will do. And that all comes out of reading made up stories from people like me who have themselves never had to fight zombies and who are just making it up.
Yeah. I'm reminded that in Taiwan and also Japan, because we suffer a lot from earthquakes and typhoons and tsunamis and whatnot, it tends to be that in the times of pandemic, we refer back to the times where we actually do help each other across different faiths, different social configurations, and so on. Because it's also some kind of selection bias, because people who flee Taiwan around those times of crisis, you know, they're not here. So kind of by definition, everybody who remained are here to help each other out, and the stories resonate with all of them. So I think it makes sense to think about our stories as grounded in common experiences. And it's my job as a poetician to remind people time and again that you probably have experienced something like that. In Taiwan, of course, we experienced SARS in 2003, but even for like, you know, cutting edge Terminator like AI narratives, most of us when in our childhood have read the Japanese Doraemon stories. So when I say, you know, assistive intelligence is just like Doraemon, that evokes a different, more pro-social kind of neighborhood feeling vis-a-vis machine training in general. So I do think that there is a role for not just sincerity, but also authenticity of shared experience in storytelling, especially politically, but also I think poetically as well.
Amazing. I wonder if we can take a moment as non-Europeans to risk a comment on Europe. It strikes me that there are a lot of this territory that we're covering about democracy and pluralism and technology has a lot of relevance to, and also about storytelling, has a lot of relevance to the European project, right? So there are a few, in a few ways. You know, one, the European project strikes me as a fairly amazing, quite successful story of telling a narrative, inviting people into a narrative of shared identity. There's the European Union as a set of institutions is also quite a unique experiment in pluralism from the point of view of sort of constitutional pluralism, institutional pluralism, competing centers of power. And then at the same time, there's also one of the most persistent critiques of European institutions is democratic deficit. So in other words, you know, we've got the European Commission, we've got the CJEU, we've got these interesting institutions with competing pluralistic. We've got the member states and the European institutions and so on, and yet the democratic links are often questioned. You know, whether they're in proper health. And I wonder if either of you have thoughts about this from any perspective, but you know, also seems like an interesting case of kind of pluralism versus democracy. I mean, can you have one without the other?
Audrey, I'll let you go first since you're the politician here.
Yes, I'm the politician here. When Ilves, President Thomas Hendrik Ilves, previously former president of Estonia, visited Taiwan not so long ago, he mentioned that, well, NATO was formed because of geopolitical tensions and the fact that there's something common to defend. But he also mentioned that in the digital era, which is now, when people identify with similar values, that automatically make them neighbors. And I think this is quite powerful. When the Nordic Institute for Interoperable Systems, when NICE was formed, it was, I believe, Finland, Iceland, and Estonia who shared their X-row systems, so that it's not just about placing encrypted backups to each other to survive some zombie apocalypse, but rather is a way to make it as easy and auditable to exchange data and documents internationally as easy it is domestically, and share the burden of maintaining an aging code base, I'm sure, and refactoring them into reusable components. This is at the root of the idea of public money, public code, or public code foundation in the FSFE. But when Taiwan expressed our interest in joining, I'm part of the Public Code Foundation now as a strategic advisor, suggesting our own use of licensing materials like CC0, which is free software but not open source, but we figured that out. And everything that I receive says that it's as if we're adjacent to the Nordic countries. It's as simple as that. It's just like this pull request that's sent across Git repositories. Really, the coordination technologies has now progressed to the point that anything that we use to run internally, our website, our bureaucracy, the entire system is perfectly capable of being a just free software collaboration software. Actually, in the digital minister's office in the past 5.5 years, we just rely on the one software called Sandstorm, and that solves all our collaboration needs, and it's from the free software community. So as long as other people, whether they're in Canada, in New Zealand, in far off places that's not Europe, subscribe to the digital human rights idea and use the same public code, I'd argue that this creates a, if not minilateral, at least a multi-stakeholder / minilateral hybrid that makes it far more easy for our working level career public servants and so on to work together. And once we do that, the demos in democracy expands. The constituents expands. It becomes far easier to democratically audit, not just in a cybersecurity penetration testing case, although we do that, but also on the procedural case, because there's more people from more different angles looking at those 800 pages documents, and that increases the bandwidth of democracy, and with more eyes, I guess, we reduce the latency. So that's my initial take.
I think that's really smart. I had a friend over yesterday for supper, and we were talking about, he's Canadian, I'm from Canada. I then became British and now am also an American citizen, but my grandfather is a Pole who is also Belarusian, and my grandmother was a Russian, and my dad was born in Azerbaijan. So hypothetically, I could get 4 more passports. I have 3 citizenships now, and I could get more. We were talking about the nature of federalism in these places. And, in Canada, Confederation is still very new. Parts of Canada did not come into Confederation until after the Second World War, and were separate political entities until then. I mean, they were part of the Commonwealth together, but they were not under a common political project. And these are small places, small, low population places. And you can see why, if you're, say, Newfoundland, the deal of joining Canada, if it's a purely majoritarian project, is not a good deal for you. Because Quebec and Ontario and British Columbia are going to decide what Canada needs, and if it's not what you need, you don't have the votes to resist them, and they're just going to come and move the furniture around where you live in ways that don't suit you, but suit the majority, right? And so, in America, where you have federalism that's much older, you have a lot of people who are quite rightly alarmed and furious at how the anti-majoritarian institutions of federalism have been put to use. So that's the Senate and the Electoral College and these other institutions that say, for someone like me in California, my vote counts, I think, 1/18 of what the vote for someone in Wyoming does in terms of how many senators we get to elect. And yet, if you ask yourself, would California be the world's 6th largest economy if we had a hard border between us and the Atlantic Ocean, or between us and Canada? It would not, I mean, leaving aside all the economies of scale of being part of this much larger country, right? Just the geographic and territorial considerations, the improvements that come about as a result of having, say, unified air traffic or unified rail system, they really are hard to overstate. And so then you jump to Europe, and Europe is a much younger federation than Canada. So Canada sits halfway, I think, between Europe and the United States in terms of its federalism. And in Europe, you do have states that are on the literal and figurative periphery of the European project that are quite small and frankly are not good faith adherents to the European project. They're selling golden passports to oligarchs. They're laundering money. They're creating tax and regulatory havens. They're allowing Jeff Bezos to maintain the fiction that every ebook sold in Europe is sold in Luxembourg, which was a thing that happened for, 15 years to avoid VAT before finally the European Union did something about it. And you have the equivalent of a California exit, right? You have Brexit. And you see exactly what it looks like if you have a hard border between you and the rest of your federation, your former federation. The United Kingdom is in a lot of trouble. I say this as a British citizen. The United Kingdom is in a lot of trouble. And I don't know what to make of it all, because Viktor Orban scares the hell out of me. And I think that Cyprus is a rotten money laundry. And I think Malta is a rotten money laundry. And I think the Netherlands is a tax haven that allows the worst companies in the world to hide their profits. And I think Scottish numbered companies are a way for dictators to get away with owning anonymous assets all around the world in ways that supercharge their ability to visit absolute misery on the people around them. And yet, I also understand why you can't just kick out the small countries. And I also understand why the small countries are looking for another way to thrive. And it seems to me that if there was a project we wanted to figure out in Europe and in other federations, because federalism is in trouble, right? Everywhere you go, Australian federalism is in trouble, Canadian federalism is in trouble, American federalism is in an absolute shambles. I don't know about the Swiss, but certainly the Russian Federation is in trouble, right? If we're going to figure out federalism, we need to figure out what you do about the need for anti-majoritarian policies as an absolutely critical element of creating and maintaining federation, and then the problems that those anti-majoritarian policies create in terms of making it easy to corrupt the entire federation and turn its resources to projects of corruption.
That's great. There's so much there. There's Corey, you may know that Radical Exchange has done a lot of work on systems of voting and systems of power sharing that try to sort of thread this needle of non-majoritarian decision systems, and couldn't agree more that it's an incredibly it's at the heart of what we need to solve, and and we need new models, and along those lines, Audrey, you've made interesting comments about sort of seeing Taiwan as a in a way, kind of a midpoint or a point of
we're
mediation.
The place where the Eurasian plate and the Philippine Sea plate bump into each other, quite literally. Violent earthquakes, yes. But Taiwan also literally grow by a couple centimeters every year because of that.
Yeah, and I wonder if you could. I don't know if you have thoughts about this. I mean, about seeing the Taiwanese system. I mean, I'm not sure if we can bring federalism in here, but just as a midpoint between the sort of, I think you may or may not have used the phrase sort of American capitalism, European values-based democracy, and Chinese like centralized or AI driven governance and
authoritarian intelligence. So I think it's very interesting because in Taiwan, we've long since since we democratized from the grassroots level without much bloodshed or violence, as typical in the third wave democratization. So again, kind of just by selection bias, people who remain here are okay with the idea that we have 20 national languages, including sign language, that we're the only country in Asia that has full marriage equality and so on, because people who cannot tolerate this sort of plurality, well, they're not here anymore, right? So people who remained, all 23 million people, plus quite a few gold card holders, in which Cory is invited to be a gold card holder, so you can have another passport to your collection sometime in the future. We're all for the idea of pluralism as a source of creative tension. That is to say, the fact that when it comes to, we just had a constitutional court debate about the use of national health insurance data for scientific purposes, but whether it requires a opting out or consent framework and so on. So the fact that we have very erudite academicians trained in the European point of view, the more choke point capitalism point of view, and the authoritarian intelligence point of view is treated as an asset in the Taiwan political sphere. Because then we firmly believe that just as we can figure out that, we can respect the traditions of the Confucian nature by saying that when two people who are of the same sex wed, they wed as individuals with all the same rights and duties, but their families don't. They don't form kinship. That makes everyone happy, and everybody can live with it, because people are, after all, just trying to preserve this Confucian lineage. But they also understand in the other national languages, the indigenous ones, some have a matriarchal norm, some doesn't care about gender when choosing the successor of the leader of the tribe, and so on. And so this eclectic, this very kind of, to paraphrase Larry Wall, the more than one way to do it, always one more way to do it, I think is an asset in the Taiwan political scene when it comes to debate such topics.
I love that Pearl as part of the governing structure, governing philosophy of Taiwan. That's awesome.
Yeah, always one more way to do it. Yeah.
Both of you have recently, well, Cory for a long time, and I know that Audrey, you're thinking of now about how to intervene in the information space, basically, how to get your writing out there, how to get your words out there in a way that that accords with your values and avoids the all of the issues of choke point capitalism and platform control, and potentially just points a way forward for people to participate in the public conversation. So I'd love to hear any thoughts that either of you have about this.
Well, I would say that, there's doing this stuff, taking personal choices is, of course, important. And, the life of someone doing creative work is always fraught. The problem of how to get someone to care about the thing you care about is the hard problem of advertising, religion, politics, and creative livelihoods. If it were systematizable, if you could just be if you go through steps A through Z, other people will care about what you want, then we would live in a very different world. As we were talking about, I think before we started the recording, that we would be in a world of mind control, right? Because if you can just get other people to care about stuff by following a set of steps, then you're taking away their free will, because what you care about is pretty foundational to the idea of free will. So that said, the big problems with the structures of the creative labor market, right, where there are these choke points, where platforms, publishers, record labels, and so on have merged to monopoly. Right? We have 3 major record labels in the world. We have 1 major video platform, now 2 if you count TikTok as being a direct competitor to YouTube. We have 1 major social network, right? If you exclude Chinese and Russian networks. And Facebook is so much bigger than any of those other networks that, yes, I love Twitter, but Twitter has 100 million users and Facebook has 4 billion. They are not a competitor of Facebook's in any meaningful way. Where you have 4 major publishers, where you have 4 major movie studios, where you have 1 major cinematic exhibitor in the United States, where you have market concentration up and down the supply chain, including in things like talent agencies, where the 3 talent agencies here in Hollywood bought all their competitors and then in turn were bought out by private equity funds, who then began to squeeze talent and cut the money that the talent got from the talent agency, right? The talent agency's raison d'etre became servicing private equity debts that were loaded up when the private equity firms took them over, and not servicing the talent who brought in the money. And with only 3 of them, they could converge on a set of terms that were quite hostile to creators' interests. And you just couldn't go around them. And the thing that actually fixed the talent agency issue was that every writer in Writers Guild West went on strike for 3 years. They fired every agent in Hollywood for 3 years with 100% solidarity. And the agencies, after 3 years, caved. So it wasn't that someone figured out a way for they themselves to make it work. And indeed, if you're a fancy writer, you probably could make CAA or one of the other big agencies treat you well, cut you a sweetheart deal on the side. But those writers too threw their lot in. The most successful writers in Hollywood threw their lot in with every other writer in the union. And we all fired our agents. Every agent in Hollywood was fired on the same day. And after 3 years, they caved because it took institutional reform and institutional power against institutional power. And individuals could not fix that, except to the extent that they went out and organized institutions, organized their union, participated in their union, organized political answers. There is no recycling your way out of climate change. There's no shopping your way out of monopoly. And there's no way of bootstrapping your way out of the creative choke points in our culture marketplaces.
Yeah, we must pair collective intelligence with collective action. This is always true. We just had a meeting yesterday about how to make sure that journalism stays relevant and vibrant in the age of, choke point capitalism. I think journalism is just like public health epidemiology expertise when it comes to infodemic control, as it was for pandemic control. That is to say, the more journalism is not just understood, but practiced. So digital competence, not just literacy, by everyday people, by people in basic education, in lifelong education. The more journalists we have among us, the harder for mind control to work, right? Because sometimes it's not real mind control, it's just some tricks, right? The surveillance capitalism narrative is I think Corey made a very similar point. It's not actually mind control, but it's slightly framed in such a way that it might controls the advertiser think that it's mind control. So something like that is actually very easily refuted with practical civic journalism of people actually checking whether the targeted advertisement actually work the way that they advertise those advertisement engines. But if we rely on just a few large institutional media to do the journalism, then it becomes harder to unravel the whole story. It certainly takes longer. It will be higher latency and so on. So I think a lot of this is just to recognize journalism as a common good when practiced. And then to surface, again, just like the writers that can organize collective action, the civic hackers, the fact checkers, community, everyone who works on something that can be broadly interpreted as journalism together and take collective action. So that's my current thinking. And I thank Corey for this very powerful Hollywood example that I'm going to share.
Well, that's great. I want to say apropos journalism as well, that we have this story that the the toxic element of the relationship between big tech and media is that big tech is stealing media's content, right? That like if Facebook is a place where you can paste part of an article and talk about it, that it's a copyright violation. And that's what's really hurting the newspapers. And, you know, that if we were to stop that, if we were like to decide under what circumstances people were allowed to reproduce elements of the news and discuss it or link to it, we would be producing a great democratic deficit, right? Because like the ability to talk about the news is how we do sense making and collective work. And when you
It would be like unique tracking ID for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. And when you look at what's actually happened to the advertising revenues at the big media companies, what's happened is that there's a duopoly of Facebook and Google that are not stealing their content, they're stealing their money. They're committing ad fraud, right? They're running rigged auctions. This just came up in the FTC's case against Facebook and Google, where they had this program called Jedi Blue, where they secretly colluded to rig ad auctions so that they would steal their money. And so, you know, we put all this energy into like link taxes and bargaining codes and whatever that are meant to shift a few value points from giant tech to a few giant media companies, usually not the smaller ones, to make them fully dependent on giant tech as well, to make them in fact partisans who will brief for giant tech, because if giant tech goes away, so do the transfer payments. And instead, what we could be doing is saying the unlawful, fraudulent dealing that is rampant in the ad marketplace that allows two firms to pocket about 50% of the ad spend of 80% of the ads is the reason that news is having problems. And we could fix it by just making them not allowed to do fraud anymore. And it seems like that should be a lot less controversial, right? Who is gonna stump for the fraudsters as opposed to stumping for the right to, like, you know, decide who can link to the news?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone who said fraud is a public good and journalism isn't.
Yeah,
cannot make that argument.
It's a much better framing.
Thank you so much. This is amazing. Very grateful to you both for taking the time to have this conversation. If there's any, if either of you have any sort of closing thoughts for the audience, we can load them in here. Otherwise,
in closing, I just want to say that I'm such an admirer of Audrey and the work you're doing there. It's really an inspiration. Thank you for the example that you're setting there in a place that is, by all accounts, wonderful, and certainly in a unique and imperiled situation that needs really creative thinking. And I am in awe and admiration of the things you do.
Thank you. And in turn, I'm really must attribute all this work, not just influenced by Clay Shirky and Larry Wall, but this whole idea of we can actually build a fork of the government out of ad hoc groups and adhocracy. I first encountered that in Down and Out in Magic.
Oh, wow. Well, that's lovely. Thank you, Audrey. That's nice. And I'll add,
it really is.
I'll add to the audience, I mentioned my grandfather's a Pole. He was born in Łódź. So I am a Łódźer at 3 generations removed. Enjoy it. He didn't leave under very nice circumstances, I'll say that. But I think it's actually illegal in Poland for me to explain why he had to leave now, because of laws forbidding certain accounts of the Holocaust. But he spoke highly of it.
Well, on that note, thank you both so much for your all the work you do and the clarity of thought. It's much appreciated and much needed. So
thanks, Matt.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Bye, Audrey.
Bye.
Yeah. See ya.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes. and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise.
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the U.S. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together
with us.